No.
You're trying to steal my line. Jake's trying to steal my line.
I know.
Good morning, Chatty House.
I know.
Good morning, Chatty House.
Good morning, Chatty House.
What's going on, everybody? Who got the belt today? Ramsey. Ramsey's back. He's trying to get a streak going again. I think you missed out on the first 2 days, right? We, of course, have hit Kyle's favorite day of the week.
It's Kyle's birthday.
Yep, Kyle's birthday. Oh, Bill Laimbeer, the big swat. I've been really enjoying the old games on NBA TV. I mean, this is space. Look at Laimbeer tracking. Ooh, I got you.
Ding.
Oh, double block.
I wish we had that much room on the baseline to walk up and down.
The great Alex English right here with the short shorts.
Do you like the short shorts look, or do you like the more baggy look of the 90s and the 2000s?
I don't know, man. I don't know. I don't really put too much stock in uniforms at all. I just notice guys, what they're wearing.
Mm-hmm.
I don't remember Denard. I don't remember that guy at all. Welcome into the Insiders. I am James Ham. Kyle Madsen is still on vacation. He is away from us. We're joined by Jake Gaden. We got Jake Gaden from CBS 13. What's going on, man?
James, thanks for having me back. We were so excited to be here.
Yeah, this is exciting, right? This is exciting that we're doing ham and sides this week. Tomorrow
it's ham and sides. I thought it was ham and friends.
It used to be James and Friends.
Yes.
Now it's ham and side dishes.
I forgot about that. Yes.
Yeah, because I think you were green bean casserole.
Yes, I was. Okay.
That is where I think we've landed on.
Yes, we've landed on that.
Jesse is mashed potatoes. I can't remember what Jerry Reynolds was. And then Sean Cunningham will be here tomorrow. Sean is usually something unique. Sean doesn't do conventional when it comes to
I don't think
dinner.
Yes.
So,
yes.
Of course, today is the great Kyle Madsen's birthday. So everybody, big shout out to Kyle Madsen. Do we have air horns or anything, Jesse? Because I don't press buttons.
I don't think I have air horns on this board. They're all on Damien's little key hockey bank.
Okay, I'm not touching anything.
It's all good.
I don't want to break anything.
There you go, Kyle.
There we go.
So
So welcome in. We are, of course, the Insiders, brought to you by Jiffy Lube here on ESPN 1320. And we're going to be hanging out with you for the next 2 hours leading up to D-Lo and Casey at noon. Lots of stuff to talk about, I guess. The schedule is being announced later today.
I was going to say, is that bigger than Kyle Madsen's birthday?
In some circles, yes. In this circle, no.
Absolutely not. Okay.
Kyle's birthday is huge.
Yes.
Yeah, this is a big deal. But in some NBA circles, I think the schedule release is big. We do have, I know quite a bit of what's happening with the schedule, so we're gonna go over some stuff as if we knew what is going to happen, because we kind of know what is going to happen. But I also like the final draft, final is always intriguing to me because it sometimes changes. So, Jake, how are you? How are things at CBS 13?
Oh, it's great. We're gearing up for high school football. Starts on the 23rd next Friday. So we're basically a week and a day away. The Olympics are over. Thank goodness on that one.
Thank goodness.
We'll end on that. Okay.
Yeah.
And then we've also been college football starting up. UC Davis has got going with their new head coach, Tim Plow. Sac State over with Andy Thompson. So both those guys are looking good. It's football season. I know we're talking basketball today. And I don't think anybody else can stop talking about Brandon Aiyuk and if he'll sign or be traded.
Yeah. I mean, that's been the dark cloud hanging over us for
like a month.
Is somehow providing content every day for the last month.
I don't think I have dove into video slow-mo of people being dabbed up more in this month than that. But was that a happy dab? Was that a good handshake? A bad handshake? Was that a what type of handshake? Like just stupid stuff like that.
Jake, it for talk radio, for talk sports radio,
Yeah.
it literally is the gift that keeps on giving.
Oh.
It's the jelly of the month. It's really, it's a gift that keeps on giving the whole year long, Clark. Yeah. So this is we'll see what happens, but it seems to be coming to a head every time we think that, though. It gets extended, and then we never actually know what's going to actually happen. So the Brandon Aiyuk situation has just been an absolute mess. Now, some people don't know, but you're an East Coast guy. You're
Yes.
a Connecticut guy, which, of course, Connecticut people don't have a baseball team, so they adopt the Yankees, right?
Basically, it's either Yankees or Red Sox, depending on what side of the state you're on.
Oh, okay.
So, if you're closer to Providence, Massachusetts, Red Sox fan. There's a map of it. I live right in the middle of it between the dividing line.
Okay.
And I'm on the left side.
So you're like the Fairfield of
bingo.
Yes.
You can't. Wow, look at you.
Fairfield or Vallejo, where at one side of town, I think it's Fairfield. One side of town you get Kings games. The other side of town you get Warriors games.
That's exactly where I'm at. But I get both. I will be honest with you though. So I think that's the beauty of the MLB TV app. But that's another conversation for another day.
Okay. I'm not giving them my money because of the A's situation.
I don't blame you on that.
So
no.
I'm not giving them my money. Like if the A's leave, I'm done with baseball for a while. Although when they come to Sacramento, it'll be fun. We'll be all over that.
Of course.
And I think it's kind of a happy medium. I know it's not great. Oakland is very upset, and I get it. And fans in Oakland are very upset, but there are also a lot of A's fans in Sacramento who are going to embrace this thing and be excited about it and everything else.
Baseball fans in general will be excited about it, I think. Here.
Yeah. Have you been out to any Rivercats games lately?
Of course. I went out there maybe 2 weeks ago.
Yeah.
They're doing some construction in left field.
Yeah, they're trying to build. I think that's the Solon Club, and it's also the clubhouse.
Second clubhouse.
The second clubhouse.
Did you see the tweet I put out earlier this week?
No, I did not.
So ready for this? There is not one game this next season where the Rivercats and the A's play on the same day.
Okay, I did see that tweet.
And then the second one is out of the 6 months that baseball is going to be here from the 28th of March to September 28th, only 29 days there won't be baseball played at Sutter Health Park.
Oh, that feels going to be trashed.
I know, but there's a lot of baseball.
That's why they're going to put turf down.
I am wanting to know what type of turf though, because I have done my research. I could not tell you how much research I've done on turf. I cannot tell you. Okay.
Well, there's supposed to be a turf that you can put in that you can put a sprinkler system in to keep it cool.
If you got it better than me, then, because I'm trying to figure out that if that's the case, and it won't be 110 degrees on the field when it's 100 and.
Yeah, isn't it? It's Cincinnati that used to have the problem that it would get up to 145 degrees on the field or 160 degrees. People are literally cooking.
Yes, I do not think that's the type of turf they'll be putting in here in Sacramento.
No. Well, that and they've had to go away from the ground up tires saying because when the heat is when it's that hot, that tire it starts to seep fumes. And so that becomes an issue. You don't want players
you don't want players
inhaling. Yeah, tire fumes.
Yeah, that wasn't part of the deal.
No, I don't think it was part of the major league package. Yeah,
dang it.
Yeah. So I was out there. Let's see, was it 2 weeks ago? I threw out the first pitch.
Oh, how'd you do?
I did good. I over the plate.
Okay,
yeah, I made it to home plate. I was slightly concerned because I was wearing slick shoes that I was going to slide and do the splits on the mound.
Yeah.
Because it's all sandy.
Of
but
course.
Outside of that, no, I threw a good pitch. It might have been a little outside, but any view that you had, it looked like it was right over the plate. I mean,
you didn't bounce it though.
No, it was.
We didn't do a LL Cool J or whatever it was.
No, I didn't lollipop it.
Yeah, okay.
No, it was knee-high heat.
Yeah. I feel like as long as whoever's catching is able to catch it, it's a perfect first pitch.
Thank you. That's
just don't bounce it and don't hit the backstop.
Exactly. And I think I did really well. It was Marvel superhero night, so I was surrounded by Marvel superheroes. It was very strange.
Oh, Superman was looking. No, it's not that. Marvel superheroes. Okay,
there was.
Captain America.
Spider-Man was doing a pose, and what's his name? Iron Man. There was a dude. It was 106, and there was a dude in a full Iron Man suit. I just felt so bad for him. And then I almost had to throw out the first pitch to a dude wearing a Thor costume.
See, that would have been so much more fire than throwing it to a River Cats guy.
I don't think so because he didn't have a good glove.
Yeah.
And he kept coming back with like a different like 70s glove that had been left out underneath a car somewhere.
Like, no.
I was like, bro, I could throw a perfect pitch and you could still drop it. And then I'm going to be the one who looks bad, not
Yes.
Thor. Plus, he gets in a crouch. He's got, a big fake padded suit. And you could just see like his helmet slipping down and maybe I hit him or something. And then you got kids crying in the stands. Like,
see, but then you go viral. Yeah, there's the vision right there, James.
okay, you said it was 106, James?
Yeah, it was something like that.
Was Friezo not there? Did he not make the appearance?
No.
He was melted already.
He probably turned his, melted.
Yes, okay.
Yeah, exactly. We could have used some of that.
We could have used him on that day.
That's right. I think one of the cool things about River Cats, about the A's coming here is we're going to get to see players like Aaron Judge come to Sutter Health Park. And Aaron Judge yesterday, again, I bring this up because you're a bona fide Yankees guy.
Yes.
He had his 300th home run yesterday. I looked it up. He's got, 43 homers on the year. He's got 142 homers over his last 3 years and 180 plus over his last 4 years. What do you think he gets to?
It's a great question. I could see 600.
You think he doubles?
I think he could double this.
Okay, so 600, just so you know, that's 6 more years at 50 home runs a season. You think he can get there?
I think
that puts him at 38.
I think he has 2 more seasons of 60. I think he can do 60 this year, dude.
Well, I think he could do 60 this year. Yeah, if he's at 43 right now and they've got like 37 games left or something.
And think about this, playoff-wise, like, because those count in the playoffs, right? Like his career.
No, those don't count towards your career.
They do not.
No, playoff home runs don't count.
Never mind then. Can I take it back?
Yeah.
Can I go to 500
then? You think he's going to hit 100 postseason home runs? Well, that's a lot.
100 over and 5 days.
He's got 8 years. Yeah. I don't think that's a lot. I mean, usually you hit like 5 or 6.
He's going up there right now, hitting home runs every other at bat.
If he plays like 6 more seasons, he'll get to 500. I think. At least.
Yeah, I think I think 500 is legit. I think he might even be able to hit 550. But I don't think he'll get to 600. Maybe I'm wrong. I don't know.
Does he get to 60 this year, though?
Yeah, he's going to come really close.
I think he's going to get up to like 55, 56, and they're going to intentionally walk him for the last week of the last week of the season.
Okay.
That's what's going to happen. I'm going to be so... As a Yankee fan, it's so infuriating because you see Juan Soto go up there, get a nice long walk, right? Because he's one of the most disciplined hitters out there.
Yep.
And then you have Judge come up, they intentionally walk him, and then the lineup just trails off from there because Giancarlo can't hit right now, and you have Austin Wells who's having a good month, but they don't have another bat after Judge.
Yeah, it's tough. It's tough to be a Yankees fan. I'm sure
Awful.
We're all feeling really, really bad
awful.
for you and all the players that your team has bought over the years. Although I'll hat tip to the Yankees. A guy like Aaron Judge has come through their system.
Volpe.
They have a lot of guys over the course of the last 30 years who come through their system.
You have to now, though.
And then they buy everyone else. And yeah, so the Giants got smoked again last night by the Braves. They're now 4.5 games out in the wild card standings.
Ask me if I'm surprised.
This was a disaster 3-game series where they just got completely annihilated by a team.
Can I blame one person for it?
Who is it?
Bob Melvin.
You're blaming Bo Mel?
Yes. Want to know why? I don't like the calls in the 2 extra inning games. The bunt versus non-bunt. Why are you taking your hottest bat right now? We can all agree is Tyler Fitzgerald, right?
Yep.
Why are you bunting with your hottest bat?
They thought that there's a possibility he may have done that on his own. I don't know. I'm with you. That was a weird play.
I can't see Tyler Fitzgerald doing that though.
Yeah.
And I know Tyler pretty well. Like,
you think he just a baseball decision? I don't know.
Sometimes there are just players just doing whatever they want, right? But I just can't. Tyler, with how well he swung the bat, I think he would want to put something in play, not just move the runner over.
Yeah, really strange.
He's a great base runner too. I don't know. The night before was Bo Mel's fault though. So
yeah. All right. We're gonna take a break. When we come back, we're gonna start diving into the NBA schedule. The NBA schedule is getting released today at noon.
Yay!
We may or may not know some of what's happening with that NBA schedule, so we will discuss some of the finer nuances of the NBA schedule that will be released. It will be almost like a look ahead, I guess. You're listening to The Insiders on ESPN 1320, brought to you by Jiffy Lube. We'll be back in just a minute.
The A's are playing the Mets right now.
As we speak?
As we speak.
Oh, we can put that game on.
No, let's say. A's got the game.
Oh, there it is, right there. Imagine that. We've never put on an A's game here, which is bizarre because well, they usually don't play.
Giants, Braves at 12:45.
Oh man,
my day is going to be so easy today.
They have officially arrested Matthew Perry's assistant and doctor and charged them in his death.
Oh, wonderful.
Wow. Providing the ketamine that caused his death in October. It's wild. Oh, so Bob Melvin did say, Zabo, that he told him to bunt?
Yeah, I'm pretty confident on that.
Yeah. I mean, I watched the play, and the whole entire play was weird. So
Bro, you coach baseball out of a binder now, I feel.
I guess.
Like, you used to be off a field and all that stuff.
That's what makes a good manager. I think you have to, the amount you put into your analytics compared to what you don't put into your analytics, like, because there's a feel part of it, right?
Yeah.
I still believe that, but I think it's got to be a better percentage. I think Bomel sometimes goes a little too more.
Like you said, Fitzgerald's hitting his ass off or whatever.
Yeah,
What's
like,
he
what are you
doing
doing here? Like,
I don't know. He was a great manager with no money.
I'm
in
not.
Oakland.
No, he's a good manager.
He's a good
but-
manager, and he's a
yeah.
Hall of Fame guy.
Like Jake says, like they just buy into analytics a little too much.
Yeah, I watched the play,
Compared
and
to
I
what's
thought the catcher hit the glove. Like I mean, I thought the catcher's glove hit the bunt,
Mhm.
and I'm like, why is that not
catcher interference?
Well, they called batter interference, which I was like totally baffled with. Like,
Was the runner going?
yeah, the runner got gunned at third.
Okay,
So basically, the ball dropped like right outside the batter's box. The catcher scooped it up and gunned him at third,
Mhm.
and the runner, whoever it was, Ferguson, made it to first base. Then, upon further review, they sent the runner back to second base and called Ferguson out at the plate for hitting the catcher. But he went to bunt, and you see the glove is on his bat. And I'm like, what in the world is happening
You can't do that, though. He's still got to let the pitch to come through the zone.
Yeah, I was totally baffled with the call. But they didn't, they did argue it. They argued it both sides. Like, yeah, I don't know. Jeremy Arendado Vonderberg. Man, you got a long name. I don't know what to tell you, Jeremy. We need like some sort of like shortened version of that.
Serial Connection says I need to be blocked.
Oh, Pochettino. I think it's a great hire. Very excited about that. Wait, you need to be blocked? Is that what he said?
Yeah, he said Jake needs to be blocked.
Jake, what was your what's your cereal? We've already done this, I'm sure.
Oh yeah, Frosted Flakes.
Okay. Yep.
Classic.
Frosted Flakes is fire too when you mix in some banana with it.
Don't get me started.
You guys are ridiculous.
No, James, we're not.
started.
You're ridiculous for not trying that.
Yeah.
Sorry.
I'm gonna let you set this whole thing up, by the way, James. And then just
Yeah.
throw it to me.
Yeah.
Did you see George Kittle make a comment about the
The
shoe?
Yeah.
I want to be like, George, do you know how much I make?
It's facts, bro. We can't be wearing like different Jordans or whatever.
I don't have money.
You think we're dealing with KC?
Do you know? That's the reason. There's a reason they have a second show now, Jesse. Okay, it's
facts.
It's truly to keep up with the shoe
Yeah,
game.
it's facts.
Okay, like each show is another pair of shoes that they get to buy. All right,
Hey, I'm gonna move things around really quick.
go do your thing. What do you
Yeah.
want?
We're gonna go down to like the Aldridge stuff.
Okay, let's do it.
And all right, back in time.
Go for it. Rock.
Welcome back in. I am James. He is Jake Gaden from CBS 13. Joining me today, filling in for the great Kyle Madsen, who is celebrating a gigantic birthday today. It's actually hello.
Did you know this? You know my real name is James.
Really?
Yeah, I can show you my
I don't trust you. You might have to show me. No, you don't have to show me. It's okay. I don't need to see your Connecticut driver's license.
It's a California one, actually.
Oh, really?
Yeah, hold on.
Really? I'm not sure you want to put your ID out on the internet,
Chatty House?
but the Chatty House is bigger than just,
Okay, well, it's there.
it's
All right,
there.
It's there. Okay.
It's been checked.
It's been checked. Everything else is-
So we have James Squared today here on the Insiders. Both of us, I guess, are named James. I had no idea.
The only time when I go by James, though.
When your mom's yelling at you?
Yeah, basically. How'd
Yeah.
you know?
Pretty much.
Yeah, as a dad, it's pretty standard. Okay.
Yeah, Jake, you seem like someone who might get yelled at by his mom on occasion.
Just
saying.
occasion.
Just saying.
Just a couple of times.
Yeah, just saying. We yesterday we went over this this David Aldridge piece, right? David Aldridge from The Athletic, one of the true gentlemen of the sports writing world, a really, really good dude. He's got his rankings of the 2024 offseason moves. And this doesn't mean that he believes your team is the bee's knees if you're in the top 10. He just thinks that you had a good offseason. And so we went through the bottom 10 and then the middle 10 yesterday. Again, Jake, I was telling you the most of the Pacific Division is from like 20 and down.
Mhm.
Like actually all of them except for the Sacramento Kings
Or 20 and down.
are 20 and down. So let's get to what he has as his top 10. And to be honest with you, I'm really surprised that his number 10 is the Dallas Mavericks. And for me, I was surprised by this because this is a team that went out and got Klay Thompson. They went out and got Najee Marshall. They got Spencer Dinwiddie. They got Quentin Grimes. Like they were moving and shaking. They even signed Kings legend Kessler Edwards.
Kessler Edwards.
Yeah.
Oh.
They did lose Derrick Jones Jr. They lost Tim Hardaway. They lost Josh Green. But overall, I think that, I would have thought that they would be higher than 10 just because I think league-wide people fall in love with a move like the Klay Thompson move. Like, where are you at with them as number 10? And do you think that they are a threat like they were this year when they went all the way to the NBA Finals?
I think they're better of a threat because I do believe Clay is an upgrade to Tim Hardaway Jr. I think some of their other smaller moves are going to have a big impactfulness. I think the thing that the Mavs had this past year was depth and a lot of it. I think that is something that they've added to, but the Mavs are only going to go as far as Kyrie and Luka take them.
No, that's true.
That's just
they took them all the way to the finals.
yes.
I mean that's pretty good.
Oh, it's very good, but that's just the nuts and bolts of it.
Yeah, I think it was such a weird Western Conference playoffs. Like,
But that was because it was a weird Western Conference season. Everyone was beating up on everybody.
No, I totally agree. It was a very strange season to me.
Like the fact that we can go into a different time, different place. Sorry,
Yeah, it's okay. At number 9, we have the San Antonio Spurs.
not surprised.
They added Chris Paul. They added the Harrison Barnes. They drafted Stephen Castle. And they did the really weird move where they traded Rob Dillingham. And that to me that was very strange. They will get Devin Vassell back. They'll get Zach Collins back. They will get Victor Wembanyama in year 2. But number 9 again, I'm gonna say that seems a little high. I mean, if I look at the Dallas moves versus the San Antonio moves, I guess in a vacuum, I don't know. Like getting Chris Paul and Harrison Barnes are really, really strong, like support pieces for Victor Wembanyama for like 2 years from now. Like the player he's going to become will partially be because of the experience he has here in his first and second and third seasons, and having guys that are proven leaders, proven NBA good guys, proven pros is probably a really good move.
I think the veteran leadership is going to be something that he probably wants to yearn for a little bit. Hey, he knows how to be an athlete and how to be a basketball player, but maybe the nuances of the game between Harrison and Chris can elevate his game and just become a better pro in the NBA.
Yeah, I think Harrison Barnes certainly will help him like learn the rigors of the schedule and how to take care of your body and how to maintain and all of those things, how to get into the community, how to do a lot of the other stuff that being a pro means. And also, like I'll tell you, like I've been around plenty of coaches in the NBA. Michael Malone told me one time that like without any doubt that Chris Paul is the greatest leader he's ever been around in the NBA. And Michael Malone started his career like with LeBron James.
Mhm.
So Michael Malone knows his players. And while Chris Paul might not be beloved by fans
Mhm.
everywhere, he is a leader that like controls the room, which is really crazy.
Do you think Harrison Barnes teaches Wemby his Euro step, the huh, 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 huh?
I don't know that
That's not part of the game.
Victor
Okay.
Wembanyama needs a Euro step, but if he learns a Euro step, I think it'll be like move, dunk,
Yes, yes.
move, dunk,
Dunk,
dunk.
yes.
You're like, oh, did he just double dunk that? I
Yes.
think he double dunked it.
Yes, 100%.
Yeah. At number eight, we still have not seen the Sacramento Kings. We're building momentum here. This is a very strange one as well. The Cleveland Cavaliers. They fired JB Bickerstaff. They retained none of their free agents,
I was gonna say.
but they did extend Evan Mobley and Donovan Mitchell and Jared Allen. So if you're going to give them a big three, I think he's actually giving them like a boost because they hired Kenny Atkinson as their head coach. They
I like that
drafted
hire.
Jalen Tyson in the first round, number 20. But then on top of that, they were able to retain sort of their big three, which is, I think it's foreshadowing for the Kings that retaining a player might mean a lot in David Aldridge's rankings.
I think so too. I like the Kenny Atkinson acquisition and bringing him in. I think he's going to do a lot for spacing wise offensively. I think that's something that maybe not one-on-one play, a lot of, a little bit more of a ball movement. I like to see Jared Allen, see what he can do with the ball in his hands, maybe play a little bit more DHO type stuff. But I like what you said with like, hey, they retain their big three guys. Now they have something that they have a base plan to build off of, right?
Yeah.
Those are your big three. Let's make the small tweaks around there to elevate even more.
Yeah, and I mean, I would throw Darius Garland in as another one
You
of
like
their.
Garland's game?
I like him. Yeah, I think so. I mean, did they bring Okoro back? Whatever happened to Isaac Okoro? I don't think I know
He's a
what
free
happened
agent,
to-
I believe.
Still?
Yeah, I believe he's a free agent. He hasn't gotten a deal yet. I'll double check that. But I'm pretty sure he's a free agent
He's
still.
restricted, so
Yeah.
they can match any deal. But man, if he's still available, like
Zing.
he's a guy that I would be intrigued by. Okay, let's get to number 7 because we're building momentum towards what could be the Sacramento Kings in David Aldridge's ranking. The Brooklyn Nets again. Very, very interesting. Basically, he's giving them this high of a ranking because they picked up a 25, 27, 29, and 31 first round pick. I think they picked up another 25. They picked up a pick swap. They picked up more pick swaps. They picked up second round picks. So while they lost a whole lot of players, including Mikal Bridges and Keita Bates-Diop, they added a bunch of assets, which is probably what they needed to do, and they hired a young coach that can help sort of develop this thing.
Don't disagree.
Okay.
You're on it.
Yeah, I
think the when you look at Brooklyn, what do those picks turn into? Like, and then if you look at OKC, if they take the same roadmap that OKC did, drafting, getting all these guys, then I can say I agree with that. But you don't know what draft picks you'll get, and you don't know if it'll be like when you do have to choose if it's a good draft or a bad draft, right? You got to hit on guys.
Yeah.
I think that's the big risk, especially in the NBA.
Well, I also think when you trade with the Knicks, which is a team that now is going to be really, really good for the next 5 years.
I would say 5 years at least.
Yeah, so you're going to run into that as a problem because, like, the Team Villanova, they've got 4 of the Villanova dudes. They're going to be just, like, really, really difficult to deal with. And I think that they're going to be a perennial team. We're going to get to the top 5 of this list when we get back from the break. Where do the Sacramento Kings land? We're the insiders here on ESPN 1320. I'm James Ham. He is Jake Gaden, filling in for Kyle Madsen. We'll be back in just a minute.
Yeah, Okoro's still a free agent.
Oh, say
wow.
They were working on rumors. They were going to sign a trade with him all year, but it just never happened.
I like Okoro. I would take Okoro on my team.
I don't like how he has Orlando in the top 3. The one thing I just disagree
Here
with.
you are, just like
I disagree with
killing our content, Jake. Killing our content on the live stream.
No, I like this. Sorry, guys. All right, you're gonna see it here in a second. They could go online. I'm looking what they're reading because I should have done this before.
Good Bob Newhart reference here. Serial connection.
All right, let's do a little quick thingy-majiggy.
Jay Oliphant is also a James. There's James everywhere. Yeah, I totally dig that the Team USA went out and got a really good coach, Jeremy. Like really, really nice, solid play.
I'm gonna do a video real quick.
Jake's doing a video.
Coming down 3, 2, 1. Morning, everybody. Here at the ESPN 1320 studios, joining the insiders with the guy, James Ham, talking everything NBA schedule release day. It's also Kyle Madsen's birthday. Happy birthday, Kyle. But we're going to be on here till noon. Tap in on the link below.
Look at him.
The socials are just so important, buddy.
The kids these days.
The kids these days. Should I put it on TikTok?
I don't know. You can put it on TikTok if you'd like. I don't know. I keep hearing that.
Everybody here at. All right.
My pitch was better than 50 cents. 50 cents.
50.
Pitch, that's for sure.
What's the URL for the live stream? That's what I'm doing.
I tweeted.
Yeah, you did. I'm
Yeah.
going to just take off of that.
Boom, boom, boom.
Oh, you had Chris on, Peterman, yesterday.
Just for like 15.
How was he?
He's good. Yeah.
He's getting married soon, isn't he?
He told us is it
Next April, I think.
April 5th?
Yeah.
It's during the 6-game road trip because we made fun of Jason Anderson, who's going to have to go on the 6-game road trip. And it's not a good road trip.
Oh, I believe that. Jason's going to be like, gosh, darn it.
I mean, it's got some questionable to quite questionable. Welcome back into the Insiders. I'm James Ham. Joining me, Jake Gaden from CBS 13. We're talking all things Sacramento Kings here in this segment. We've been working on David Aldridge's list of the best off-season moves by NBA teams, ranking the teams from 30 all the way down to 1. And we just finished up with the Brooklyn Nets at number 7. We get to number 6. Drum roll, please. Again, I don't have any buttons. The Sacramento Kings are number 6.
Hey, yeah.
That's really, really solid. Oh, look at that. We do have air horns. Look at that.
Yes.
Okay, so the Sacramento Kings, they, of course, acquired DeMar DeRozan. They acquired Jalen McDaniels. They signed Orlando Robinson. They drafted Devin Carter. They brought in Isaiah Crawford and Isaac Jones on 2-way contracts. The departures are, of course, Harrison Barnes, Chris Duarte, Davion Mitchell, Sasha Vezenkov, and then some dude, Jamal Sheed, who was traded like a second-round pick that was drafted by someone else using a Kings pick. But I think the biggest thing for David Aldridge is like 2 things. Number 1, DeMar DeRozan is huge. The addition of DeMar DeRozan, but also retaining Malik Monk, and of course they also retained Alex Len. But the Malik Monk signing is probably what puts them over the top here in David Aldridge's rankings.
And I think they're perfectly situated at 6. I think that's a great ranking for the Kings. I think I completely agree with everything that he outlined in that. Another great thing to outline in that he did mention that I'll throw in there is he did mention about retaining Mike Brown as a head coach. I think that is a wrinkle that maybe people aren't talking about as much, just to make sure he's not playing on that final year of his deal this year. But I do agree. I like every move they've made. Do I feel like they could make another move? Yeah, but that's another conversation for another day.
Well, whether they could or I think we've gotten to the point where they might not be able to make.
No, they're not, because the value is not there.
Well, I don't know if the value's there. Like you have to have a partner to,
yes.
yes. You can't just sit
Takes
there.
2 to tango. Yes.
Yeah, and so if there's a possibility of that changing, like in the future, I'm going to leave a door open for them to make adjustments on the roster as we get closer and closer to training camp. I think that there's still possibility. I mean, it feels like we're getting close to basketball season. We're 6 weeks away from training
We're
camp
so
starting.
away. Yeah.
6 weeks away. Like I was looking, I was like, oh man, this is a lot of time. We got a ton of time before training camp, and there's all kinds of moves that have been made in this portion of the offseason the last couple of years. Like a lot of them, like the Damian Lillard trade. I think the Kyrie Irving trade happened during this time. Like there's a lot of things that can still happen. So I'm not going to say that they're done, but I do think that it's possible. It's possible that this is going to be the team that they walk into the season with. Rounding out the top 5, just so we get this done, and we show respect to the teams that finish above the Kings in David Aldridge's ranking. The Boston Celtics at number 5. I don't think they really did anything.
They didn't do anything, but they're the defending champs, so that's the reason they're running it back.
Yeah, like they are, but they also like they have everyone locked up. They have 5 guys making 30 million or more. It's wild. The Knicks at number 4, of course, they took the big swing and got Mikal Bridges.
Not high enough.
Cameron Payne they signed. They made some moves. Definitely. They did lose Isaiah Hartenstein. They lost Alec Burks. They lost Bojan Bogdanovic. They Shake Milton. Like there's some guys that they lost in this whole deal. But they also, again, to get back to sort of this thing, they signed OG Anunoby to a 5-year, $112.5 million deal.
Thank you.
They picked up the club option for Jericho Sims. They brought back Precious Achiuwa, and they extended Jalen Brunson on
team friendly.
That's where they're getting their ranking.
Yes.
Right there is the team friendly addition, bringing Jalen Brunson back at a discounted rate. Number 3, we got the Orlando Magic, KCP and Corey Joseph. So they went old school, and the guy they lost was Joe Ingles, but they were able to retain Jonathan Isaac on a big deal. Gogo Bidazi, Mo Wagner, Gary Harris, and they extended Franz Wagner. Number 2, Philadelphia 76ers, which this is fully expected. The Paul George signing is a huge coup for them, but also they brought in Eric Gordon, Andre Drummond, Caleb Martin, which was a steal, Reggie Jackson. They drafted Jared McCain, Sacramento kid. They did a lot of good work. They did lose Tobias Harris and Nick Batum and DeAnthony Melton, Paul Reed. They lost Buddy Hield. They lost Mo Bamba. But again, let's get back to who they retained. Tyrese Maxey on a 5-year, $204 million deal. They brought back Kelly Oubre on a 2-year, $16 million deal. They got Kyle Lowry back. They got Kenyon Martin back. So they did some good work.
I like everything that Philadelphia did this offseason. They were going to be that Eastern Conference between those Celtics, Knicks, and 76ers. Get your popcorn popped.
Yeah, my only question is, how long does it take for that team to gel? Because
of course,
realistically, you're bringing back like 2 players.
Agreed.
Kelly Oubre was there, but 2 legitimate like frontline starters, and then you have all of these other pieces. Like that's a lot of roster turnover. Like 9 or 10 different roster players. That's going to be crazy to see how it all works out.
And Joel Embiid staying healthy. So
that means everything. Yeah. I mean, they're not going anywhere without Embiid.
Yes.
So, and then the final one, number 1 on David Aldridge's list, the Oklahoma City Thunder, which they're pretty high on OKC. Isaiah Hartenstein signed a 3-year, $87 million deal, which is absolutely ridiculous. I don't know what happened there and how he got all that money, but he did. Alex Caruso they acquired. That's the big one.
That was the best one.
They got Nikola Topic at number 12, which is a steal because he would have been much higher, but he blew his ACL out.
But it's a year for him, right?
Yeah, so he's going to sit out for a year. They traded Josh Giddey. They retained Isaiah Joe and Aaron Wiggins. I think that's a little high, but it is what it is.
If you're doing your list, who's number 1?
It's got to be Philly. Yeah, I think it's got to be Philly.
I put Philly, and then I put New York too.
Yeah, I would have put New York up higher. Yeah.
I think that's and then maybe OKC filling out the top 3.
Even Dallas, I think Dallas I would have put up there.
You really like those Dallas moves.
Well, you're talking about a team who went to the finals and who didn't even play Tim Hardaway Jr. and then you just replaced him with
Right.
Klay Thompson. And I don't think Klay has a ton left in the tank, but I think just the respect that Klay gets, that's going to be pretty stellar.
And space the floor more. Better.
Yeah, and I like Najee Marshall. I think that was a nice little sneaky pickup.
Yep.
I like him better than I like Derrick Jones Jr. I mean, Derrick Jones Jr. just kind of flames out almost every year. So yeah, I don't know. That's a tough one. Either way, it's a great list, and big shout out to David Aldridge for. I think this is like, for me, it's a really honest opinion, like well-educated look at the league, because a lot of times that's not what we're getting. We're getting these instant reactions that put the Kings at like one of the worst signings of the year with DeMar DeRozan.
The Athletic does a good job, though. Can I like give our shout out to a couple of guys around here?
Well, yeah,
like
yeah.
Sam Amick is just incredible.
Yeah, Sam, he can't come on the show, but go ahead.
Sorry. Sam's great, though, okay? Sam, if you're listening to this, buddy, I think the world of you.
Yeah.
I think James does, too.
I do, too. Yeah, he's been on the podcast many, many, many times, but as far as here, no. And Slater, good stuff, too. Yeah.
Both those guys, just well-educated. They're not ESPN just going off of the stars every single day, which drives me up a wall.
Well, that or like I was saying yesterday, like ESPN, when the DeRozan trade happened, they literally had a graphic of DeMar DeRozan in 2 different uniforms and saying how it was a lose-lose situation. It was a lose for Chicago for losing him, and it was a loss for Sacramento for getting him. And I'm just shaking my head like, what exactly does that mean?
I want to meet the producer of NBA today. Yeah. That's what I want to do.
Okay, so Jake, we haven't got to talk since this happened, but what exactly, what were your thoughts about the DeMar DeRozan addition?
I think it's great. I think it's an upgrade, and everyone could say whatever they want, but nothing against Harrison Barnes, but Harrison, it can't be that. Okay, the best example is, and I set this up with this, okay? Imagine what happened again this year, happens again next year, where Malik goes down, Kevin goes down. You don't have a true second person to go get a bucket, right? And you saw a lot of De'Aaron Fox trying to do as much as he could and will his way there, but you need a second guy. They had Harrison Barnes try to have that role at the end of the season, and it didn't work. Like, he had one good game against the Warriors, if I'm correct on this. And then after that, it was kind of fizzling out, like especially in that rough 6-game stretch at the end of the season where they were battling to try to get out of the play-in. Like, the guy couldn't get a bucket. And I think that has nothing to do with him. It's just that's not his game. With DeMar, you have that. I think you have a bona fide second guy, even third guy, if Malik's out there in that fourth quarter, that can go get a bucket. And that can close a game. I'm really excited to see what a fourth quarter team looks like for the Kings. Everyone's like, well, defensively, they've gotten worse. I was like, yes, Harrison was great because he could guard 1 through 4, but I don't think DeMar can't do that. And I think DeMar has an opportunity to prove people that he is a good defensive player. And I don't think they're losing that much on the defensive end. So overall, to get to your question, I think it's a great move. I think they got better this offseason. I still think they need more length, but that's another conversation for another day.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's the conversation for every day that we've always had. It's just, the length and athleticism of the league. That's where the league is gone.
Yes.
And the Kings still don't have those pieces. Like, you're still going to have to figure out a way to go through a team like
the Pelicans.
Well, the Pelicans, but also a team like Minnesota, who just, like, every position, they got a guy with a like +8 wingspan. And that's really, really tough when you just don't have those guys. So it's not that you can't get around it. It's not like you can't beat them because the Kings have proven that they can. But at the same time, I do think that they still need that 1 or 2 adjustments to find those players. And until they do, I don't think we talk about them as a team up here. We talk about them team up here. So a really good team, but a team that you're still waiting for that one extra move that puts them over the top. And it doesn't have to be a big, super expensive, like shiny, crazy move. It's got to be a move that brings in the right type of complementary pieces to go with what they already have.
And if you don't do that, then don't make the move. Simple as that.
Yeah.
Don't make a move to make a move. But I don't think Monty or Wes have ever tried to do that.
No. I think there have been plenty of times where I've said this even on the show. Like, Don't make a move to make a move. Make a move because your team's not good enough.
Yes. Oh, 100%.
And I felt like that was something that should have happened last year, and it did not. Like there came a point where it's like, hey, look, your team's not good enough. This team is not going to get to the second round of the playoffs, and then they don't even actually make the playoffs. But like predicting that would have been difficult. Predicting injuries down the stretch would have been difficult. But I think you're right about the DeRozan thing. What I love is that by bringing him in, you bring in a true shot creator, not just for himself, but for others. And so what that's going to do when you do have an injury or when you just need shot creation in a game, when the ball gets sticky or shots aren't falling, you now have a guy who can get to the line at a super high clip, but also who can hit from anywhere on the floor and find a guy like Keegan Murray for a wide open look in the corner. Like what he brings to the table versus Harrison Barnes. And I'll even say this, like the metrics don't back up what everyone's saying about DeMar DeRozan versus Harrison Barnes as a defender. Harrison Barnes allowed his defender to shoot his offensive like counterpart to shoot something like 41% from three last year.
Mm-hmm.
DeMar DeRozan held his opponent to 34%. So it's possible that their defense won't take some big giant hit. I just wonder how it's going to work out, like what it looks like when it's on the court.
I also think who's closing the game. I don't care who opens the game. I want to know who's closing it. And do you put DeMar at the 3, Monk, De'Aaron, Keegan, and Domas?
Yeah, as of today, but I mean those things can change.
Like I personally though, I like Keon in that final group too.
Yeah,
because I think you need a good lockdown defender.
Where are you at with your starting lineup? If it were today, what would be your starting
right
lineup?
now? Starting lineup.
Yep.
De'Aaron, number 1, point guard. I like Keon at number starting as the second guard.
Okay.
DeMar at the 3, Keegan at the 4, Domas at the 5. Malik closes. Kevin Huerter is going to have to be more of a role player. Kevin will get his time, but I think Kevin is more of a role player this year. I'm intrigued to see something with Kevin this year. If he does come off the bench, how well does he come off the bench? Because he's never come off the bench in his career.
Yeah.
Anyway, we're dating back to high school and college. So is that a psych thing that he can get over? We'll find out.
Yeah, it's going to be difficult. Like I don't know what it's going to look like. Like as of right now, I think you're going to open up that shooting guard position, and you're going to make it as close to a
true competition.
Yeah, true competition as you can between Monk and Ellis and Huerter. But I think doing right by the team is in my opinion, is the same thing that you said. It's Keon Ellis at the 2, and it's because like number one, either way, it doesn't matter who's at that position. You're like the 5th option, right? You're the 5th option on offense. So like I'm okay if a guy is out there who only shoots threes and gets breakaways. That's fine.
Mm-hmm.
I need a defender. I need someone who's willing to accept a role. And sure, Kevin Huerter has like a bigger gravitational pull, but like Keon shot over 41% from 3. Like he checks all the boxes, and he allows De'Aaron Fox to walk out on the court in the first quarter and just go offensively and not worry about who he's going to defend, because Keon will take the toughest cover, and he'll take the second or the third toughest cover, with Keegan taking a tough cover as well. And so that's how I would go. But I don't know. That's also a pretty small lineup.
It is, but that they're a small team.
Yeah.
Like, let's be real about that. You know who I'm excited, though, if Kevin does play in that second unit, who he gets to play with? Devin Carter. I think that the two of those tangoing together, I think could be special.
Okay.
I like Carter's defense and his distribution, and I love how Kevin can space the floor for him.
I just wonder how long it's going to be before we see Devin Carter.
That's the question. That makes me so sad. It is what it is.
Yeah, I mean we're talking January before we get an update.
Yeah.
And so
we might lose it for the full year.
Yeah, I mean 6 to 8 months is what we heard like right away, and I wouldn't be surprised if he redshirts or comes close to it. There's a possibility he comes back late in the season and plays like small amounts, but
if he does, that'll be fun. But everything I've heard out of my friends from Providence, I mean everything says that guy is a bona fide stud.
Yeah,
like everything I've heard.
Yeah, it really does feel like they got a good player. It's just how long is it going to
It's gonna
take?
take.
You know, the injuries, and I think also when you draft an older prospect, which he is, I mean, 21, 22. When you draft an older prospect and then he's going to miss substantial time to open his career, I mean, this is a big deal because he can be there watching in training camp and stuff, but he's not going to be cleared to do anything in September, which means he's going to be watching like the whole time, and he'll be rehabbing the whole time. But like he will be behind when he does step on the court. We're still talking about a rookie, and so maybe he can make an impact late.
Maybe he could sit behind De'Aaron and learn from De'Aaron. I don't know. You just don't. I'd love to
Yeah.
see how he does coming back from injury. I don't think this is the first major injury in his career, so I think that's going to be the interesting part.
Well, that and he played through it. He said last year, a good
Yes.
portion of the year. But that doesn't matter because he wouldn't have the surgery. Now you don't play through it. Although we did have as Dr. P. We had Dr. P on, and he talked to us about like the recovery, what it will be. And with this type of injury, it used to be, they keep you in a sling for like 3 months or something. That's not what they do anymore. They start doing range of motion almost immediately and try to start rebuilding
the muscle.
Yeah, so I think it's a little bit quicker of a recovery. Leezy in the chat is asking me to open the phones. I'm not opening the phones because I don't take calls and I don't have a dump button. I do have a dump button, but I don't typically know where to hit it quickly. So I'm okay without opening the phones, Jesse.
No phones today?
Yeah, no phones because I typically don't take calls.
Okay.
Leezy,
Yeah.
throw it in the chat though, my guy.
Yeah, sorry, Leezy.
Or DM me, one of the three. Okay.
If Kyle was here, he would call you Dawn and then hang up on you. So I hope that makes you feel better. All right. Yeah.
Moving on.
Yeah, that's one of those things that it's Kyle's gag that we run with every day, that everyone who calls in is named Dawn. Yeah.
Interesting.
Because we don't have a call screener. No, so he's
I could take the calls today.
Well, no, you can take the calls today, but then no, I'm not doing that because then if I've got to hang up on somebody, I don't know. Like,
James, I can hang up on them. You don't have to worry about it. You just talk to them. I can handle the rest.
It's okay. It's okay.
Jesse hasn't hung up on John from Connecticut yet, so
Never hung up on John in Connecticut.
That's right. Let's see. We do have a couple other things here to talk about with Kings stuff before we get into schedule and all that stuff. Who in your mind needs to be the big breakout player this year? Who has to have a breakout season?
Keegan Murray. I am intrigued to see what evolution he can take from year 2 to year 3. I think that's where I'm at in terms of wanting to see where his game goes. I think he needs to get tougher, needs to get stronger, trying to go to the rim. Defensively, I think he's great. Showed that he can really defend 1 through 4. I love his 3-point shot, but I'd love to see his midi game get better, and I'd love for him just to get stronger going to the rack and not be afraid to take some contact, man. I just don't know if he has that dog in him. I think we all had JaVale McGee on a couple weeks ago talking about his celebrity softball game, whatever it was, right? And he said, hey, this team didn't have some dogs in him. I just want to see if he can bark. Can Keegan come out of his shell a little bit and show some emotion and be able to be physical and be a guy a little bit?
Yeah. Okay. So the Keegan Murray thing, I get, but I'm slightly concerned that when you go out and you sign a guy like DeMar DeRozan, who took 17 shots per game last year and then went to the free throw line for another 7.7 free throw attempts per game, that there's going to be less opportunity. And I don't know that that's a horrible thing. I don't know if it's a good thing or a bad thing. We'll have to wait and see how it functions, right? How it works in functionality. But for me, I expect him to get better, to get stronger, to do more. But I'm also worried that there's just not going to be enough shot attempts to go around. And I don't think DeMar DeRozan is going to take 17 shots per game this year, but I do think he's going to take 15. And I do know that Harrison Barnes took 8.8 last year. So where are you going to get those extra 6 or 7 shots? And that's where it becomes a bit of a question mark for me. There, we can talk about it all the time about there's only one ball, but you're going into the season with quite a few playmakers now, 3 legit perimeter playmakers in Fox, Monk, and DeRozan, but then also one of the best passing centers in the league. And so you're gonna four guys on this team are gonna average like 24 assists per game, roughly. That's incredible. Like you have that kind of like offensive versatility, but at the same time, not one of those guys is Keegan Murray. So I could see in a world where he's more efficient and he's a better player, but also where his usage is way lower and his shot attempts are, he struggles to get his shot attempts. And so maybe he doesn't take a leap on like in statistics, but a leap as a player, like what you said, like he does need to show that he can go inside and throw down a dunk on somebody. I think he's shown more and more of that over the last during last season, but I'm worried that especially this year in particular, he's going to have a tough time taking that leap to like 18 points a game, where I thought he would. Like I kind of just penned him in for 18 points this season, and Demonis for 19 and Fox for 25 plus. And then you take a guy like DeRozan, who averaged literally twice as many points per game as Harrison Barnes, and you're wondering, okay, how is it going to impact some of the other players? And so that can be an issue. But maybe I'm wrong. Maybe this will just be Keegan Murray gets wide open looks all day long because he's playing with great passers everywhere, and that's the way it's going to work.
I also think when you take Kevin Huerter out of the equation as that starting shooting guard, and the amount of shots he took to start the game, and you give those shots to DeMar, I think that is where the distribution might be a little bit better. Plus, you got to remember, DeMar was the guy in Chicago. Like, he's not the guy in Sacramento.
No, he's not even the second guy
in
Sacramento. I mean, I think he's the second scoring option for sure.
Of course.
But the second option, the first option is Domas. The first scoring option is De'Aaron. So I think it's going to be interesting, but I also think that it might be something like buying Keegan a year, also getting Keegan a different type of veteran that is not, I think, sort of like, I'll make this distinction. Harrison Barnes is like a selfless dude. Like in life and on the court, he's fully a selfless dude. That's not who DeMar DeRozan is. They're just different in that way. And I think that's okay. And I think you can get so far with Harrison as like your mentor and as one of your vets in the room. But sometimes you do need to go to somebody who's a little bit different, who is a little more on the court, a little bit more selfish, and like he will lead by example in a different way than Harrison could. And they're both great leaders behind the scenes, but sometimes a player like Keegan needs to see somebody who isn't selfless, who is like, hey man, I need you to score now. Like I'm done with the soft. I'm done with you just hanging out and watching things. I'm done with all that. I need you to go and take over right now.
I want the Keegan Murray where remember when Mike was about to sub him out for Sasha?
Oh yeah.
And he turns over to Mike on the way back and says, sit him down. All right. I want that Keegan. All right. That's the Keegan I want.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, hey, look, I don't think it's that far away. I think he's a player that I think the Kings have a huge amount of faith in. And like they believe in his potential. Now let's see what he looks like. I mean, we're getting to the point where the player he's going to be in year 3 and really the player he is in year 4 is probably the player he's going to be the rest of his career. And you're hoping that he can reach that height. And I would like to see a moment where, again, DeMar DeRozan can start to take less of a role. So Keegan Murray can take more. And it's because Keegan has gotten to the point where he's good enough for DeMar to feel comfortable handing some of that off to him and saying, look, I don't have to average 24, but I could average 20, I could average 18, but I'm going to need you to take those points and be that guy. So yeah, I think it should be interesting. All right. We're to the end, hour number 1. When we come back, we're going to talk a whole bunch about the NBA schedule.
I am so excited. You've been like teasing this.
I have been teasing. Like, yeah, we've been. I'm trying to like wait a little bit because the NBA schedule is going to drop at noon.
I know,
and we're trying to we're doing some like weird foreshadowing stuff here.
I just think it's so exciting.
Some old Johnny Carson, like hold the Swami, like hold the envelope to your head and like guess what will happen on the schedule. We're going to do all that here on the Insiders next. I'm James Ham. He is Jake Gaden filling in for Kyle Madsen. We are the Insiders on ESPN 1320, brought to you by Jiffy Lube. Oh. Yeah, the Chatty House is fun. I think he does have that. I just think that he has to be like pushed a little bit. And Mike Brown, I totally agree with this. I also think that De'Aaron Fox has been telling him nonstop to be more aggressive, and I also think that Malik Monk and Domantas Sabonis are in his ear the whole time. And this is another good point right here. Like Keegan Murray, like the end of year 3 is when you get your rookie scale extension if you're going to get one. And then you can always get one after year 4 as well, but usually year 3 is when you get the rookie scale extension. And I'm intrigued. I want to know if, we talked a little bit about this earlier in the week, but Jake, there's a possibility that Keegan Murray is more a refined Aaron Gordon than he is a Michael Porter Jr.
Fine with that.
Right?
Totally fine with that.
Yeah.
Totally good. But here's the thing, though. Aaron Gordon is not afraid to get physical. That dude is a walking truck. Okay.
Yeah.
And I've seen his game since college, and he's been like that. That's where I worry that if he could beat the Aaron Gordon.
Yeah, but defensively, that is who Keegan is. Keegan's been exceptional defensively.
Yeah, but offensively, he's not.
Well, yeah, but I mean, I think that's where we're going to look at 2 different games. And to be honest, I would take Keegan Murray's offensive game over Aaron Gordon's offensive game any day of the week.
Oh, 100%. Keegan has a much better 3-point shot than Aaron Gordon, and has the ability to do more on the DHO than Aaron Gordon. I need the physicality. I think, like I said, they need that dog this year. They just do.
Okay. No, I don't think they have. Overall, they have
a guy like that.
Well,
you think Orlando Robinson can be that guy? That's the question.
No, I don't think Orlando Robinson. I mean, it's gonna be tough for Orlando to get on the court.
Yeah, that's what I was gonna say.
Yep,
they love Alex.
It's gonna get tough for Jalen McDaniels to get on the court.
Before, who's gonna back up De'Aaron then? As the
It's gonna be Malik and whoever isn't
Evan?
Starting at the 2.
Okay.
Yeah.
And then who's your 3? In the second unit?
Keegan.
Okay. And then 4?
Trey.
Okay.
And then, you might be right.
Len.
They might do Alex Len. They might switch back and forth to Orlando, like maybe.
Mm-hmm.
But, maybe we'll see some Jalen McDaniels. I don't know.
I think we see a little bit of him.
Yeah, you got to test and see what he looks like.
Because I'd like Malik in the 3 sometimes when he's not the ball handler.
Yeah, but he's super undersized. Like a 3-guard set. All right, we're back. Hour number 2. Welcome back into the Insiders. I am James Ham. Joining me, Jake Gaden from CBS 13.
Yes, sir.
We have spent a lot of time talking about the Sacramento Kings today, and we're probably going to do a lot more of that. And I kind of want to sidetrack you again just to mess with you.
Okay, go for it.
Yeah, we've got the CeeDee Lamb situation in Dallas, and we've got the Brandon Aiyuk situation here in San Francisco. And I'm just wondering, like, what do you see from these 2 sort of weird situations? How do you think it's all going to play out in the end?
So they're 2 completely different situations, in my personal opinion.
Yeah,
because I don't think Dallas can do anything until they do something with Dak and figure out, is he the guy? Do we want to pay him this offseason? think that starts there, and then you figure out how much money left you have for CeeDee Lamb, how much money left you have for Micah Parsons, even though the reports are that CD and the Cowboys are close to a deal. But I also saw earlier in the week that Jerry Jones is in no rush to pay CeeDee Lamb, like, at all. So I think with that situation, could CD get paid? Yes. Could I see him getting a top 5 contract in the NFL for a wide receiver? Absolutely. But I'm going to err on the side of caution and say this thing's not going to get done until next year or after the season at least. Compared to Ayuk, where I think this is going to come to a head sooner rather than later. I'm of mind of this. I think Ayuk is being very strange in how he's letting this thing play out. I don't know if he's trying to make this juicier and make this more of a drama-filled type of signing of, do I want to stay with the 49ers? Do I want to go to another team? Like, I don't know how Ayuk is treating the situation, if he's taking it as seriously as it could possibly be. Because I don't know if he understands what it means to go to a bad team, coming from a team where they have Super Bowl aspirations this year, next year, and the year after that, right? That's just a different way of looking at it. So, okay, to answer your question, I think the CeeDee Lamb contract will not be taken care of until after the season, once they figure out Dak and figure out if Dak's the guy. I think Ayuk's situation is going to be taken care of hopefully within the week, and if not, I think he's traded.
Okay. I think, like, everything that I know about Brandon Aiyuk is that he's not that guy. He's not the, like, crazy me. You know, he's not a typical, like, diva wide receiver. He's trying to get what he deserves, what he thinks he deserves, and what his agent thinks he deserves, what the market has proved out to be. And to me, that's okay. Like, it's okay to be out there and saying, like, look, this is, like, basically what the market is, and, like, you need to pay me accordingly. Like, my stats measure up to these players, and my stats would be even better if we didn't have all these other pieces and I got more of the pie. So I get all of that. The CeeDee Lamb situation, I think it's just such a bad look for Jerry Jones, because, like, his franchise was just, like, valuated at $10 billion, and he's looking like such a cheap fool. Like, what are you doing? Like, nobody is enjoying your press conferences where you're cryptic and you're silly and you're like, realistically, you're coming across as like a boob. Like, what are you doing, man? You're like, take care of your business. You have one of the top 2 or 3 wide receivers in the NFL. Like, if I'm putting, again, like, this year statistically, it's Tyreek Hill, number 1. But number 2, it's not Justin Jefferson. I would love for it to be Justin Jefferson, but Sam Darnold is throwing to him. And that's going to be a really tough thing for him to go out there and get 16 or 1,800 yards. That's not going to happen. CeeDee Lamb is like the next dude. And it almost feels
over
like
Debo.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. I mean, Debo can't stay healthy, and he's not a true wide receiver.
True.
And again, I would take Aiyuk over Debo any day of the week. I think that you can find players that can do some of what Debo does. It's tough, but you can find players like that. Finding elite wide receivers is not simple. And the 49ers have not been a team that over the last, couple of decades, since, the great years of Jerry Rice and then Terrell Owens, have been able to create that type of wide receiver that goes out and gets 1,000 yards every year. And so I'm a little concerned. That's like, hey, what exactly are you guys going to do if you don't have the Aiyuk situation? And I think Aiyuk is playing this the right way for himself, because at the end of the day, the 49ers, if they trade him, their opportunity to go to the Super Bowl decreases. Their chance of making it decreases. And so for me, I think he does have leverage. Like, he has some sort of leverage in this situation, and maybe it's created leverage, but still, I believe it's there.
Not wrong. When you look at a guy like Amon-Ra St. Brown,
Mm-hmm.
where does he stand on your list? Like, for me, I still think he's a top 3 wide receiver.
He's top 5. Okay. Yeah. And I don't think Aiyuk is a top 5 wide receiver, but that doesn't matter. Like, when AJ Brown is getting paid, and when DJ Moore is getting paid, and like every other wide receiver is getting paid,
but you,
then yeah, like it's his career, but it makes sense for him to hold out.
But he turned down $32 million from the Patriots.
Yeah, but we don't know what that really looked like.
You think,
Like these numbers that they're throwing out there, are like,
I'm good
uh,
accord that it was over 30 million guaranteed.
well, yeah, but I'd have to again. It's what is it every year? How much money is guaranteed fully over the course of the deal? And that's where having guys like Kyle that are like fully involved in this all the time, and we bring in guys like Chris Biederman and like Nick Wagner from ESPN. Like the guaranteed money thing is all really intriguing to me. Like I didn't know they have to put whatever guaranteed money that is in a deal, they have to put that in an escrow account. Yeah, so if it's $165 million for a quarterback, that money drops into a bank account and sits there. It has to be it is an escrow account that sits there. So part of it is like how much guaranteed money do the 49ers want to put out and the range from what again the top wide receivers making in Justin Jefferson and Tyreek Hill, what their guaranteed money is like 80-90 million bucks, but then it drops all the way down to like 55 million for the next group of wide receivers. Like is Aiyuk asking for 75 million in guaranteed money? Is he asking for so there's something that we're not seeing that we're missing that doesn't make sense to the 49ers. The 49ers can't go out with like a $26 million offer per year in May, then watch all of these contracts go and then expect that to be the same going rate, 4 months later.
You're
Right?
not wrong. No, you're not wrong. You're on it.
So they have to at least like have come up some. So we're missing something. I don't think it's average salary. I think they're close there.
Incentives.
It's got to be the guaranteed money.
Okay.
And if you're him, you should be concerned about that because I think we all understand that like some of these guys that don't have the guaranteed money, some of the guys on this roster, whether it's Debo, whether it's Kittle, whether it's Juszczyk, whether, whoever it might be, they might not be around in a couple of years.
Bosa.
Yeah. And I think Bosa will, but the rest of them who are making all this money, they're going to have to make cuts somewhere, right? When they pay Purdy. And you don't want to be as Brandon Aiyuk, you don't want to be one of the guys who are just affordable enough to get cut, to not be part of the plan. And so I don't know.
Who do they pay first though? Trent or him?
I've always felt like Trent is just chilling.
Okay.
Like I think he's home working out and is like, yeah, I'll be there. Like, don't worry, I'll be there.
Just like
I'll be there. I'll be there the week before. Like, he's not going to play in preseason.
No.
Like I'll be there like right at the end of preseason and
after the third preseason game when we have that 2-week ramp up until week 1.
Yeah, I'll be. Yeah,
I'll be there. We'll sign a guaranteed deal. Call it a day.
Yeah. And it's just for him. I think it's guaranteeing like an extra the money for next year or something.
Yeah,
right.
It is 100%.
Yeah, so I think for him, like I'm not concerned there. I believe he's doing what a lot of veterans do when they hit like 36, 37 years old. They're like, I'm okay with not being out there all the time.
Yeah, like I love you guys. And I know I love being around you guys. I just don't want to go through another training camp. I've been there, done that. Okay.
That, and I think at a certain point, you get to where you're not going to be playing. You're not going to be practicing all the time, and you don't want to get hurt. So it almost becomes like, hey, am I going to sit here and mentor somebody? Is that what I'm here for? Like, don't we have coaches here for that? At some point, he will be that guy, the mentor guy. But for right now, it's like he'd rather be at home and chilling and not out in the sweltering heat of California.
No, I understood.
Yeah.
We'll see how it shakes, though.
Yeah, I think the Aiyuk deal does get like one way or another. We should know soon, but we still have like a month, right?
We do. I think one thing that Nick Bosa proved last year,
that was a disaster.
You cannot wait to the final week of the offseason to figure this thing out.
In my mind, that was an absolute disaster.
I do not disagree. I'm glad they got the deal done, but I am expecting Nick Bosa to have a much better start to his season than he did last year, closer to what he did 2 years ago, where he just came on rolling because he was there, he was at practice, he was getting hit. It's football shape for anybody who's played is much different than just going to the gym for 4 hours in training for a day. Getting in football shape, getting hit, being able to catch balls by a certain guy on a consistent basis is much different than just catching jugs. Like it's a different mentality, a different feel. Simple as that.
Yeah, I totally agree. I think this is one of those situations though where You should have learned from your mistake. With
You would
Bosa.
think.
You should have learned, because the 49ers pass rush was non-existent the first half of the season because of the holdout. It never materialized. Nothing ever worked the way it was supposed to work because he didn't look right the whole time.
Mhm.
So, all right, when we come back, we will start breaking down.
Are
the
you
NBA
sure
schedule.
on this? You've teased me like
I
for
just keep
an
messing with
hour
you.
and 15 minutes right now.
We're gonna tell you when the great Harrison Barnes makes his debut.
The Black Falcon.
Oh, there it is. We'll have that here in just a minute. I am James. He is Jake. We are the Insiders here on ESPN 1320, brought to you by Jiffy Lube. See you in a minute.
You know who I think they're going to miss this year that no one's talking about enough? So do you see Kalia Davis went down?
Yeah.
I think they're going to miss Eric Armstead.
It's possible. I mean, I like Eric Armstead. He's come on the show. I just feel like Eric Armstead was a really good defensive lineman, but he wasn't like a superstar. And you lost to Forrest Buckner as part of that deal, to retain him and give him all the money. He didn't play he didn't play nearly as many games as like I would have liked to have seen. And, he had some injury issues. And I'm not trying to downgrade him, but I don't know that he was like as dominant. He had one dominant season, got a gigantic payday off that dominant season. And then every other season he was either really good or he was banged up.
His best game though was the Super Bowl.
Yeah.
By far. Like it's not even close statistically and just how he played.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, again, he's a guy that will be missed for sure. But there are other defensive linemen in the league that kind of can do what he did. Like he wasn't pushing for 10 sacks.
Do you see the stretch before the All-Star break?
For the Kings?
Yeah. You were just talking about it. So that's the East Coast swing.
They've got one in January that's brutal.
Yep.
A 6-game road trip.
6-game road trip. We start in Denver. And then they move to, and then they come
Are you
home
reading my tweet?
No, I'm reading something different.
Oh.
Can't tell you who. I'm not going to give him props.
I put that out yesterday.
Did you really?
Yeah.
Did.
I said hearing the Kings have 2 6-game road trips.
Whoa. Guess who got rid of Robert Griffin III?
Who's that?
ESPN.
Oh, they did?
He had 2 more years left too, I saw.
Oh.
ESPN's fired football analyst and commentator Robert Griffin forward.
Interesting.
Now Griffin in 2 years remaining on his contract, according to a report. Griffin was hired this bar.
Huh.
There's also reporting that Sam Ponder was also being adjusted by the network that moves. Cut costs as it's a fiscal year ends. Griffin and Ponder are the only expected departures at this time. March ended. Sam Ponder's gone. Damn. She's so good.
Welcome back into the Insiders. I'm James Ham. Joining me, Jake Gaden from CBS 13.
Hey.
Kyle Madsen. Big happy birthday to our guy Kyle. He is at home, staycation this week.
I was say he didn't go to some
No, I think he
place.
Just like taking a break. He knows 49ers season is about to crank up and he's going to be super busy. He knows the Kings season's right after that. Trying to take a little R&R before we get to the crazy part of the year where we're like running like chickens with our heads cut off.
I'm ready to do it though.
Yeah. Let's play a game.
Go for
it. Jake Gaden. If let's say somebody may have seen part of the schedule.
Okay.
And could tell you when specific former Kings or teams, or what would you want to know? Let's just start with your first. What would you want to know about the upcoming NBA schedule that will be released today at noon?
Can I be real with you?
Yep.
The first one I want to know.
Yep.
When are we playing the Pelicans? Because I want to know when they can beat them into the ground for the first time.
Okay, so I will tell you that the Sacramento Kings, they get a bit of a break. So, last year they played the Pelicans 5 times in the regular season because of the in-season tournament, which is now the Emirates NBA Cup. I'm trying to get that down.
Okay. You try to say that 5 times fast on television. Okay.
Yeah.
I messed that up on Tuesday a couple times.
So then, sometimes I just call it the NBA Cup. Yeah, because
But what if I want to get a free flight on Emirates?
Well, are they going to get you a free flight?
I don't know. I'm hoping. That's the reason why I'm saying I'm trying to give him free publicity. So when they say, Jake, you're so great in Sacramento. Thanks for saying our name. Here's a free flight to, Saudi Arabia or whatever it may be.
I'm not sure I'm going to Saudi Arabia right now, but that's
okay.
okay.
Yeah, well, one day, okay.
Okay, so I'm going to tell you the good news. The good news is, as opposed to playing, because the Kings then went and played the Pelicans in the play-in game, right? The second play-in game where they got beat and didn't make the playoffs. So they played the Pelicans 6 times. This year, 3 times.
Okay.
They played the Pelicans a total of 3 times, from what I know. It is Saturday, February 8th in Sacramento. Then the Kings play at Dallas. And then check this out. The next 2 games at New Orleans back-to-back.
Just like last year.
They play the Pelicans 3 times in 4 games. Boom, 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 boom. Done.
Let's hope they have length by then.
Well, that's a good point, because the first time they play them is either on the NBA trade deadline or the day after the NBA trade deadline.
Let's hope they have length by then.
What is the 2025 NBA trade deadline? I'm looking this up right now as we speak. Let's see. Important dates from the NBA. The NBA trade deadline is the 6th. So, Jake, it is possible that they will actually have more length on their roster by the time they play the Pelicans.
Wonderful. That's great to hear. That's just music to my ears.
Okay, so we got done. That is the Pelicans.
Okay.
What else would you like to know?
Okay, a couple other ones. Is there any weird things? Remember how we played the Warriors last year? 3 games, all those games at the beginning of the season, and then just didn't see him again. Is there anything like that this year?
Yes. The Sacramento Kings, the second game of the season, play at Los Angeles Lakers, right, in October. Then in December, they play the Lakers at home on Thursday, 12/19.
Okay.
At home on Saturday, 12/21.
Okay.
And then in LA on 12/28. So in the first 32 games of the season, they play the Lakers 4 times and are done. And 3 of those games come during a 5-game stretch in December.
Okay.
So
that's quirky.
It's quirky because you're not going to see the last 50 games of the season. You won't see a major division rival.
Isn't that good, though, for at least when you play the Lakers? Because the Lakers, I feel like, surge at the end of the year usually. LeBron starts to play.
It can be a good thing, but it can also be a really bad thing.
Yeah,
because if you have an injury,
yes,
you could have you could lose a couple of games because you have a major injury during one stretch. But then again, they could too. So I mean, I guess everyone has to play all 82 games, but at the same time, I would like to see division games spaced out over the 82 games.
A little bit better.
Yeah, because like first of all, they're quick. Most division games are short flights, right? So the Kings play either the Lakers, the Clippers, the
Warriors.
Suns, or the Warriors. The worst flight there is what?
Phoenix.
2.5 hours, 2 hours to Phoenix, whatever.
It's an hour 30 actually to Phoenix.
Okay, there you go. All the rest are super either
45-minute flights.
Yeah, they're super short, right? You could pepper those in throughout an 82 game schedule. It's like, hey, we got a little bit of a rough, hey, we need you to go on a 5-game road trip, but how about we have you start your 5-game road trip with a game in LA and then go, right? So those are games where I think it would make sense and you could space them out. I don't like that you're playing all of the games against a specific team Especially we saw it last year with the
Warriors.
Warriors. It was the first 9 games they played the Warriors 3 times. That made no sense at all. Like literally, that's a car drive down the road. They can take a bus down and be.
They did.
Yeah,
They did take a bus down.
Yeah, they just like right down the street. So why do you need to like have them all like right up front? And I guess they were trying to build off of the excitement of the previous
I
year.
think that's what happened there. But
I think it was, but at the same time, like I don't know. Like that felt a little bit forced, right? And not only that, but I want to see what those teams look like throughout the year. Like it's okay to play. I would also like if you're going to play an Eastern Conference opponent, like have one set of games in the first half, have one set in the second half. Okay, what's next on your agenda? What else? Who else would you like to see? What else? What game would you like to potentially know about?
I would love. Okay, so I want to hold off on this. I'd like to know when HB comes back, but there's one that I care about a little bit more.
Okay.
What's the toughest stretch of the season for in your eyes in terms of maybe just not even a home or away, but just a stretch of the season that might be have potential playoff implications?
Yeah. Okay. So the Kings have 2 giant 6-game road trips during the season.
Okay.
One of them comes really late in the year, which I've always like wondered why. So last year they made the Kings fly to the East Coast twice at the end of the season, right? That didn't make any sense to me at all. I think it hurt the Kings down the stretch.
Was that the Wizards game where they lost on the road? And Charlotte as well.
I to be honest with you, I don't have them pulled up, but
I can look it up real quick.
But they had 2. Yeah, I can be there in 2 seconds. They had 2 very specific long road trips. Well, not long. They had 2 specific. One is where they went to New York, Boston, and New York.
Yes.
Right. One they went to like
it was New York, Boston, Brooklyn.
Yes.
Yeah, sorry.
Yeah. New York, Boston, Brooklyn. Right. But that's New York, Boston, Brooklyn, OKC. But then right before that, they had the Toronto, Washington, Orlando trip where they literally beat the 2 better teams in the Raptors and the Magic and lost the one in the middle to Washington. But my point is like you're talking about the last month of the season, right? The last month of the season, the Kings had 2 separate trips to the East Coast. This year, they have one gigantic trip to the East Coast late in the year. Like they'll have other trips to the East Coast like throughout the schedule, but they have one giant 6-game road trip, and it's from March 29th to April 7th. Orlando, Indy, Washington, Charlotte, Cleveland, and Detroit. So that's the trip that our friend Jason Anderson is gonna have to go on because Chris Biederman's getting married. So
Jason, we love you, buddy. Good luck.
Yeah, hat tip to Jason who gets to go Orlando, Indy, Washington, and then Charlotte, Cleveland, Detroit. Not great. Okay, but that's not the tough one, Jake. The tough one is in January.
Okay.
They have first of all, they have a really light and it's heavy home schedule and heavy California schedule in December. Like they go forever without leaving the state. It feels like all the way up until like the first like week in January. But then they have this crazy from January 23rd to February 3rd, which is leading up to the NBA trade deadline, right? This is all leading up. Knicks, Nets, Philly, OKC, Minnesota.
That's going to spell out a lot about your team and what you'll need to if you want to make a playoff run.
Yeah, like that's like a test. Like, who are you?
Who are you type of thing, and say, okay, this is what the moves we got to make at the deadline to compete with these teams, or we don't need to make any moves because we've beaten all these teams.
Yeah, this is going to be a tough one because Brooklyn is the one team that you're looking at and saying, okay, that's a gimme.
Yes.
But it's not because Jordi Fernandez is there and going to want to give his old team a really, tough game.
Mm-hmm.
Outside of that, like we don't know what Philly will look like by that point. OKC, is going to be really good. Minnesota is going to be really good. So that's a tough one, man. That's a 6-game road trip.
Crazy stretch.
Like if there's any way to go 3-3 on that trip, then you probably are an excellent team. But
100%.
Expect 1-5 or expect 2-4. But that's the league, right?
That's the league.
Yeah, you got to play the schedule. All right, we're
wanna take a break and then we'll come back.
Yeah, we're gonna take a break. When we come back, we'll keep doing this game.
I love this game.
Jake,
we'll find out when Harrison Barnes, the Black Falcon, comes to Sacramento.
That's right. Maybe,
possibly.
Like, we'll
I also
predict
well,
when
we're gonna
he
predict
might.
what I also want to predict. How we start the season and end the season.
Okay.
That's the other one I want to know.
There it is. All right, we're the Insiders here on ESPN 1320, brought to you by Jiffy Lube. We'll be back in just 1 minute. See you soon. What's going on, everybody? Phoenix is a 2-hour flight. Okay, so Ramsey, Phoenix is a 2-hour flight, but not for them. It might be a 2-hour flight, but
If you're going on Southwest, it's a 2-hour flight. But buddy, you were getting priority. Have you flown Okay, I have not.
they don't fly
private.
priority. It's all private.
Private. I have never flown private.
No,
but I have a friend that has flown private who works for an NBA team. When I say once the whole team gets on the plane, you leave. It's not like sitting there like, oh, we boarded everybody.
like
yes,
we have exits here, and here.
Yes,
Like,
there's nothing like that. Okay. The other
Yeah.
thing I found out is NBA or really any professional flight with a team, there's some stuff on there that's interesting.
Well,
Like,
that's always been that way.
and I think it's very fun. All right. I wish I could be a fly on the wall for some of those flights.
Yeah, that's where I think there's a couple of really funny, like Bobby Jackson lost bets and had to, like, I don't know, go to the team hotel in his boxers.
Yes.
Maybe that's a story.
No, that is a story.
Yeah. There a lot of weird stuff happens on team play.
It's not like the stewardess or the flight attendants are coming down and just handing them out drinks the whole entire time. Like those guys are having fun on those flights or passed out.
Well, it just depends on the player.
Yeah.
I mean, it really does. Like, I think every team is different how they handle things, and every player is different.
Who did the Kings charter through? Do you know?
I don't know.
Why do I want to say Delta?
Man, the A's are getting clubbed right now by the Mets.
Well, I'm not surprised. They left the bases loaded with one out and couldn't score a run.
Shout out to our guy Pete Youngman,
who's on the mound though.
Who is a huge Mets fan.
Shout out to my boy Sean, huge Mets fan.
I don't think they pulled their starter.
Yeah, they did. Spence.
Oh no, they did. Yeah.
Spence went 2-2.
Otanez
just came in.
Huh. It's really tough to know.
Pitch. That was literally his first pitch. Oh my god.
It's really tough to know who is on the mound for the A's because they have switched out their bullpen like repeatedly.
Yeah, because they're trying to find out if there's
all
some
season.
young guys that can play.
I think they found out that they have a bunch of young guys who can't play.
Yes.
That's unfortunate.
Quintana is dealing right now. 3 innings, 4 hits, 2
Yeah,
walks.
Drew Down, I get you. They fly Eric Carraway. Yeah. Kenny lends them his private jet.
Yes.
Yeah.
Is either Kenny or Damien going to join us for a crossover?
I think so.
Cool.
It's who is it today? I think it's
Damien today.
It is Damien today.
We love.
Damien had a birthday earlier.
I texted Damien just wishing him a happy birthday. Just blessed to have that guy in my life. Blessed to have all you guys in my life. It's
we feel the same way.
I feel I don't know.
Damien Barling's a good guy.
Damien is a good dude.
When you don't know people, when you move out here and you get to meet really good people like yourself, it's a blessing.
Yeah.
Speaking of the devil himself. All right.
We have a good group here.
Hold on. Oh, I didn't know you're coming in.
Right?
Yeah, you are.
I appreciate you, man. How are you?
Yeah. Loving life. Yeah. Like no other.
You can come in anytime you want. We don't care. I logged in. I don't think I 5 seconds. Yeah, no stress. Welcome back into the Insiders. We're in the home stretch on this Thursday. Kyle Madsen's favorite day of the week.
It's
Kyle
his
Madsen's
birthday.
His favorite day of the week, and his birthday falls on it. That's like kismet. You know you're cool when that's how it works out, right?
It's only going to work out that time every 7 years, I believe.
Is it?
Yeah, because your birthday cycle's like that.
I think it's 6 though,
6?
because of the leap year.
Yeah, it is.
Maybe
6,
I'm
you're
wrong.
Right. No, you're spot on with that.
It's possible Kyle could get 2 Thursdays in a row. That would be sweet.
That would be wild.
Kyle
right?
would be very excited.
Kyle
about
would be
that.
like, shoot! Oh my god!
I didn't think the one good thing is I haven't seen Kyle show up in the chatty house or anything else. He
shouldn't. He really shouldn't.
No, he is getting away, which is very good. It's very good. All right, let's continue our game. We're playing this game where Jake is going to throw out something that could possibly be on the NBA schedule, and I will prognosticate where that possibly could be, what date that could land on. What do you got for me?
Okay, the first one for you. Can you tell me when Sasha Vezenkov and Barcelona? I'm joking.
He plays for
Olympiacos.
Olympiacos.
Sorry, my bad. All right, just when is
Hey.
Olympiacos coming over here for a preseason game?
That could be preseason.
Do you know?
I would be down to watch Olympiacos. I kind of wish they'd trade for Yorgos Papianis. Get Papa G and Sasha Vezenkov, just bitter, angry, bitter Europeans, like ready to
run through a wall. All right.
stomp the king.
Hey, we had Team China here for Cali Classic. We could always make it happen.
Yeah, no, they're like there's a lot of times when the Kings have a preseason game against like a team from Europe or yeah, I mean like Maccabi Haifa, Maccabi. There's what's the other one? Yeah, there's plenty of times where they have actually played, but
I don't think that's on your prediction.
I
today.
don't think Olympiacos
No,
is on. Sorry, and Emmy, if you're in the chat, sorry, I don't think he's coming.
I don't think
he's coming.
There's no
back.
Sasha's return. Okay, so with that, can you give me? I'm going to give you throw four things out there and four different games. Can you give me Harrison Barnes' return, Davion's return, Jordy's return, and the return of DeMar DeRozan to Chicago?
Okay, so the first time that DeMar DeRozan returns to Chicago, I'm guessing is March 20th.
Okay.
It's March 20th. They have a short trip. Well, I don't know, short trip. They play the Bulls, the Bucks, and the Celtics on the road.
That's a 1-2 trip.
Are you convinced the Bucks are back?
I think
know.
if Giannis is healthy.
Yeah, but the Kings have played that team. They've played Giannis pretty tough. Like over the course of time, they've played that team pretty strong.
Okay.
I'm not like that's not a team where you're like, oh man, you just can't beat them. I mean, I
still think of Giannis of 2 years ago when he won or how many was it? 2 or 3 years ago they won that NBA championship. 4.
Yeah, it's been longer than I think you think. Yeah. Okay. Plus, there's always the bad blood there. We had the Greco-Roman wrestling move by Trey Lyles on Brooke Lopez. Plus, like some of the they're aging very quickly. The Bucks are, and that's a problem for them. Mm-hmm. I don't know how they're going to work that out, but when you go out and you trade for an aging shooting guard and your center's 34, 35, and Eric Chris Middleton he looks like he's 38, 39, like 50. Even if he's, I think, 32, 33, still it hasn't been great for him. So DeMar DeRozan will, I believe, around March 20th, he will make his return to Chicago, which they'll do the full video and everything.
I would say they'll celebrate him for a bit.
I think so. Okay, so what was the other one? Oh,
Harrison Barnes.
Okay, so the first trip back to Sacramento for Harrison Barnes looks like, if I'm guessing, it's right around December 1st.
Okay, so a little Thanksgiving.
Yeah, post-Thanksgiving. Yeah, and plus
ho holiday spirit type time.
I mean, I think that's going to be one of the best receptions that we've seen from a former King coming in.
By far, I think it'll be better than. Okay, question: do you think it'll be better than Tyrese Halliburton and Buddy Hield's return?
Yeah. Okay, so they booed Buddy the whole time.
We knew this because Buddy talked.
Yeah, because Buddy talked his game.
Yeah.
That's
Buddy though.
He made a decision.
Yes.
He made a decision.
Business decision.
You know what though? Tyrese Halliburton made his decisions too, and was a little odd there for a while with Sacramento. Hopefully he's moved past that. But I think Harrison Barnes, this will be a celebration of Harrison Barnes.
I hope so. The man deserves it.
Yeah, and I also think that team that they're playing, like San Antonio, I don't think they're going to be great this first year. This year with Wemby, they have the potential 2 years from now, 3 years from now to be a contender, I believe, because he's so good. But for me, right now, I think you're still looking at them as a team that is a year or two, or maybe even 3 away from being a high end playoff team. Maybe I'm wrong, but either way, I think it'll be a sellout because everyone wants to see Victor Wembanyama. which if you do come to that game, get there way, way, way early
I mean,
because
so early. It's so much fun watching him warm up.
he warms up forever.
Yes.
And you're just sitting there like, I cannot believe how big he is.
Especially with like how low his hands are to his like waist and everything like that. You're the length there. You're like, that's a human being.
Yeah. And he still takes a bunch of bad shots in warmups. He hasn't like figured out like a routine yet.
Mhm.
I can't wait till he stops taking bad shots. When he stops taking bad shots, like he probably will be the best player in the NBA.
No doubt. No doubt whatsoever.
So like right now, shot selection, a little forced, a little all over the place, but still, I
Trying to do too much a little bit.
yeah, I think Harrison Barnes, like that's going to be a big one. This is probably, I think it's the longest tenured King that I can remember outside of like in my time covering the team, DeMarcus.
I was gonna say, I think you're on spot on with that.
Yeah, I don't think. Okay, so Jason Thompson is the all-time leader in games played for the Kings. De'Aaron Fox, I believe, can catch him this year, and Harrison Barnes wasn't that far behind. So you're looking at a player, but like as far as like a player leaving and coming back, I think this is probably one of the longest tenured players that I've covered, like his whole career. Like Jason Thompson came in 2008, I believe, and I didn't cover his first couple of years, but I think I had 4 years of Jason Thompson, 3.5, 4 years. Yeah. So I think he's going to get a huge ovation.
Davion?
Davion, early in the season, Toronto rolls through, I believe somewhere around November 6th.
Just around there.
Around then, somewhere around November 6th.
Okay.
So that's probably like first week and a half of the season.
Okay.
Yeah.
I still think he gets a good reception.
I think he should get a good reception. Like I always said, like he's a good kid. He's a hard worker. Like it didn't work out, and it can work out for him in Toronto. I hope. He is. There are a lot of young guards there, so you kind of get worried that he might get lost with Emmanuel Quickley and RJ Barrett and some of the other guys that they have there. But what are they? They also have Grady Dick. Like there's a possibility that he gets a little bit lost there, but I think that's a perfect type of team. I think it's a team that, has taken guys like Fred VanVleet and
Van Vliet
Kyle Lowry and turned them into helped like develop them into like that type of player. And I think Davion could be one of those guys. He's got to hit his shots and he's got to take advantage when he gets opportunities, but I think he's a good little ball player. He was a square peg in a round hole in Sacramento, unfortunately for him. What else you got?
Okay, I got 3 more for you. So one, I want Jordan Fernandez. Do you know when the Nets possibly make their way over here?
That's a tough one. Let me consult
your thing.
My crystal ball. Let's see. Jordy Fernandez, I believe will be in Sacramento right around Thanksgiving.
Okay.
Right around November 24th, Brooklyn comes in to Sacramento, it appears. And again, this is one of those weird stretches in the schedule where the Kings play a lot of home games.
I'll say, is that the longest home stretch?
No, but they do. In this stretch, they play 6 out of 7 in Sacramento. And the one game that they don't play in Sacramento is the first game that they'll play at Intuit Dome in Los Angeles.
That's fun.
So again, like
I'm excited. I want to go there. I really, that's a bucket list this year.
Yeah. I would like to do that trip too. There's a couple of early stints in the season where the Kings play a lot of games either at home or in California, not only in November, but also, we're talking about from, right around the early December, the first week of December. We don't know what's going to happen with the in-season tournament. But they from like right around December 8th until I want to say January 6th, so almost a month, they don't leave the state of California.
Nice. Okay.
Yeah, so lots of games against the Lakers, lots of games at home. And then their biggest homestand, from what I know, comes on the leading into their second long road trip.
Okay.
So they have a 7-game homestand in March,
And then
and then a 6-game road trip after that, and then they come home to finish with 3 games at Golden One Center.
okay.
So
That was the second to last one. So my last one is this. NBA national televised games, because we care about this a lot, okay, here in Sacramento, because sometimes we don't feel like we get the love that we deserve.
it's about respect, right?
It's a respect thing. How many times, because as a TV guy, I care about this thing. I want to know when I'm going to be on the bright lights and bushy-tailed and know when, TNT rolls into town.
Yep.
We bring out the good suits for those days. I don't know if you
Or at
knew
least
this.
a good shirt and the good
Yes.
jacket. Maybe you
Yes.
wear shorts,
Yeah,
but
and I have the shoe game is on 100, okay? Especially if, ESPN's here, okay? There's a certain ESPN crew that I really like.
okay.
So, how many NBA national televised games do we possibly have?
Okay, so I'm gonna leave this one open.
Okay.
I think the final schedule we're gonna have to wait and see. But as for right now, it looks like the Kings have gone from 22 nationally televised games last season to start. Right when the schedule came out, there were 22. I think they gained 2 and lost 1 last year. I think, and it's possible they just gained 2 and didn't lose 1. The year before, I know they lost. They only had like 3 nationally televised games, and they lost 1 of them, the Houston game.
Mhm.
This year, it's all the way down to 7 as of right now, but I don't think that that's the actual number. I think that we might see more.
And when you say 7, is that 7 including NBA TV, or is that
It
just
includes NBA TV there, and I think they only as of the last time I saw some notes on the schedule, they only had one NBA TV game.
Okay.
So the others are ESPN or TNT.
I'm not happy about that, James. Can I be real with you on that?
I'm gonna guess it like
It goes up to like double digits.
I think it will go into double digits, and I don't think it'll be like they add a game here or there during the season. I
Yeah.
think when we see an official schedule,
Yeah.
I'm gonna guess that there's more games because they're not on national television the first 40 games of the season.
So you think the back half might?
No,
Do you
they're
think-
not.
Oh, yeah.
In the first 40 games of the season, they're not on national
Do
television.
so what do you?
From what I've
you've
seen,
okay.
but that doesn't mean that that's going to be the end.
End result. Okay.
Yeah, I think it can still change.
Okay. I just think this is a team that doesn't get enough love nationally, and because of that, I think that's reflected in how it's reported on.
Yeah, I think it's really tough too that if they don't have nationally televised games in the first half of the season, it really puts your stars at a disadvantage for All-Star game.
No.
Like for fan voting, for media voting.
I'll be
for-
real with you. I don't think they care if they're going to the All-Star game. Everything that Domas and De'Aaron has talked about.
I don't think they care but they do. And I'll keep saying this, like, you know how close Sabonis is to a Hall of Fame like credentialed career?
Very close.
Like it's super close. And there's gonna come a point here where he's gonna have a tough time making all-star teams, right? And it's not because of who he is, it's because Victor Wembanyama exists.
Yeah.
And plays the same position.
Yes.
And so you're going to have that problem. You're going to have the problem Anthony Davis gets voted in almost every year. You're going to have the problem that Nikola Jokic is a 3-time MVP and he plays your position. So there's going to come a point, and
Chet Holmgren.
he didn't make the All-Star team last year as far as Sabonis, but there's a big difference. Yeah, Chet Holmgren, another guy. But Chet, I think, he's more of a forward still, especially with them going out and getting
Harkinson.
Harkenstein. Yes. Okay. So Sabonis at this point in his career, though, he's made 3 All-Star teams and he's made 2 All-NBA teams. Like he's super close. Like you get up to 3, 4 All-NBA teams, you get up to 4, 5 All-Star teams, you all of a sudden have a really solid case for a Hall of Fame career. And I don't know if that's going to be the case for Sabonis because the other aspect is you're going to have to win playoff games.
Mm-hmm.
But we're talking about a guy who's led the NBA in rebounding 2 years in a row. We're talking about a guy who's finished in the top 8 in MVP balloting 2 years in a row. Who's actually got, he's an All-NBA player. Mm-hmm. So I'm intrigued to see, like, it does matter. Like making All-Star teams and making All-NBA teams, like at some point your career, in my assessment of players, your career should you reach a certain point in your career where you're like, I'm this good.
Mhm.
But shouldn't your goal be to do two things? Number one, win a title. And number two, yeah, it looks like they might score a run. The A's might score a run.
Tie the
No.
game? No.
No.
Gun down at the place. No. Safe at the plate.
But he missed home plate. Now he's going to be out?
No, I think he hit. They called him safe.
Oh, this is wild. How did they tie the game?
That's what I'm saying.
This was
That-
5-0.
No, that's what I'm saying. It
We've
was
had-
all in a segment.
We've had this game on, and nothing's happening.
I just
And
love
then-
James that loves watching baseball with me. I love watching baseball.
I
can
love
sit
watching
there.
baseball too. We have not been watching. We knew that the Mets were up 5-0, and then
It's just
all of
too
a sudden,
it's like, oh,
hey, look at this. We got Damian Barling. Damian Barling, everybody.
A's baseball, baby. A's baseball. Let's go.
it's gonna be here in Sacramento in a year. Less than
Can't
that, though.
wait.
Yeah.
Wait, I don't think he got him, and I don't think he hit the plate either.
No,
I don't think he hit the plate. So
Now I think he's out.
yeah, I think so too.
I'll be interested. Have they ruled that yet or no?
I don't know.
Yeah,
Yeah,
it's
they're
under
talking
review,
about
it's
it.
under
Yeah,
review,
it
it's
looks
under
like he
review.
missed the plate.
Yeah, it looks like.
Yeah, I'm
Let's see.
excited for A's baseball for sure.
We got to play at the plate. We got to play at the plate.
Aaron Judge is gonna hit like a 400. He's gonna hit the Tower Bridge next year.
Oh,
He
come
missed the
on,
plate. He
man.
Completely
He
missed the plate.
You
missed
come
the
on, bro. And then you didn't even scramble.
Shane Langoliers.
Someone's gonna be riding their jump bike next to the River Cats Park, and Aaron Jones gonna hit home run. It's
Yes.
gonna hit someone.
That
No, but
was-
I truly think it's gonna hit Tower Bridge. Like I think he's gonna have that much of a bomb next year. I think if the wind's going out,
I think we've spent so much time like marveling, and rightfully so, over Shohei Ohtani that we have not given Aaron Judge his just due. Like what he's doing is pretty crazy.
300 baby last night.
Like he's a monster.
We talked about it earlier today. Like he's got like 180 plus home runs in the last 4 years.
Wow.
He could easily hit 60 again this year.
Mm.
Easily. He's at 43 with like 35, 37 games left.
If they pitch to him.
I don't want to say this, but it's horrible. But that was so Jeremy Giambi-esque.
Yo,
Bro, slide. Like, what are we doing? You're the catcher. Like, you
Shane's
know,
a catcher too. That's the
get
problem.
back to home plate, man. What are you
Man.
doing? So, anyway, hi, how are you?
Good.
You ready for it? 10 minutes.
Insiders. I
10
love
minutes.
this.
10 minutes from now, it's dropping. NBA
Yeah,
schedule.
the schedule release. Haven't seen it. Have no idea what it's going to say.
We're playing a little bit.
We've been prognosticating
We've been
here. I don't know what you're talking about.
We've been playing a lot of look into the crystal ball and see what actually ends up happening.
You guys are adorable. James works very differently than I do.
I know.
Like,
You
it's-
just
we're-
say
we're just different. Like James and I. James put a tweet out last night because James is a newsbreaker. I get alerted when James tweet. It legitimately made me laugh out loud. I just love you, James. We're just very
I know.
different in how we approach this. But yes, 10 minutes. Can't wait to see what the schedule says.
Can't wait to see it. Is there any game you're looking forward to that I could possibly tell you where it might be in the schedule?
I was not really. Like I was trying to think of that yesterday. There's not. Like I know there's always like excitement for when the Warriors come and when the Lakers, get here and you get the stars. That's dope. I'll always be excited for that. But like I don't think it's just in Sacramento. I don't think there's a lot of like league-wide like emotional games. Like you have Clay's return to Golden State, which is going to be a huge deal.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not really buying Paul George's return to Los Angeles to really being a big deal.
No.
The Celtics and the Warriors are going to have a little bit of intrigue, I think, because of the Steve Kerr, Jason Tatum dynamic. That's probably a smidge bit overblown, but it will get some cameras, right? Pre-game handshakes and all of that stuff. But really, like, no, like I want the season to get here. I want to see how this team plays with DeMar DeRozan. I want to see how they, answer the call from last year where they just, injuries aside at the end, and injuries are a really easy excuse for everybody. They're an easy excuse for Sacramento. Not that I think that they're making one, and they're an easy excuse for all of us as we look to defend the team. But the fact is that team, even when Malik was in the lineup and when Kevin Huerter was in the lineup, they never had their footing. Like they were slipping and sliding all season long, and we couldn't figure, who is this? Like, what's going on here? And so how do they answer? How do they respond to that? How does Kevin Huerter respond? Like, that's not tied to one specific game. I'm anxious for the season to get here and to see what they look like. And they're going to be tested right out of the gate with Minnesota.
I think
All
that
right.
stretch you're talking about right before the deadline, where they're on the road for a couple games, that's the testing stretch.
6 games, and it's just brutal.
And
Before the deadline?
yeah, right
Yeah.
before
That's tough.
and I think-
Like those being on the road before the deadline, I
I
think is really tough.
I think
Yeah.
it's going to tell you what they end up doing at the deadline too, which will be interesting.
Well, that and we talked about it. Even the one gimme game, it's not because it's Jordy. You're going to Brooklyn, and
Yeah.
Jordy's going to want to stick it to you the best he can. And unless you steal a couple of his players, like right at the deadline,
Yeah, what if Cam Thompson?
Thomas.
Thomas,
Thomas, yeah,
I do that all the time.
Well, I mean, he's just a mad chucker.
Yeah.
Like, you just got to know he's going to get up 25 shots to score 27.
Yeah, there's I noted that they open with 5 was it 5 of 7 on the road. And a lot of people were like, "Oh, good, get those home games late." But then you look at the end of the schedule, and I think 6 of their final 9 are on the road. So we looked at the schedule last year, and I was like, I know it's not possible that they have more than 41 home games, but for some reason, looking at the schedule, it feels like they have more than 41 road games. And I'm just looking at this like, there's a big cluster of road games right here. There's a giant cluster over here. They're home for the holidays. I think they got 4 or 5 at home around Christmas or so.
They go a month in December.
Potentially, if I had seen the schedule.
There's a month in December, almost a month from December to early January where they don't leave California.
Yeah, Kenny caught that yesterday.
But there's another 10-game stretch in November where they do the same thing.
And that's good, right?
Yeah.
Like that,
same time zones.
Yeah, easy road trips in terms of travel wise. You've got you've got difficult teams to face for sure, but in terms of travel, that's a stretch you'll take.
And I'll say this: I think the LA trips are going to be much easier than they have been. Let's just put it that way in terms of talent. With at least
the Clippers. Yeah, Clippers are going to look a lot different. Yeah, Clippers are going to.
Warriors. That's another good question.
I think we might be writing off the Clippers a little bit too much. Maybe they're not a championship contender, but they're not the Blazers.
No,
you know what I mean. Like that. I don't know what they are, to be completely honest with you. Because if Kawhi is there, I still think I think it's a good basketball team to a potentially really good basketball team. I'm a huge fan of Ty Lue. I think he's a fantastic coach, and I refuse to write them off until I see something that allows me to write them off. I just can't have a conversation about them being title contenders. That's the only thing that I don't feel like I can do.
No, I put them in the same bucket as I do the Warriors and the Lakers. I just put them in that bucket of teams that are aging stars, and they're good, but they're not great anymore.
Mm-hmm.
All right, we got to wrap this thing up. What do you guys got? About 10 seconds. What do you got coming up?
10 seconds. I don't know, man. It's August 15th. I don't know. We're going to crack the mics and we're going to talk. The schedule is going to come out. The Giants play here in a little bit. We'll have some fun. That's all I know.
All right. Stay tuned for D'Lo and Casey. We are the Insiders. I'm James Ham. Thanks, Jake Gaden.
Thanks for having me on,
CBS
buddy.
13.
As always. Appreciate you.
Thanks for coming in.
As always.
We'll see you tomorrow. Sean Cunningham's in the house.
Hey.
Nice job, fellas.
What's up, guys? Oh, wait. We just got a tater. Oh, that's against the A's. Again? I don't even know who that is, but that's his second. Vientos? That's his second homer, I believe.
Disgusting.
Oh. What's good? How's life? Give me the updates. Anything good?
Good, baby.
All right, man.
Poor Jake got threatened on his way out the door.
Swear to God.
Literally, hey, don't do that again, Jake.
It's Cube, Jesus.
Really, sometimes I can come across a bit aggressive. Word. Oh, wow. I did not see that.
What happened? What happened?
Uh,
Oh, wow. I didn't see that either. Yeah.
it's a three-person show today. Is this what we're doing? We in here?
I don't know if you're ready for dim lights.
You scared? Oh, you just here for a little bit. All right. Oh, really? Then what you doing? You riding your scooter all the way back to Elk Grove?
Yeah. We got them screaming D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo. We got them screaming D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, D-Lo. We your number one spot. We your number one spot for some sports, huh? Got the city going crazy when we work, huh? We top 2, but we ain't 2, we in first, huh? And when you need the real, we is who you search, huh? D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo. We your number one spot.
Hey, one more time for the schedule release. Hey. Welcome in here to the Thursday, August 15th edition of D-Lo and Casey.
What episode is this?
Barling. Episode number 996. Episode number 996. I'm Damien Barling.
The ultimate needle mover in God mode himself.
He's Kenny Caraway.
Yes, sir.
Acknowledge me.
Give it up for young Reese. Reese,
Oh,
let me
man.
ask you something
You
just
gotta
right
get-
out the gate.
Hold on, you gotta be on the mic, man.
Just
Get the
pull
microphone.
it, yeah, because you're on the radio. Do you remember when Dad started this show?
Yeah.
Did you think he was gonna make it?
First of all, don't be Isaiah Thomas. Scoot over
Yeah,
to your right a
Scoot
little
over,
bit.
Isaiah.
There,
There you go. Don't be afraid of the camera. Love the camera. You good looking kid. You got the shiny necklace on and everything. Come on, man. What'd you think when you found out Dad was getting a radio show?
I was happy for him. I was excited to see him get a radio show after I don't know how many years.
Doing a podcast, 6 people were listening to. We've all been there.
Not even my son was.
We've all been
listening
there.
to it.
Does your dad get you hat diamonds like he has?
No.
Oh
No, you
man!
don't-
Wow!
but-
wow!
But he
wow.
did give me a hat. He did give me the
just
Rock
no
Nation
diamonds.
hat.
Just
No,
no diamonds.
He did give
Well,
me the Rock
you
Nation.
got you got the Rock Nation joint. You got that Cardinals joint. You got Yankees joint. You got that LA joint. I don't know where that came from. But then you got pins on the hat.
Yeah,
on
they
the
come.
Yankees
They
hat.
come with the fitted hat.
That's how he gets them. I got to add.
That's not a
the
pin on your
accessories.
hat. For those that are listening on the radio, he's not wearing a pin. You're
It's-
wearing a diamond pendant.
Stop it! Don't listen to this.
I don't know what's
America-
shinier, your hat or his necklace.
His necklace.
What's funny is Reese sounds exactly like his mother. I just feel for Dad. I was excited for him. That's exactly what Jack.
that sounds about right.
All
Sounds
right.
about-
Reese
He's hanging
with
out
us.
today, man. He gonna see it's a long day.
Well, I was wait. He's
long
hanging
day.
out the whole day.
Yeah, ain't nobody coming out here to come get him.
Oh, buddy, buddy, Reese gonna leave this show like, Dad, you do this every day. And today ain't even one of the little radio magic days. Today is a
man,
radio
we
day.
Here. We here.
All right.
And they was like, "You sure you want to go? I'm not coming to get you." That's what moms was saying.
Reese gonna order DoorDash 7 times before we get out of here. When do you go back to school?
Monday.
Okay.
Sadly.
He's
Oh, okay.
An anomaly because everybody's starting school today.
Yeah, they in my neighborhood they was
Everybody's
back
starting.
yesterday.
Usually they start on the Thursdays, but for whatever reason, I had to double check. I was like, "You sure you don't start school today?"
Starting in August is bananas. I'll never get over that. Like this is
At least it's
ridiculous.
mid-August because there was times a year or two ago they started like August 3rd.
That's crazy.
Like, what's going on around here?
That's crazy. Well, we're happy you're here, buddy.
Thank you guys.
You could come in. In fact, I might step out for an hour or so. You sit over here, keep your dad in line. Don't let him do impressions.
Oh yeah, we gotta do.
And
Wait,
then-
no, this was the originator. Real quick, what's the Shamit thing? How does it go?
Oh, Kevin Durant with the bucket. Here goes Kyrie. Share it.
That's so stupid.
Wait, what is that from again?
So-
I remember you telling me about that, but what's it
He
from?
found it somewhere on YouTube.
It's a
It was on
highlight?
the, like
Yeah.
the Nets page back when KD was with the Nets.
Oh, that's terrific.
Here goes Kyrie. Shim it. So stupid.
I don't know why that's funny,
It's so
but it is.
stupid.
Do you have any other impressions you want to break out? Because I guess this is just what the men in this family do.
No.
No, you got a Jerry Jones impression, Draymond Green.
No.
No. All right.
You sure you don't have a
No,
Jerry
didn't need that.
Jones?
We're happy you're here, buddy. You can
Thank
jump in anytime you want to and do the show. The Sacramento Kings schedule is released for the entire world to see. It is available for you. One thing that you and I didn't talk about, and shout out to our buddy Sean Cunningham who just posted this here. I know James was diving into this a little bit yesterday. 15 sets of back-to-backs for the Sacramento Kings. A couple of them being at home, a couple of them being against the same team at home, a couple of them being against the same team on the road. I think you spotted a New Orleans one.
Yeah.
I'm seeing right out the gate a Memphis, San Antonio one, Atlanta, Toronto, Phoenix, San Antonio. Man, they got two.
Timberwolves, Jazz.
They
is
got
one.
they got 2 in 1 week.
Timberwolves, Jazz.
A couple of
Did you-
times.
Did you say Nuggets OKC yet?
I didn't.
Back to back.
No, I didn't. I
Yeah.
didn't.
Hey, but I'll say this. I'll say this, man. I'll say this because look, this is what we're gonna talk about the schedule. We're gonna have a good time with it. There's little quirks in here that we can discuss, and it's all good. I understand that. I need people to not be intimidated or go crazy over a schedule.
Kamara has sent 5 messages since the show.
Is it about the
started.
schedule?
No.
Oh,
No.
well, Kamara would be the one to send like, oh my gosh,
No.
this
No.
this January stretch is just brutal. I don't know how we recover. Look,
That is
every-
100% something Kamara would do.
look, everybody plays everybody. Okay. Everybody in the West
Okay.
plays the same amount of people in the East.
All right, Grant
Hey,
Napier.
look,
settle
here's
down.
here's the other thing. I'm pretty sure almost everybody has a 5 or 6 game road trip.
Oh, for sure.
And you know what also is going to happen? Because it's happened since the beginning of time, pretty much. When you go play the Knicks, you're probably going to play the Sixers after that.
yeah.
And you're probably going to play the Nets. And
Unless you're
then-
the Kings, then you go play the Celtics.
well, last
Wasn't it
year,
Knicks
yeah,
to
yeah.
the Celtics, back to the Brooklyn?
Yeah. So you do that. Oh, also when you go to Texas, you're probably going to play the Mavericks and or the Rockets and or the Spurs. Like, and don't forget,
Oh.
you're going to have to go to the Lakers and play the Warriors. Like the thing about it is, so do the Rockets. So do the Suns. So do the Trailblazers. So do the Clippers. So do everybody's got an East Coast road trip. Okay, so let's not freak out
No, it's
because there's a 5 or 6 game road trip. It's okay. It happens every year to every team.
very strong Grant Napier vibes right there. It's fine. Get your stuff off, buddy. Man, I just saw this. ESPN finally fired Robert Griffin III.
So you say finally.
Oh, I think
it-
they had been tiptoeing. He has gotten demoted like repeatedly. Yeah.
You know what? I think RG3 is all right.
No, that I'm not talking about my opinion on
Uh-huh.
him. I'm talking about his placement on ESPN television.
Mm.
I feel like he like started up at like a 10, and then it was like, no, he's kind of at like a 7.5 now. All right, now he's getting like a 4 schedule, and it's like, okay, I think they're phasing RG3 out.
Wasn't he on him Monday Night Countdown last year?
Last year, I don't think so.
I think he was.
Last year,
Yeah. Because didn't he do something? Didn't he
They replaced him with Jason Kelsey this year.
so this year they were last
he
year
was
there.
on.
He was on
the
Countdown.
last
Yeah,
year.
yeah.
Remember what he did? He raced the Seahawk, remember?
Was that God? That was last year.
Yeah. Yeah.
I do remember that.
That was
I just
crazy.
didn't. I thought that was like. Be honest, I thought that was like 3 years
COVID.
ago. That's a lot. Did we have a show when that happened? They fired Sam Ponder too.
I like
well.
Sam Ponder.
Well, she can go.
Well, who are they gonna replace?
I don't care.
Mm.
I don't like that show.
You don't like Countdown, or you don't like
I don't
Sunday
like
or Monday? Countdown?
No, I don't mind Monday. I don't like Sunday.
Sunday's good.
Wait.
Sunday morning is the best countdown.
That's wait,
I
no,
think
no,
that's out
that's no. Who's on Sunday Countdown?
It's Sam,
Randy Moss,
Rex Ryan, Teddy Bruschi.
Oh,
Alex
you know
Smith.
what it is? It's just Rex Ryan that I don't.
I understand that.
That's all it is. It's Rex Ryan.
That's the best one. A lot of people like the NFL Network one, and that's cool because
I like that one.
I like
Yeah, I like
Mariucci. I
that.
like Rich
Yep.
Eisen. So
like
it's
that.
not bad, but the one on ESPN is really good. I thought Sam Ponder did a really good job.
Well, she's one of those Sage Steels, so she can
I didn't know that.
she can go. Bye, Sam.
Got to do what you got to do.
Yeah. Bye, Sam. Do what you do.
Put my girl Kimberly Martin on there.
Kimberly Martin's everywhere, but I don't think she's a host.
No, I'm just saying on the show in general.
Oh, well, they have her out at the games.
That's true. She is a reporter.
She's
yeah.
she'll be out there in these streets.
Yeah.
So the schedule is out. We can, I don't know. We can talk about it more if you want to, like whatever.
No, we can absolutely talk about it.
James asked, like, what are you looking forward to? I was like, nothing. Like, I'm looking forward to it starting. Like, that's like, it's not like, oh, can't wait for the Warriors to get here. Like, no, I'm excited for Steph to be here. Always excited for them to, play the Lakers. I'm excited for that first game against Minnesota. But like, what am I looking for? I'm just looking to see how they play. That's what I'm looking
for sure. Where that came from is I don't want. Well, you can do whatever you want. I'm not going to tell you what you want to do.
Thank you.
But I don't agree with changing your outlook on what you think this team is going to do this year because the schedule came out.
Oh, I agree with that. Yeah,
like that's
I agree with that
crazy
wholeheartedly.
to me.
Yeah.
I think the floor is 52 wins. I don't care if I saw the schedule or not. That's just what it is.
I do think there is a such thing as a difficult schedule, though. I think that's a real thing.
I don't think so. I think it all balances out. It all balances out. The only thing that is easy or difficult is that I would probably like buy a little bit is East Coast team to a West Coast team. Just because you have more teams against a weaker conference.
But in a terrible attempt to put this in real life terms for us, imagine we have like 9 radio shows in a row, both shows, 9 in a row. And we've got appearances after, and well, we've got appearances after, appearances before. We got all these different things to do for 9 straight days. And then we only have one over the course of the next 7. You're right. It balances out. It doesn't mean that things aren't going to get really difficult in those 9, though.
But my thing is everybody's got that. It's not exclusive to the Kings or
I don't
like that.
I don't think that's entirely true. I don't think the schedules across the league balance out as completely even. The 41 and 41, yes, that balances out as even.
Back-to-backs.
Back-to-backs are different.
15 back-to-back. But
the miles on back-to-backs are different.
That's a West Coast thing.
Well, I was going to say, yeah, that has a lot to do with what conference you're in
and
where exactly you are.
And because Boston got to come all the way out here. New York got to come all the way out here. Memphis and Chicago, they don't have to come all the way out nowhere, right? So, but how has that worked for those teams? You know what I mean? Like, how does that work for Chicago? Just because the schedule says, oh, they don't have to go 6 hours on a flight or something like that. Like if you're good, you're good. The other thing about that though is, like, I don't know who has I'd like to see who has the most. I know everybody doesn't have 15 sets of back-to-backs, but there's probably a good number of teams between 15 and 13 sets of back-to-backs.
We'll take a look. We'll go over the numbers. We'll see what it looks like across the league. We'll talk more about the schedule. The W is back tonight. We do have basketball tonight, baby.
Yeah.
We'll talk about that. Anthony Slater wrote an interesting column, not about Sacramento, but about the Warriors and some people's perception on the Warriors. And Jesse spotted something on NBA.com we should talk about as well.
Yeah. Well, then look, and our kids already are 13 minutes in on the phone, like done with the show already. Look at him.
Well, in his defense, that's most of the chatty house. We get about 10, 13 minutes in, and they just zone out and start doing something else. But we are happy that you're here. Steeler with KC, brought to you by Sky River Casino here on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320.
All right, get out. No, I'm messing with you. Yeah, but that's it. That's what we do. First 13 minutes. And then it gets no, the next one's like, what's that, like 33 minutes? That we're talking? 28 maybe? Yeah, 28 minutes. So after the first segment, after that, we're
That's our
talking-
shortest segment
yeah.
today.
Every other segment is 28 minutes long. You think you could talk for 28 minutes straight?
You think so?
I barely can do it. Sometimes I can. And you see in the chat, Miss Rachel, Avery's mom says hi. Avery has school today. I saw that. There you go. You see your mom in the chat? It's like the last one. Go all the way down to the bottom. Yeah, go all the way down. Don't worry about it, kid. If you haven't seen it by now, Reese, you're a Warriors fan, huh? You gonna remain one when Steph leaves? You gonna remain a Warriors fan when Steph leaves? It's okay. I was a Bulls fan, and then Jordan retired, and then I stopped being a Bulls fan. It happens. Where's Kim at? So I can block Drew down. That doesn't happen. He don't beat me in the football games. Nobody really beats me in the football games. He'll beat me up in 2K though. I'll say that. But in the football games, tell him what happened in the football games.
Like NCAA 25 is kind of new.
What I do? Just no. Let's say what I do. I don't know no caveats. What I do?
Well, in the second game, the second play now game I've ever played, he beat me 22-0.
Them caveats. It's crazy that you got to keep coming with them caveats. It's cool though. It's cool. Now I will say that you're learning.
You better get
2K. I think he got me in 2K. I ain't even gonna lie. I think I could still beat him, but he nice in 2K. Football though, nobody's messing with me in football. It's not his fault. It's not exclusive to him. Nobody messing with me in any of the football games. The playbook is crazy. You know what I mean? I'm too cold. I'm too cold.
You can't beat my Road to Glory character, Heisman of the Year.
Let's not even start with that.
Yeah. Heisman of the Year.
Well, all right, man. For real though, I mean, you could stay or you could go with Jesse with your stuff, whatever the case may be.
There's no one here. You could just walk around the building and just run around if you wanted to.
If you're gonna be in here though, you got to be like the quietest.
Okay.
So that might not be fun.
I'm gonna go get my snack.
That's just like your dad.
So everybody bye.
Bye, people. Random people on YouTube. Goodbye, guys.
Okay. Charming young man there. D'Lo KC and some random people here, according to
That was cold. No, that was kind of
Come
He
on.
said, "Who the hell are you guys?"
Come on, Reese.
cold.
Bye, strangers.
He didn't have to say it like that.
We're in a war, and Reese is like, goodbye, random people.
Just lost about 6 P1s.
All right, pal. And then but between Reese and Kimberly, boy, we're going to lose our whole audience.
Oh,
See, boy, it's another quiet day here at the Odyssey
Bro, I've
offices.
seen Charlie, Jackie, the tribal chief, and that's it.
Yeah, Jonathan and the crew
Oh,
was
yeah,
always
Jonathan,
here,
yeah,
and Complex was here. But yeah, that's about it.
Crazy thing is, it's not even Friday. They ain't gonna be here on Friday.
They weren't here yesterday. Y'all think this is a work for those people coming to the live show at the Odyssey studio? You'll see. It'll just be us.
So, I mean, we can put a time. Does the room behind us go black?
1,000%. There is not a single person who is working here, and that absolutely is going black.
I think restarted the meter. So what is it, about 30 minutes of inactivity?
I have no idea. It could be 4 hours of inactivity, and that thing is going to go black.
It may go black.
It's going to all depend on if Charlie has his Diet Coke and if Complex goes out the back door to use the restroom. That's it. That's all it depends on.
That's funny.
Bro, slowly it's just going to be us working here. You know that.
That's a shoot.
Like,
yeah, that's a fact. D-Lo, Casey, and Jesse just logging in with a key card here every day.
Oh, man.
One thing we haven't gone over, a couple of things to note with the schedule release here as it pertains to Sacramento. They've already added NBA TV games to the list. I believe Sean has counted them up to 12. They are on the schedule for those who want to see them. That Kings-Lakers game is on NBA TV.
The Saturday one?
Yes.
The second game of the season?
Correct. For those that consider that national television.
Well,
that is,
yes.
It's a part of the opening week graphic that's out there.
See?
Where it's
see? If it's part of the opening week, it's got to be national TV. It's got to be. It's got to be considered. The NBA is saying, yo, look, this is a marquee game. It's national TV. So what's that?
It's
Put them
on
up to like
NBA TV, and well, it's the home team, so I don't know that they'll go with Drapes. They'll go with or Mark Jones, but they'll go with.
I forgot the guy's name.
He's fantastic too. I forgot his name.
He is really good. He's had the impossible job of following Chick Kern. Yeah. He's done a really good job. But yeah, they'll go with them. But yeah, it's national TV. Yeah, line it up.
One thing we haven't discussed is the preseason schedule. It will open with the Golden State Warriors on October 9th. The Golden State Warriors October 9th, and then
where's that at?
Here.
Okay.
Yeah, it's here. And then they'll head to San Francisco for the game on the 11th. Portland on Sunday at home. And then they'll close out the preseason with 2 road games, one on the 15th against the Jazz and one on the 17th against the Los Angeles Clippers.
Where is the Clippers one is on the road, you said?
Correct.
That's interesting. I'm thinking
3 road games, 2 home games for the Kings, 5 preseason games.
Okay. Yeah, I mean it is. I wouldn't say it's anticlimactic, but we all know they're going to play everybody or whatever. But I am always interested in schedule releases. You know, you see, obviously with the NBA, you see national TV games. How many you got there? There is some sequencing, like, oh, okay, you know, they start off at home, or what's the last month looking like, or whatever the case may be. There's a new bit of intrigue with the NBA Cup now, so you know that adds to it. That comes out a couple days earlier, like it did. But you know, it's always cool to see the schedule.
The season will open up with the Knicks at the Celtics on TNT, followed by the Mavericks at the Lakers. That's the opening night of games. The next night, we'll get the Bucks at the 76ers. That's an interesting one. I like that. And then the Suns. What logo is that? That's the new Clippers logo. There it is. That's the ship. There it is. The Suns at the Clippers. Thursday night, it'll be the Spurs at the Mavericks and the Thunder at the Nuggets.
So they are doing Thursday night, and they chose. Oh, boo. I get it. I understand.
They chose Wemby, Luka, SGA, and Jokic.
I understand. I understand.
Friday night, got to get Tyrese Halliburton in there. And there's your Pacers at Knicks, Suns at Lakers.
That's the Knicks home opener too, I think. So it's going to be a raucous environment.
And then a Saturday trio of games that concludes with the Kings at the Lakers, the Magic and the Grizzlies will be before that, and it'll open with the Clippers at the Nuggets.
Another quick minor detail: the NBA playoffs begin April 19th. The NBA finals begin June 5th.
Okay.
So
MLK Day games, Mavericks. The Mavericks at Hornets, the Timberwolves at Grizzlies.
they always have the Grizzlies.
Well, I thought there was another team that you should have.
The
but
Grizzlies. Well, yeah, but Atlanta. It used to be Atlanta and Memphis.
yeah,
all
it's.
the
I
time.
guess Charlotte got that nod because it closes out with Boston. Oh, that's funny. It's Boston at the Warriors.
Oh, Tatum had a dream.
So do we get the big handshake at Tatum stretching and Steve Kerr come over to him? Hey, pal.
Yeah, I don't know why Charlotte got in there instead of Atlanta.
don't-
because
yeah, that's
they've done that
bizarre.
religiously for a while.
Yeah, there's a reason Atlanta and Memphis are always in
Yeah.
there.
I don't know what happened there.
Maybe they're phasing out MLK Day being the second biggest of the, because that's not intriguing.
No.
But I don't know. Ant-Man versus Jaw, that could be something for sure.
and then you got. I mean, I wouldn't have phased out the tradition, but I'm holding out hope. If LaMelo is back and LaMelo's playing, I think LaMelo is one of the marquee guys to watch in the league, and that would be like, I couldn't find a reason to put Washington on there. I could not find a reason to put Detroit on there.
Mhm.
I don't think Charlotte's going to be very good, but like I said, I think LaMelo is bordering on must-see TV when he's
I
playing.
don't think you could be must-see TV when you're on a team that bad.
I understand.
I
ain't
know.
gonna argue that.
I'm not going to argue like how good LaMelo is, but I tried. I can't sit down and watch Charlotte. That's a bad basketball team.
Yeah.
Maybe they'll be better this
Brandon
year.
Miller
I
in the
don't know.
second year. Brandon Miller had a good rookie year.
I think he did too.
Yeah. So
I think he did too. So maybe they'll be better. Maybe there's one of those teams that I did have interest in watching Detroit early last year. It died stunningly quick, but I had interest in watching them last year. So I could do the same with Charlotte again this year. It's just, you have to hold when you're at a deficit with me, buddy. Like you better grab my attention fast, or I'm gonna be like Reese was here the first 5 minutes of the show. You better grab my attention fast, or I'm turning to my phone and I'm out.
Yeah, man. So the national TV schedule is always interesting as well, because like we talked about before, it does give a little bit of a insight as to what the league thinks is maybe the hierarchy of the league, who they want to have as a marquee. And like something, especially like TNT, it's almost a status thing, right? Like not every team that plays on national TV gets a TNT game all the time. Like what was the Kings that waited 6 years, 7 years before they got back on TNT?
Yeah.
So you get to see like it's almost a status thing, right? Like, oh man, they putting us on TNT on the big boy station. That'll be the last year we get to say this, but yeah.
That Warriors Kings game at the Golden One Center that's on ESPN on the 22nd, January 22nd. That's a part of Rivals Week. The pregame, or excuse me, the first game will be the Timberwolves and the Mavericks. And then there's, the Celtics and Lakers is that week. You'll have Lakers and Warriors that week as well. Some of these, I don't know where the rivalry exists, but okay.
Give me one.
Well, Knicks at Brooklyn, like, okay, like fine, but okay. You really could have leaned into Tatum and Halliburton, like booking, or not Tatum, Brunson. Brunson and Halliburton, booking a angle on SmackDown.
Yeah.
But I feel like they're trying to stay away from that. Like, no, we don't want to lean into that WWE stuff. Sixers at Nuggets?
Jokic and Embiid.
Okay.
If he
Timberwolves
plays.
and Mavericks?
What's the conference finals?
Heat and Bucks.
I mean, traditional, but
Pelicans
they
and
got something going on, I guess.
Pelicans and Grizzlies. Zion and Ja, I'm assuming.
All right, now that's a reach. The way you responded to Embiid and Jokic, that's how I'll respond to
Fine with it.
That was, come on, guys.
Celtics and Mavericks is in here. Nuggets and Timberwolves is in here.
Mm.
Yeah, I don't know. That's Rivals Week right there.
Another
Tuesday through Saturday.
Another interesting quirk. Shout out to our guy Deuce Mason, brought this up. The Kings and the A's have scheduled games on three occasions. So that'll be cool to see in the city. You know what I mean? It's April 9th, Kings versus Nuggets, A's versus Padres.
Do we have a time for the A's versus Padres?
We don't.
We don't have a time?
No.
Oh.
I can probably predict. If I know
is it going to rain that day?
I don't know if it's going to rain, but if I can look at what day that Kings game is on, I could probably tell you. So let's see, April 9th. That is a Wednesday. That might be a day game for the A's. That might be a getaway day game for the A's there. The other one is April 11th, which would mean it's a Friday. So those are both Friday nights.
Yeah.
Clippers and Kings at the Golden One Center. A's and Mets. That's going to be.
Oh God! I bet no one thought of this. The whole thing is going to fall apart now. No one at all thought what would happen if the Kings and A's play at the same time. It'll be anarchy.
And then it's gonna happen again, because on 2 days later, on April 13th, last game of the season, regular season, Suns are in town, and the A's and Mets again. Those are both going to be at the same time.
Okay.
So just something we've never had to deal with here in Sacramento.
Yeah,
which is
first
pretty
time.
Cool.
Yeah, first time. It's good stuff. It's good stuff. And now the win-loss predictions will come based off the schedule. Boy, I just don't see how the Kings survive this stretch in March.
I don't
32 and 50.
That. I don't understand it, man.
It's content. Like content it's difficult to find right now. And so, you know, guys are going to get 3, 4, 5, 6 days out of content out of the schedule release.
And that's perfectly fine. We're going to create content out of schedule release. I will tell you right now, me telling you that the Kings floor is 52 wins ain't changing. At least not based on this schedule. Kings floor is 52 wins. That's what I expect. Ain't nothing change. And one of the things that I hope happens throughout the year is us as Kings fans and media members, we look at the schedule and we say, "Oh man, it's a rough stretch. They got to go da 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 da." Not saying that they're wrong, but you want to get to the point where when the Kings are part of a stretch, oh man, that's a rough stretch. You got to go to Sacramento and oh, that's tough. That's where you're trying to get to. I
need the Kings to make Golden One Center tough.
That's
they didn't do that last year.
That is going to be one of the things I'm really looking at, because the road games are the road games, whether you're a good team or not.
Put that on a shirt. This man is a broadcast journalist. What was that again?
The road games are the road games.
My man. Woo! That's heat. Give this man Greeny money right there.
The road games are the road games, all right? It is what it is at that point. But you got to be able to say, all right, we're on the road, 500, maybe a little bit more than 500. I need them to be electric at home.
Yeah.
I need this to be a place where people look like, man, that's going to be tough.
They've got to be better.
Yeah.
Yeah, they have to be better than they were last year.
What was I'm trying to think off the top of the head. Weren't they like just okay with Beam Team 1, but they were really good on the road? Then weren't they like the only team with 25 road wins or something like that?
Yeah. As you call it, Beam Team 1.
Trademark.
They were 25 and 16 on the road. 23 and 18 at home.
Yeah, that's not good enough.
25 and 16 They were 48-34. For context, the Bucks were 58-24. They were 26-15 on the road. The Celtics were 57-25. They were 25-16 on the road. The 76ers were 54-28. They were 25-16 on the road. The only, and I remember this well, and I know you will too, anomaly into the only one kind of in the category, and they were an anomaly for a bit until the end, was the Knicks. The Knicks had 47 wins, Kings had 48, and they had a 24-17 record away from the Garden.
Yeah. They were good on the road.
Last year, the Sacramento Kings were 22-19 on the road and 24-17 at home. Of course, 2 games worse than they were the year prior in terms of total record,
which isn't bad still. Like this year, if they go 22-19 on the road, I'll take that. I'll tell you right now.
Plus 500 on the road. You did a good job.
Yeah, I'll take that. The problem is only being 7 games better at home. You compare that to, like, this is what I want to see from them. And however the wins match up, I'm not going into that. But I'm looking at the Lakers right now. The Lakers were 28-14 at home. Staples ain't or Crypto's not no crazy home court advantage or nothing like that. But at home, they took care of business. That's what I'm looking for. I'll tell you that right now. That's what I'm looking for. I'm looking for them to be 12, 13, 14 games over 500 at home. And I'll take my chances with whatever happens on the road. But 7 games, what you said the year before, they were like 5 or 6 games over 500 at home?
Correct.
That's we like you just said to start all
20,
this.
I think it was 23 wins.
Yeah, you get just like you said to start all this. We got to change that. We got to change that. I'm looking for double digits above 500s, by 500 at home. That's what this team needs to do.
Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. A lot of those teams were in the East. Boston did it. New York did it. Milwaukee did it. Cleveland did it. Orlando did it. And Indiana did it. Those are top 6 teams. They all did that.
In the West, I mean, I know this isn't necessarily playoff teams, but in the West, what are we looking at? 1, 2.
I think 3.
No, we got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 5 teams did it. The Thunder did it.
Oh, the Lakers did it.
The Lakers.
Which one am I missing?
The Rockets did it.
The Rockets did do it. Wow, they were 27-14. 7 of those wins came against Sacramento. It felt like.
Yeah. So
well, that's more than I expected.
But like look at what we're talking about though. You talk about the Eastern Conference teams, and all those teams were playoff teams.
Top 6, yep.
Top 6?
Yep.
You look at in the Western Conference, 3 of those teams were the top 3 teams. If they're trying to get to where everybody expects them to be, top 4 and all this other stuff, that's where you got to be. You got to be double digits over. Even, I mean, I know it goes against the argument, I guess, but the Clippers, Mavericks, and Suns were all 9 games over 500 at home. So it's not like they had the same, just 5 games over. Like, no, I'm talking 9 to 13 games over 500. If you want to be a top 4 team, top 5 team, that's what you need to do. And I don't think that's asking a lot. If that's your goals and your aspirations.
Yeah, I feel like Golden One Center does their part.
Absolutely.
I feel like those fans are there, and to have fun with the terminology. They're ready to play every game. Like those fans are ready to go.
Yeah.
The Kings can take them out of it quick, but if that doesn't happen too often, unless of course they're playing the Pelicans, it doesn't happen too often. But yeah, that crowd comes ready to go every night. Like I hope the Kings can start to take advantage of it. It's something they're aware of. I think it was, I can't remember who it was, so I don't want to attribute it to anybody. But someone said they get comfortable at home.
Probably De'Aaron, I think.
I can't, for some reason, Herter is in my like head. But De'Aaron was my first thought as well. It's like sometimes we get a little lazy on the defensive end, because I think it was about the stat about how the Kings were so much better defensively on the road than they were at home.
Mm-hmm.
And whether it was De'Aaron or somebody else said, yeah, I think sometimes we just rely on the crowd to carry us, and we just get up and down the floor and try to get that excitement going and try to get that arena rumbling, and that's kind of what we rely on when we don't do those. That's not what we're doing on the road. So they're aware of the discrepancy. Hopefully they can find a way to get a balance here, and be a little stronger at home instead of the road.
Yeah, I'll be a little more in balance, right?
Well, in balance on the home side.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking of.
Because I mean, being plus anything on the road, I think most teams will take. But going back to 2 years ago, the Kings being much better on the road, like again, we went over the numbers a minute ago. Those teams, with the exception of the New York Knicks, the teams that put up the type of win-loss record that the Kings did on the road, those were teams that were flirting with 60 wins. Mm-hmm. They were at the 56, 57, 58 marker. It was only the Knicks who were in the 47 range with where the Kings were, having that good of a road schedule.
The Kings last year was just so weird.
And shout out to the Pistons, who won 7 at home and 7 on the road. That is
consistent.
That's consistency right there.
Consistency. The last year was so weird because it feels like I'm looking at the numbers and they don't match up with what actually happened. That happened all year, right? Like the defense was better, but the team wasn't. And, it felt like they weren't scoring the same, but I think they were top 10. They were 8th in the league in scoring or something like that. I'm looking at their away record, 22-19. I said right now, I'll take that again this year. That's perfectly fine. It was the second worst out of all playoff teams in the Western Conference. Only team with more losses on the road were the Lakers with 21. Everybody else, now maybe nitpicking a little bit, the best team had 14 losses on the road. So it was a 5-game difference. That was New Orleans Pelicans. But it's 14, it's 1, 2 with 15, 2 with 16, 3 with 17, and then the Kings with 19 and the Lakers with 21 losses. So it feels like, I'm going to look at it like 22-19, that's a good job. It's a good job on the road. And it's like the second worst of all the playoff teams. Now, I think what kills them, though, is only being 7 above at home. Outside of the Pelicans and the Warriors, that ended up being the 3rd worst home record for any playoff team. That 7 above. Everybody else.
It goes to show you how different the measurement is now for how we grade the Sacramento Kings team. We're not just grade, 22-19, that's a good job. No, in the mix, when you're talking about playoff teams, it's actually not. And that's a different measurement than it was 2 years ago.
What do you think? Okay. I got a question.
Okay.
I got a question. I'm going to ask it, and I want your answer on the other side.
That's good, because Kamara's on hold. He can answer it on the other side too. Because when Kamara's got a point, man,
the minute's not
Kamara is going to submit evidence to back up his point. And I knew he was going to call early in today's show, so we'll get him. But go ahead.
What do you think? Would you take improvement? I think you already answered it. But would you take a top flight home record and like one of the worst road records? Or flip that? Would you take one of the
worst in the league or worst in the playoffs?
Worst in the playoff teams.
Okay, that is good. It's a caveat. Okay, we'll talk about that, and we'll come back. Head over to maptrition.com. Use the promo code DLO1320. Got to admit, I was dragging a little bit this morning. I had to get out of my all-day BCAAs and use my pre-workout BCAAs to get me going this morning, along with those thermogenics and cravings crushers that I've been taking lately. Got me feeling golden, but needed that little kick this morning. So shout out to my man, Greg, and shout out to the people at Map Training and maptrition.com. Head over to the website now. Again, it's maptrition.com. Use the promo code DLO1320 at checkout. If you have any questions about any of the products, you could hit me up. You can hit my man up, Greg. You can hit up the website. They formulate those supplements themselves, so they can answer all your questions. These aren't clever marketing gimmicks. These are what help people feel the absolute best. So again, it's maptrition.com, promo code DLO1320, and we'll come back with more here on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320.
You guys see Complex dropped the top 50 Atlanta rappers all-time list?
I didn't see that.
I was vindicated. I'm right. Gucci Mane 4th, Jeezy 5th.
They did that for content.
They got Andre 1st and then Future 2nd. T.I. 3rd.
Future 2nd. T.I. 3rd is interesting. I'm not the biggest T.I. guy, but I understand his impact and what he did. That seems fair. That top 5 is fair.
Yeah, I don't hate it. Like, you can mix them around if you
I'm sorry.
want.
Who was one? Outkast?
Andre 3000.
Oh, wow.
Where's Big Boy at?
Just a hell.
I don't even know if he's on there.
Now that is he needs to be top 10.
Wow.
That's disrespectful.
See, look, I didn't go through the whole list.
Norm, I think the flavor is lemonade. It's delicious. They have a watermelon flavor too. And if you want to spice it up a little bit and you have the ability, I have one of those soda streams. Instead of mixing it with plain water, mix it with sparkling water, carbonated water. Fantastic. Well, this could very well be true. It could very well be true.
My bad to my dog, man. Just opened up the Kamara group chat. He's got links in
Yep.
the screen.
Yep. Yeah, Kamara's ready to cook. We could probably go get something to eat when we put Kamara on. He is ready to cook.
I don't think Big Boy made the list.
That's nuts.
To hell with that list.
Yeah, he's not even on here.
Yo, that's ridiculous.
Oh no, he's 8th. My fault. He's 8th.
Oh, okay.
Excuse me.
Oh,
There
damn.
was a lot of scrolling. I was just like, he's not here, I guess. He's 8th, right behind Ludacris.
I think he's better than Luda, but that's fair.
And then Young Thug is 6th.
Steven says where they'd rank drink on that list.
He was an honorable mention.
Thug's about right. Wonder where Killer Mike is.
I really haven't. Like, I listened to, I kind of like listened to the album, but didn't really like
Same.
give it a fair shot. It was just kind of like I need to hear what it sounds like, and then
I heard it. I like it because I like Killer Mike, but I wasn't like, oh man, let me go back and like.
I listened to the other one.
Mhm.
This one I just haven't gotten back to it yet. New Music Friday makes it difficult because I'm trying to listen to all of these records at once.
There's too much music. It messes everything up for the consumer, at least. And go back to Tuesday. I'll split them up. Let's go Tuesday and Friday.
Young Thug isn't for me, but people love that dude.
Thug is dope. He's dope. Nah, Peyton, I disagree. I mean, it's not the biggest thing in the world, you know what I mean? But I disagree. I like.
You like 21 or French? You remember that
20
conversation?
21 a better rapper. But French, y'all be trying to play French. Y'all be trying to play him.
916-909-1320. Let's get to the Kamara now. He's ready to cook. He's ready to cook. Kamara, what's up, man?
What's going on, fellas? Listen, I sent you that text message regarding DeRozan, and I was making the comparison how I felt like it would be. It's the same systematic vibe change that Andre Iguodala when he signed with the Warriors.
Mhm.
Good point.
And honestly,
And I want to be clear to
Harden was-
everybody listening. When Kamara says he sent us a text, he means 9 of them. He sent 9 of them. He sent a thought. This is how you know Kamara's a lawyer. He set a thought
Yeah.
with evidence.
That's why he's top flight. That's why he's top
That's
flight.
why this man charges what he does for his services.
But, I appreciate that. But, the thing is, what I wanted to show is that, as you recall, back in the ancient days of 2013, it was a shock that Andre Iguodala was signing with the Warriors.
Mhm.
And it was, the media was like, wow, we thought the Warriors were a good team, but, this was a change in trajectory and how the league saw them.
Mhm.
And I want to actually go into how the schedule thing kind of compares. To me, I know we talk about how this schedule and we talk about trying to predict the record and all this. I'm not doing that this year. I expect them to have a different type of energy and focus going into this season that they didn't have. The year before, they were trying to break the streak. And then last year, I don't know if it's the pressure or whatnot, the vibes were kind of off. What I see is going to happen and I think DeMar is going to bring that, is a level of professionalism that goes into how they approach the games. I don't want to hear that, hey, the home team is, we're taking we're waiting for the crowd to kind of boost us up. I don't want to hear all those things. I want them, if we're talking about they're a 50-plus win team, that means they take care of business both on the road and at home.
That's right.
And they don't need to go in there and talk about they need energy from a crowd. No, you are a good team. We expect them to be a good team. If you're a top 3 team, you play like it. And I think DeMar is going to bring a level of professionalism that brings with being a 6-time All-Star, borderline Hall of Fame player that goes into approaching the game every night with the same type of focus and preparation. And that's why I'm excited for what he brings to the team. Yes, his stats are going to transfer over, but also the level of decorum when it comes to approaching this game.
My man. Thank you, Your Honor.
I'm with him, man. I think the Andre Iguodala comparison was a really, really good one. Same type of vibes. That doesn't mean that the Kings are necessarily going to go win the championship, this year. But
Dynasty of Sacramento.
But I like it. I like what he brought to that Golden State Warriors team.
Mhm.
I feel like DeMar DeRozan brings those same type of things to this Kings team. Probably a little bit more productive, definitely offensively.
Mhm.
But I like the comparison, man. And that's how I'm the way Kamara is looking at this team. That's how I'm looking at these guys, right? Like, I expect you to be good. I'm not overly concerned about a 6-game road trip or anything else like that. It's still tough. I'm not saying it's not tough, but I think you guys are a good team. Just like Denver isn't overly concerned, or OKC isn't overly concerned with a 6-game road trip. I'm feeling that same way with the Kings, and I think they're going to have that same approach. Like he talked about, the pressure or anything. I don't know if it was that. Last year was just a weird season. Like it was kind of bizarre. Couldn't really get out of their own way a couple of different times. There's no other way to explain 7-1 against the Nuggets and Lakers, and 4 losses to those
worst teams in the league.
And then blowing
20-point leads.
What was it? 4 20-point leads?
3 or 4. I can't remember. I know it was a league leader.
Yeah, that's a lot. Because like I always say, if you just win 2 of those games, maybe you're gonna blow a 20-point lead or 2. You win 2 of those 20-point games, you're gonna lose maybe to some of the worst teams. Win 2 of those games.
Phoenix one was in the 4th quarter. Phoenix one was in like 8 minutes.
Yeah.
And that doesn't even count the Bucks game where they play fantastic.
Right. And then Dame, does what he does there. So
you missed free throws.
That
was the story of that one. You missed free throws.
Missed free throws. Fox missed. Malik Monk missed. And Dame did what he did. So it was kind of a weird season. And then we talk about Malik Monk getting hurt last 10 games of the season. Everybody believes you at least get 1 or 2 of those games.
Well, Herter was out too.
Herter was out.
Dismiss that. Yeah.
So it's just a weird season, and I don't know if it was pressure or anything else like that.
But the thing about the injuries, though, it's what I was telling James and Jake earlier, is the things about the injuries. It's part of the story. There's no doubt it's part of the story. But let's also not rewrite the story of the season. they were slipping and sliding all year.
Mhm.
And the idea that, oh, no, it would have been different if Malik, well, why? You had done it for 72 games. Why would it have been different? And maybe it would have, but and that's the thing. Why, how could it have possibly have been different? Well, it just might have. They could have locked in. Maybe this is where the so-called experience comes into play. Lord knows De'Aaron would have been guarded differently. Lord knows the whole defensive approach to Sacramento would have been different if even if Kevin is still out and Malik is still there. The defensive approach is different. But don't let that erase the fact that for argument's sake, for 72 games, they never had firm footing. The difference is last year between pre-beam team years, they weren't bad. They weren't good for what we wanted them to be, but they weren't a bad basketball team. Like, they spent most of the season well above 500. Things just started, the Malik injury was essentially the straw that broke the camel's back. Everything kind of fell apart.
So I was trying to look and your point is right. Like, they couldn't get right
Damn
the
right.
entire time. But here's what I will say. I'm including the game where he got hurt just to round things out.
Malik?
10 games. Yeah, that's 10 games.
Okay.
It went 3-7 in those 10 games. I don't think they have another stretch like that all year where they lost 7 to 10 games. And it was the year. If they would have followed like the pattern that they had all year, they probably would have went 5-5 in those 10 games. Like, win 2 games, lose 3, win the next 2, lose 1, win 2.
And then,
It would have been like that. But this one was just.
I'm looking back at the wins and losses, and that's exactly what happened last year.
Yeah.
What you just described is what happened.
And then at that end, they just couldn't sustain. It was, like I said, they lose 7 of the last 10. And, like I said, they probably go 500, if I'm being fair about it. It's not like they would have gone 7-3. They hadn't shown that all year. But,
the worst stretch I can find right now is I can't find anything worse than 2-5. That's the worst stretch I can find, is a 2-5 stretch.
Yeah, they had a lot. The whole point of what I was kind of getting at was it was just weird. It was a weird season. Even all that we talk about with this team and the struggles and everything else that was going on, they still finished what was that? 13 games over 500? They had 40. No, 40. They had 46 wins,
I think.
Yeah, so 10 games or something like that over 500. I think this season they'll have a better standing throughout the season. Even if they do have a couple injuries, I think they're going to be able to withstand that a little better. And I think some of the weird things that happened last year, I don't think they'll happen this year. I just don't think they're going to happen this year.
A win percentage of 561 for Sacramento last year. 916-909-1320. Our brother TC here. TC, what's going on, baby?
What's up with my two brothers?
What up, TC?
Oh, man, just vibing. Hollered at the homies. Hey, so with the Kings, D-Lo, Kenny, Jesse in the back, I like how we the underdogs again, though. Like the Beam team won when we got back to the playoffs. I like how we don't have national TV games, only a couple. They said that we have the worst trade, the worst pickup, the worst offseason. I like that, bro. So now we're the underdogs. We don't have a lot of light on us, and we're going to catch everybody slipping again. I like that, though, in my opinion. That's how I feel.
I see you. I mean, I'm kind of on the same thing. I don't know if we're necessarily underdogs or whatever, but it's almost like you with the national TV stuff. Like, all right, like it don't really bother me too much no more. If you don't think it was a good trade, if you're still worried about 2031 pick swap, that's fine. It's cool. The only thing that matters is the wins and losses, what happens on that court, not how many TV games you got. Because I think Jason Jones said it a while back. He's right. I've always subscribed to it. If you win, the games will come on national TV. that for the most part, if you win, people will look at the trade differently. You know what I mean? Maybe.
Yeah, right.
Maybe.
Right.
But all the winning will take care of all that. And that is quite literally the most important thing.
They say winning cures everything. That
When-
seems to be true, except for Sacramento.
When do you think they would acknowledge the deal being a success, the Kings being good? Do they have to win? And this is unfair because nobody else seems to have to do this, but they'd have to win a playoff series, huh? Or would it change to
For
Yeah.
the DeMar deal?
yeah? Because it doesn't matter what happens during the regular season. They're always gonna be like, well, yeah, but in the playoffs, things slow down and you got to be able to play defense.
Yeah, they'll need to advance in a series.
Which
It doesn't matter if it's not fair. Like, that's the barometer for Sacramento. It's like a Sacramento tax. Like,
that's kind of crazy.
do you think that's wrong?
No, I think I agree with you. I think that's what it would take.
The Sacramento, like, no one. So they bought the Hawks. I didn't. You didn't. I don't think a single person watching or listening to this show bought the Atlanta Hawks, but they did. Handful of years ago, they bought Dallas. I didn't. You didn't. I think most people watching or listening to this show didn't. Sacramento gets to where those two teams got. They ain't buying them. Unless they're lighting the world on fire. If they're doing something absolutely electric on the offensive end, maybe. Like doing it in the playoffs, doing it to where not only are they, scoring 120 something in the playoffs, winning games doing it. Maybe that gets their attention a little bit. Maybe De'Aaron being a, all second team, all first team player. Maybe that gets their attention a little bit. But other than that, I think the Kings have to move mountains to truly get the national media's attention. So that's why I took the approach I did with the TV games. Who cares, man? They don't care. Like if the number seems to be up to 12 now, counting NBA TV, great, cool. If it's 1, it's cool, bro. If it's 0, whatever, we're not missing a game. We'll see all of them.
Yep.
We'll be able to talk about them every day, and they need to win. And that number is going to change. It could go up, it could go down, but that number almost certainly is going to change from 12 to something else. But to your point a second ago, they've got to win games.
That's what it comes down to. You know what I mean? And like I said, you talk about national TV. You will get the games if you win. There is a flex component. We saw it happen. I think that first year the Kings had maybe two national TV games scheduled. One of the games got flexed because Donovan Mitchell didn't go to the Knicks. So you got Kings Nets. And then
But we wound up getting the Knicks back, right?
Yeah. No, I'm saying that's how they got on TV.
Oh.
Because Donovan Mitchell supposed to return to Utah as a member of the Knicks.
Oh,
and he didn't go to the Knicks. So they wiped it off, and that's how we got Kings Brooklyn. And then after the All-Star break, they got like 4 or 5 additional games.
Oh, I meant the Kings. I thought you were talking about the Kings. I didn't realize the Kings Nets game was moved in. Because the Kings Knicks game was moved in too, right?
This year, yes. This past year.
Oh, that was this past year. Yeah. Okay, got you.
Yeah, the game in New York was flexed in.
Got you. I thought that was the year before. As we've all learned this week, I have no concept of time.
That was another blown 20-point game too, by the way.
The Knicks?
Yeah. They were cooking in the first half. Cooking.
Yeah, I remember.
And then that Brunson to Josh Hart pick and roll.
Didn't they have a Knicks? The Knicks in Kings the year before was on TNT. That was the year
that was in Sacramento.
Mike got on him about rebounding after the win.
Yeah, because they gave up like 25 offensive rebounds. We were at that game. That's the one where you saw Mitchell look like he was going to throw up in the second.
Yeah. Mr. Ryan, he looked, my man. He was about to be puke guy number 2 at the Golden One Center. Yeah, my man was man. He looked like he was done. done. Now we'll just wait till October.
That's it. That's it.
Wait till October.
I'm excited though, man.
Matt,
I think,
I'm excited to talk to Matt in a couple of hours. He's got stats galore.
Mhm.
He's tweeting strength of schedules, all strength of opponent, all of that stuff. He is rest advantage. He's got all of that stuff. So we'll talk about that with him when he joins us. Come about 3:15, and our man Will Z, obviously a master of numbers as well. National Media's Will Z, that is, will join us about an hour from now. 2:15, Will be with us.
we go to the Matthews Mattress Chatty House because I think this is interesting.
Head over to MatthewsMattress.com. Find one of the 10 locations nearest you as the Memorial Day sale is jumping off right now. Biggest, yes, it's not Memorial Day. It's Labor Day. Again, no concept of time over here. The Labor Day sale is jumping off right now. Again, head over to MatthewsMattress.com. Find the location nearest you. And if this is the best time to get a bed, is they've got a special 60-month financing with zero interest, no money down, on approved credit with equal monthly payments required. The selection of mattresses are incredible. I recommend the Beauty Rest Black. I got them in each room in my house. Everybody loves them. Jasmine is making Kenny go to Matthews Mattress.
The case. I mean, I would go either way, but I mean, she's spearheading the whole thing. That's for sure.
She's making you go on her time rather than your time, because we know you tend to move a little slow when it comes to stuff. And Jazz is like, no,
trying to make it.
Don't come back until you have a delivery scheduled for Matthews Mattress. Go to MatthewsMattress.com right now to find one of the 10 locations nearest you.
One of my favorites too. Buy by 9, buy by 5, sleep by 9, free same day delivery, plus free removal of your old set.
Jasmine's counting on that too. Get this mattress out of here.
Those are my people over there. But Bobby's stolen funds.
Well, all right.
Matthews Mattress Chatty House.
Incriminating, but okay.
Says the fans will just say, who cares all about the regular season wins? What did you do in the playoff? Kenny seems obsessed with regular season win total and win percentage. I agree with Greg.
This is all the same person.
Yeah, the season win total doesn't mean anything.
And he spelled win like the hotel. That's amazing.
Interesting.
That is spectacular.
It's all about getting out of the first round or even second round of the playoffs. Now, I mean, whoever feels that way, that's fine. I'm not going to tell you that. But number one, I probably am a little focused on the win total, because if you win enough games, you'll be a high enough seed. And I think that determines, that's a part of the story of whether or not the season is a success.
I'm going to need that avatar off the screen.
I look at it different than other people. I don't look at, and it all depends on how it happens, but I don't look at a first round playoff exit as a failure of a season. I don't think you get to skip set. I've been consistent with this since they were looking like they were making the playoffs 2 years ago. And after that season ended, I'm a believer of you don't get to skip steps. You don't get to, typically, it's not a rule. It's just usually what happens. But you don't get to not make the playoff for 16 years, make it one season, lose in the first round, miss it the next year, and then go to the Western Conference Finals. Like, that's not how these things work typically.
But where are the
If we're expecting them to win like around 50 games and all that, though, like if you're getting to 50, like don't you got to win a playoff round or something?
Kind of feels like it.
Like you kind of put that expectation on yourself just because of what you did. Like you're a better team than like a first round exit, I think.
You're 50 wins, you're top 3, right?
Could be 4. Could be a 4 or 5 matchup.
Well, we went over that.
Yeah. I mean, a 4 or 5 matchup is that's an even matchup. You got your home court if you're 4. But what was it, 4-5 5 beat 4 last year with Clippers and the Mavericks, and it was a 1-game separation.
Yeah, we've been over all this. I'm aware.
So if they were 5 and they were 1 game below the 4th seed, then that's one that it would be acceptable because they don't have home court in there. I'm not. I know how
you're playing.
Are,
you're playing with you're playing with numbers. Like this. I know people hate this. The story of the season, the story of the series matters. Like,
I agree.
I mean, if it's a dead even matchup at 5 versus 4, like I don't care if you're 4 or 5. I don't know what that looks like. I think it's far more concerning if you're a 1, 2, or 3. Because then you're talking about 8, 7, and 6.
100% fair. But that's my whole point. Like, I think people are just looking at, like Jesse just said, if they win 50 plus games,
But-
if they win 52 games, like I said, and they're the 4 seed and they lose in the first round, that's a failure. But if they win 51 and they're the 5th seed, well, you know,
What if they're top 3 and they lose in the first?
that's a problem.
But
That's a problem.
what are
That's a
these
problem.
steps that you're talking about? Like what
You
what are
got to
steps?
establish and get back to the playoffs and establish that. And I don't want to say the outcome doesn't matter, but I've been consistent
But
about this. You have to establish yourself as a consistent playoff team before we can look at Western Conference Finals as being the only thing we accept.
But yet last year they were 1 game away from being in the playoffs.
Mhm.
They were a 46 win team, 2 games worse than they were the year prior. Isn't that, if nothing else, establishing yourself as a playoff contender?
It can be. You didn't make the playoffs though.
That's not what I
You know what I
said.
mean?
I said, does it establish you as a playoff contender, someone who is competing for the playoffs?
Yes, it does. That's not good enough though. Like, because if they do the same thing this year and
But
they're
what
a
I-
playoff contender, like that's not good.
But what I'm but my point was, like, that's to me part of establishing yourself. Like you're establishing yourself here. Maybe you're not establishing yourself as a playoff threat, but you're establishing yourself as a contender to make the playoffs. All right, next year, your roster, and this is the difficult part of this. This is the tricky part about the whole thing, because this conversation we're about to have wasn't doable last year. In at least not on this magnitude. Your roster improved. You signed a really good basketball player. That changes things.
Yeah.
That changes that. So we talk about steps, and I feel like I've been pretty consistent with this. Where is this manual that outlines these steps? If you
History.
improve your roster, history is not a manual. History is history.
And history is usually like what we're going by and what usually happens.
So let's see. Okay, fine. Let's use Portland as an example, because that's the one that I always go to. When did Portland sign a guy the caliber of DeMar DeRozan?
I don't think they did.
So Portland essentially just kept, let's go get him again. Got Dame and CJ. Go get him again. Far from a bad basketball team, but a championship contender? Oh, maybe not. Maybe a little bit better than they were the year before. Maybe Dame just evolved and got better and got better and got better and gave us moments like the one against Oklahoma City. All right, you have those. But they never did what the Kings did this year. And so that, to me, if we're using history as the manual, we'll look that up. Which one of these teams on the fringe signs a player the caliber of DeMar DeRozan, adds them to the core, in the next season? What's history say about that team? That's the history manual I need to use, because going off of what they did last year doesn't work, because their roster got better. And I don't think it's outrageous to say, at least in my opinion, they should be significantly better. The roster,
I feel that way. But like I said, the story of the season matters. The story of what goes on matters. That's why in a blanket statement, I don't subscribe to no matter what today, no matter what, like it's a failure if you lose in the first round.
I agree. I'm
like
with
that.
you.
That's
with you.
That's
I'm
kind of
with
all
you.
I'm saying. It's like we don't know. There is context to it. If they're the
I'm
4 or
with you.
5, I don't know if that's a failure. If they're 2-3 and you lose in the first round, if you tell me right now they're 2-3, they lose in the first round, that's a disappointment. That's a failure.
But on the surface, and I'll speak to this for fans who are just looking on the surface of this, you lose in the first round. The DeMar signing didn't really get you anywhere. And then it's like, okay, we've got to do something else. All right, what? Because and I think we brought this uncomfortable point up a couple of days ago. There does come a point where you have to start looking around, like, why aren't we getting anywhere? And then that's where the conversations get difficult. I don't think that the Kings are there or even remotely close to there. And to your point, I'll point to the Denver Nuggets. The Nuggets failed to the point where there was actual conversation about Michael Malone's job security. And they didn't make a change. They didn't get rid of Jamal. They didn't get rid of Michael Porter. They certainly didn't get rid of Nikola Jokic. They worked to make the roster better. They got to the promised land. They got to where they wanted to go. Now you can criticize what they've done since then if you want to, but they stayed the course in that moment, and they allowed Michael to fail. They allowed Michael Porter Jr. to find Michael Malone to fail. They allowed Michael Porter Jr. to find himself, and they wound up getting to where they wanted to go. Mm-hmm. We'll talk much more about this. It's D'Lo and KC on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320.
That guy's got crazy snacks in there.
How is this the longest game in history?
Wasn't it it had to be.
I swear to God, it was the 5th or 6th inning when we walked in.
No, this game's taking forever. I think it was a 10 a.m. start, which would put them at 3+. They're only in the 7th inning. It's not even the 9th. This game is going to go on for another 45 minutes
at this point.
Yeah, it's definitely going on for.
I wonder if they'll let me. Nope, they won't. You want to stay here? Go to your boys.
We can see the end of this game. Those other guys aren't putting in any work.
Tough series.
Bobby Stolen fans, like, hey man, you can feel how you want to feel. I come to whatever conclusions you want to come to. It's whatever. But all I'm trying to tell you is the main thing I'm saying is that the story has to play out. Like you gotta see what the season plays out.
You're being very polite. Bobby Stolen funds, you sound like a fucking idiot. Fuck out of here. What are you doing? You're being very nice.
I'm trying to turn over a new leaf because I'll be talking crazy, but I ain't gonna do that to the people.
But that's like the 10th text. Like, come on, man. What are you doing?
Everybody got their own opinions, whether it's they're right or wrong. Most of the time, if you don't agree with me, you're wrong. But that's not for me to say.
That's not true.
I do too, Patrick. I do too.
I want all the Kenny's jewelry, but that doesn't mean I'm going to get it, Patrick.
Well, I mean,
it's not.
You know, you can go. We know you can go.
I don't think it's crazy. Like, it's not impossible. It's not impossible.
It's not at all.
My man,
it's not at all.
My man said championship or bust. I'm with Patrick. Let's go, baby. Let's go, baby.
It's not crazy at all. I absolutely see a world where they get to the conference finals.
Sir, you sound like an idiot because you referred to him as this Kenny guy. That's why you sound like an idiot. Oh, man.
No.
They really, did you see the vending machines were empty?
Oh, they're gone. Damn.
It's a new day, everybody. We're getting free snacks.
Aaron didn't mean over time. He meant we're getting that shit out of here now.
What happened? Like, what did they come get it, or
I was wondering, yeah, like, do we give those back?
But first of all, go to maptrition.com because my man Greg's not going to like this conversation. Maptrition.com, use the promo code DLO1320. If you have any questions about the supplements over there, whether it's protein shakes, cravings crushers, fat burners, all day BCAAs, or that green powder that I just started a couple of days ago. And it's a shoot. My workouts have been absolutely fantastic since linking up with Map Training and Maptrition. Go to maptrition.com, use the promo code DLO1320. Now, all of the snacks are gone. So we got an email yesterday from the tribal chief who said, hey, guys, we're making a station upgrade. We're getting rid of the vending machines. Kimberly's going to send out an email and send her back like snack and drink suggestions. Mm-hmm. And now, correct me if I'm wrong, the article sounded like that is compliments of Odyssey.
Yeah, no, yeah. Odyssey, it says Odyssey is providing.
No, to be clear, I just want the hell with your raise. We'll give you popcorn and soda.
Hey, bro, we work on radio. You got to take what you get.
But
here.
don't ask me for a pay increase, because gas is $19 a gallon. I got you popcorn and donuts that Kenny can put in the refrigerator. So we got that email literally like yesterday afternoon.
Yeah.
We walk in today, that vending machine's got cobwebs in it.
It's all gone.
Even the tuna's gone.
Well, good. But what happened to the
Yeah, no, you brought up a good point. Where are the snacks?
No,
Like, are they just in Aaron's office and he's just eating them right now, not sharing with the class?
Does the vending machine guy just come and get the snacks out?
That's what it feels like might have happened.
Well, who gets the vending machines then? They're just sitting there.
Yeah, there's money in those things. We need to figure out how to unlock it right now.
Take it
Take
it home like in barbershop.
I would
Nah, me and Reese are gonna go break into this
No.
vending machine right now.
No, dummy. I would think the guy who came and got the snacks got the money out of
Maybe
it.
he's coming later this week for it. I don't know.
Oh, okay. So his first priority
The
was to come
snacks.
get the snacks.
Yeah.
I'll get the
I'll be
money
back.
later,
I'll be back. That's what he
but
said.
I'm gonna get the snacks right now.
To be fair, he's the one who has a key in there.
If he did,
There's nothing in there except Kenny's Apple Pay code and Justine's wrinkly ass dollars. I watched Justine for 5 straight minutes try to put $1 in that vending machine. And I tried to help her. I was like, can I just buy it for you with Apple Pay? She's like, it's offline. It won't work. And she's doing the gimmick where she's trying to smooth the dollar out and putting it in the machine. I was like, this is ridiculous. This is absurd. Get this stupid thing out of here. And what are they going to do? So are they putting like shelves there with just a bunch of snacks like the Fortress
I
of
don't know.
Snack?
I hope we have a
Let me tell you something about the people in this building, dude.
plan.
I don't think that they do. Because if we're just willy-nilly putting drinks and soda out there, them joints gonna be gone every day.
No, yeah, I'm putting everything in my pocket.
Because there is a big difference between, man, I need to hit up the vending machine. I'm kind of feeling a type of way. And oh, look, Smart Pop.
Well, they'd be gone. They'd be gone.
I'm gonna take some fruit snacks. I'm gonna get some skinny
Although
pop.
I'm telling you, this privilege is going to be destroyed in the first month of it.
Well,
This little Odyssey initiative or whatever they're doing, it won't last more than a month.
In theory,
Although-
you're right. We only
You
have like
can't-
5 people working here.
Well,
Right now.
there's that too.
That's
That's
true.
a good point.
That's true.
It's just going to be us.
I was gonna say you can't put
Yeah.
food out in this building.
Me and Kenny are gonna be arguing by the end of the next week. Dude, you took all those fruit snacks this week.
I will say this though. There's a Pepsi in that refrigerator that's been in there for about 3 weeks.
It has to be Charlie's.
It's a regular Pepsi?
Nah, Charlie only does diet.
Oh, that's
It might
yeah,
be
that's
from one
right.
of the parties we had. Remember we had the
That's
Sprites and the
what I
Cokes?
think, but I don't know. I don't know.
Bro, just take it.
Yeah.
I ain't gonna take it now. Maybe tomorrow.
It's been there 3 weeks. Kim told people to clean the refrigerator out 2 weeks ago. If it's still
If I
in
grab
there,
it and I
just
open
take
it, will you drink it? You don't gotta
Check.
open it, bro. I'll do it.
Have you checked Kimberly's little refrigerator in there? There's probably something in there.
No, I think there might be some stuff in there.
There's all sorts of
Yeah.
stuff in there. There's all sorts of stuff in that room.
Yeah.
I was gonna say that room's always got snacks. I never know if it's off limits or not. I just walk past, this door's open today.
It's the what is it? The nursing room?
Yeah. For
That means
somebody needs a
everybody
nurse.
has access to it. Just open the door and get a snack
Fair.
or a drink. Hell, the tribal chief poured us a drink 3 days
He
ago. We
did,
could pretty
and
much
that
do
was-
what we
that
want.
drink was crazy. I meant to ask him what that was.
Kenny's still drunk. I told you what it was. It was markers. It was bourbon.
Oh, well,
Kimberly said it when she was in here. We're like,
I
what is
didn't-
this?
I
It
didn't-
is markers.
I didn't hear anything.
Well, buddy, you're alcohol. I know you don't drink much, but Jesus.
Last night I was outside real quick because my buddy Alan, the Bears fan, was in town. And I was like, oh, come on, man, let's go get a drink or something like that. And he was just baffled by the mermaids and dive bar. He said, what is going on? He said, what is this? What the hell's going on? They were under the water for a minute too. That's always crazy.
Did we have a conversation where you asked, are those real?
Yes.
Well,
That happened, right?
Once again, that's not how it was asked. I was saying those aren't real mermaids. Like mermaids don't exist. I was getting confirmation, but I'm not gonna lie to you. It trips you out how long they're underwater. That's what gets me. That's what always gets me.
Yeah,
I look up 10
be-
minutes.
I don't know how they do that.
Hey,
That's
as
the
far
trip,
as
yeah.
I'm concerned, who's to say that they're not real? Has
I
anyone
don't
ever
know.
checked?
I've never spoken to one of them outside
Exactly.
of the water.
All I know is they could swim for 5 minutes
So,
underwater.
We know that the dive bar has mermaids.
That'd be tripping me out. And then the other thing, so my first thought was always that's like a video. Like that's not a real water aquarium, whatever. That's not real. That's a video, whatever. And then people are like, no, that's real.
You can see the top of it.
I'm like, well, those can't be real women in there. She's been in there for
Well,
12
they're not.
straight minutes.
They're mermaids, Casey. They're not real women. They're mermaids.
But yeah, he was tripping out. So I told him, I was like, usually they'd be having these little mermaids fight. He's like, nah, you tripping. And then she came from her rest or break or whatever. He's like, and for like 9 minutes, he was just staring like,
well,
is she going to get out the water?
First of all, that
Is she
poor
okay?
mermaid. Because I always think about like, people are just staring at you. Like, what are you doing? Do you wave?
She was waving. She was blowing
smile?
kisses
Yeah.
and stuff like that. Yeah.
All while underwater.
It's crazy. It's crazy. Maybe it was one mermaid.
There's no chance. Like, there's got to be something that she's using to breathe or something like that. You can't just hire some rando off the street. Hey, hold
Well,
your
how
breath
do
for
you
6
know
minutes.
they hired a rando off the street?
Well, I mean, you hiring like Olympic swimmers to come
No,
work at
they
your bar?
hired a mermaid.
All right, the
Hey,
mermaids
man,
are real then.
I have a great talent to hold my breath for a long time. Wonderful. You could be a mermaid at dive bar.
Like, if anybody is listening to this, and
Let's get one of
you have
them.
been, that's what I'm saying, and you've been a mermaid at dive bar, I need to hear from you because to your point, nobody's ever talked to these people.
That's facts.
No, we've never talked to them. Like, I'm sure Oasis has talked to a mermaid or two.
Oasis, if you're listening, man, say that you have talked to this mermaid or these mermaids.
We really got to get one of the mermaids on the show.
Hey, if there's a mermaid listening, we have 1,000th episode coming up on Wednesday. Just walk in. Just walk in. We'll kick who. If it's Big Sean's on, we'll kick Big Sean off, and we'll talk to the mermaids.
I'm Ben's little bro right here. Like, what's the resume looking for in this?
It's easy. How long can you hold your breath? How long can you breathe underwater?
8 minutes. Not long enough. Sorry, not higher.
Sorry.
When they put the description in, must hold your breath for 12 minutes plus underwater. 9 isn't going to get it done.
Joel says there's a Netflix documentary on mermaid people. Is that a shoot or is Joel being silly?
I know what I'm doing today.
Hold on.
No, I don't know nothing about that. I don't know nothing about that.
Netflix mermaid movie?
Called them mermaid people.
It's called The Little Mermaid.
It's called
That's on Netflix.
Mer People.
Oh my goodness.
Oh, there's the trailer for The Little Mermaid.
They got a regular cartoon, like a series for The Little Mermaid. It's a good job. They do a good job with it.
I'm sorry, did Odyssey not pay the internet bill? Like, why am I getting this spinning like logos? I'm trying to watch the trailer for The Mermaid.
Hey, are we on Twitter yet?
Oh. Here comes Charlie. Don't worry about it, Charlie. It's fine.
Still trying to get on Facebook.
We're still trying to get on.
That's a true story. I lost access to Facebook so long ago. So this is a thing, bro. I don't know what to tell you. There are just
What are
mermaids.
they trying to say they're real mermaids?
No, these are
Like, what are
people.
Like they're cosplaying as mermaids?
They appear to live as mermaids. Well, that's definitely not one that's at dive bar. But like they swim underwater, and I guess this is just what they do.
What is it called? Mer people?
Mer people.
That's crazy. That's crazy. That is crazy.
It looks a little intense. I'm gonna be honest with you. They're screaming and crying. There's a lot going on right here.
Yeah, I mean,
okay. Yeah, this is look, she's just underwater, just kicking it, waving. The mermaids are a thing. Okay, let's try this. This is good for
there's
a
a
Kings
guy
game.
mermaid.
How do you hire a mermaid? Sacramento Mermaid School. First thing that pops up.
Wow.
There is a school for mermaids.
Are we the home of mermaids? Sacramento?
Hire a mermaid entertainer for your next party or event. Aaron! We got an idea.
How did we not think of this? People are making money off of fake mermaids.
Look, where is the best place to find a mermaid?
Sacramento?
Well, no, it's Spring Hill, Florida.
Oh man.
How much do performing mermaids make?
I got to the point where it got intense on this.
Yes, I told you. How long do mermaid performers stay underwater? Oh, 2 minutes to over 4 minutes is the average
okay.
professional mermaid.
All right. Well, we got the best in the country.
This is amazing. I love the internet. What qualifications do you need to be a mermaid? There is no formal degree requirement for this position.
Major in mermaid.
Oh, this is incredible. This is incredible. Mermaids can live up to 300 years.
Wow. Jesus.
Okay. This is
Well,
terrific.
I'll say
I'm
right
sorry.
now, we are the mermaid capital of the country.
We might need to get someone from Aqua Mermaid on the show before football starts and things get real.
Yeah.
We have a wide variety of mermaids with different styles and looks. Boy, this feels like this website could actually be something else.
Oh boy.
Okay.
Oh man.
All right. I'm just to be sure.
Oh man.
I'm going to
now I'm about to say
close
I
that
don't know.
tab.
Man,
Close that
I don't know
tab.
about that one.
Can someone check the Yelp
Is
reviews?
mermaid code for something?
I don't know about that one.
Are there any Yelp
Oh,
reviews
man.
for Aqua Mermaid?
D'Lo getting an email from IT as we speak.
Aqua
Oh man.
Mermaid.
I think Paul Pierce had a mermaid for a day.
Well,
All
Paul
right.
Pierce, man,
All
that
right.
boy. It's a wild guy right there.
Well, it's got 100% review, but it only has 1 thumbs up.
I bet.
Pause. Well, all right. So about that Kings schedule release.
Is NBA TV a national TV game?
Uh-oh. No mermaids? Oh, Aaron said no mermaids. All right. Charlie came over to tell us Aaron said no mermaids. Jeez, man. We literally asked for nothing, Aaron. 1 Little Mermaid.
That's all we're looking for.
How does he think we got to 1,000 episodes? It wasn't talking sports.
Oh man. We just trying to make it.
Telling me we put mermaids in the Odyssey studios for our next up front that
this
every
up.
advertiser isn't signing on with Odyssey
no.
for years.
Yeah, they are. I'll tell you that
I
right
don't
now.
know. They're going to learn to stop ignoring D'Lo and KC.
We have good
Well,
ideas.
Rachel's right. I'm really happy Reese can't hear any of this. He's in there looking at his
Put your
phone.
earpod-
Not,
Yeah, the volume's down.
yeah, he is not paying a lick of attention to what we're doing. So this is what you do, Dad. All right, pal. Don't have-
Every young person that comes in here leaves unimpressed.
Devin, I think, walked out shaking his head. I'm not doing this. I'm taking my trip to Paris, and then I'm getting out of this business.
Dudes can stop talking about Rey Mysterio for some reason.
Rey Mysterio and mermaids.
Oh man. Well, hey man.
So
shout out to them though. If anybody's listening that is a mermaid at Dive Bar, we just have questions. We just want to know how you get it done. It's amazing. It really is amazing.
Kings dropped I guess everyone's dropping animation videos for their
I saw that. Yeah,
schedule
I saw that.
release.
This was just
Oh,
it was okay.
did the lion poop on the Lakers? Oh no, that's oh, it might have.
Wait, hold on. I missed this part.
It's about 22. I think we could put this up on the screen. We won't get in trouble. All of a sudden, well, there's
That's
paw prints.
crazy.
There's paw prints, but some of those weren't paws.
They crazy for that one. I'm
neat.
looking at it right now. It is cool. Like got a little Lion King feel to it as the Bucks look up to the lion. Let's see. There's the Celtics.
I don't know why Slamson just jumped off the Tower Bridge.
You got it like that.
But he landed on all
Let's
fours.
see.
That's what they do.
Oh, well, okay. I don't know if that happened. I think he's just tracking mud.
Well, yeah, but some of those were round. Like you see clear paw tracks, but you see something else. What's that? Water dripping off the tail?
I ain't gonna lie. That'd be disrespectful. That'd be disrespectful.
You said this was 20 seconds in?
22 seconds in, yeah.
They'd be cold pieces of work for that one. would be cold for that one.
I'll pull it up. On
Nah,
That's
that
crazy.
line's dumping on the Lakers,
Oh!
bro.
That's what it looks like.
Oh, that line's dumping on the Lakers.
Yo, that's what it
He's
looks
walking
like.
and dumping, bro.
That's what it looks like.
Oh man, we ain't playing with the boys, man. We smacking the Lakers up all season, baby. All 2024 and 2025.
Well, did they win all 4 last year?
They did.
They're gonna do that.
Remember,
again?
AD's never beat Sabonis.
Oh, that's right. That's right. That's crazy.
AD's never beat Sabonis.
That is absolutely
true.
nuts. And who brought that? Perk?
Perk.
Perk
I mean,
brought that.
Anthony Davis.
Mm-mm.
He's 0-9 against Sabonis.
No, that sounds like Jerry Jones and Chris Broussard.
Yeah, Kendrick Perkins, we need you to go with RG3. You're fired.
So here's the video. It's like cute. It's cute. We'll just skip ahead. So here we are, getting to the Los Angeles Lakers portion of Hollywood. Now look, come on,
Dude, it's dumping from the back.
Come on, man. There's a lot.
The spots
that look like a lot more than footprints to me.
The spots are not coming as the line walks. It's like as the line walks away, now the spots are coming.
They just didn't want to make it like too graphic, but I think they were trying to make a point with that.
That's crazy. Well, hey, man.
I mean, you do what you got to do.
Do what you got to do. It's a rivalry. Damn.
Hey, it happens. It happens.
Oh man, I'm anxious to see because remember actually Reese alerted me to this. Didn't the Magic have like a really good video last year? I forgot what it was, but he was like,
I
"Are
know.
they gonna do like the Magic did last year again?"
Yeah, because we were watching some of them. I remember.
Yeah, I don't remember what the Magics were.
Was it the Magic or the Nets where they were throwing things down the stairs?
Yeah, that's the one I was thinking
Was
of.
it- I think
I don't
that might have
remember
been
who
the
did that.
Nets.
That's the video I remember though, is where they were throwing stuff
was
down
crazy.
the stairs.
That was they were throwing food down the stairs for all matchups. So I mean that's the thing, that's what goes on. So we'll see.
I love the internet. Internet is an amazing place. This A's game will never, ever, ever come to a conclusion.
Well, at least they're in the 8th inning now. At least
the A's are still up. It's been an interesting game to watch.
Mason Miller in the game right now. Shout out to the A's. I mean,
so you brought this up earlier. You said Deuce tweeted it out. Is the A's Kings thing in April? Is that a big deal?
What you mean by that? Like, is it a
benchmark for if how this really works in Sacramento? How many, is there going to be an over analysis of sports fans, Kings fans, baseball fans, the true ability to host 2 professional sports franchises?
Yes and no, because if I'm being fair to the whole thing, I believe that the A's will get 15,000 on that day, and the Kings will get their 17,000. I don't think that's in question. But if you're talking about like, can they have a professional team? If you're talking about an MLB team in Sacramento, it's not going to be a 14,000 seat stadium.
Right.
It's going to be, can they get 30? Can they get 25 while the Kings get 17?
Mm-hmm.
And I don't know. I just don't know that. But I know for those games, they'll both be sold out.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not worried about that at all. All.
You think the King?
Go ahead.
Sorry,
No,
you think
no,
the
go
A's sell out all year?
Yes. I think the A's sell out all 3 or 4 years.
I'm with you.
I think once again, Alan, the Bears fan, he was there yesterday, and I haven't been to Sutter Health. I went last year. But it's kind of insane, that ballpark and what's going to be taking place there. What I mean by that is, he was like, "Oh man, look where I'm at." He was like down the left field line, and he's like, "Look, they're building whatever back here, the clubhouse or whatever."
Mm-hmm.
And he was on FaceTime, but when I was talking to him earlier, and then he shows the field, he's right there, and he's not even like on the first row. He's at the concourse, right there.
Mm-hmm.
Major League Baseball is going to be right there. Like how crazy is that? Think about how when you go to a Major League Baseball game, like where some people are sitting, right? You know what I mean? Like you're sitting in the second deck or whatever, and you're at the game, but it's still a little ways away. I don't know how many rows the Rivercat Stadium goes up like 20 rows, maybe 25 rows. And that's you're 25 rows away from the field at the worst. It's gonna be crazy to see the A's players, to see Aaron Judge, see Vlad Guerrero Jr., to see the Giants when they come to town, all these other stuff. And it's if you have an opportunity to go to that game, you're going to that game for the next 3 to 4 years. Any game. It don't matter if they play in the Royals, the Yankees, or the Guardians. You're going. They're going. You think they're going to sell out all 3 years, 4 years, or does it wane a little bit?
They're selling out next year.
Easy.
I don't know that I'm as confident they're selling out all 3 years. I think there'll be some fluctuation. I don't think anyone will ever look at it and go, "There's bad attendance." But yeah, I mean, it's a long season, man. That is a lot of. It's twice as many games as a basketball game, a basketball season. It's going to do well. I'll say that. The first year, I legitimately think you're getting tickets through third party sites,
right?
But outside of that, I don't know. I'll be excited to watch it, and I will be excited for those days in April, particularly the first one, because I hope what you just laid out is accurate. That you have 17-ish thousand at the Golden One Center and 14, 15,000, whatever the number is.
Yeah,
at the park.
It'll be really dope. I mean, to me, the only time you're talking about them not selling out is like if Team X is there, right? Like, and I'm talking about the bottom most unpopular teams.
They're not selling against the Miami
Expos?
Marlins.
Yeah, like the
There you go.
Marlins.
Yeah.
The Marlins. Like maybe that, right? But then you get into a situation where people who want to go to these games, the Marlins might be the only game they can afford to go to.
Sure.
So they're gonna go.
Or can actually get into.
That's what I mean. That's
Yeah.
what I mean. That's
Oh.
the Yankees tickets are sold out. Third party sites, we talking $250 to get in
Yeah.
the door.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? So man, I want to take a family of 4 to see Major League Baseball, but we can't go see the Yankees. We can go to the Marlins. So you're gonna have thousands of people who do that. That's why I think the sellouts are gonna continue. But like the Marlins, the Rockies, like those handful of teams that don't have like a fan base, yeah, it might be a struggle.
Mhm.
But if you got half of a fan base, like I said, the Mets are more than half of a fan base, but they're not like the Yankees or the Dodgers or something like that. They'll definitely be 14,000 for the Mets alone. And that's not even considering the A's fans. Like I say
Right,
this
yeah,
all
yeah.
the time,
Yeah.
just talking about like other teams, A's fans might pull up. So
We'll come back. We'll talk more basketball, more about your Kings. We'll take more of your phone calls if you want to get in here on the discussion. Lots of NFL stuff to talk about as well. Will Z coming up in about 30 minutes. Matt George closes out the show in the 3 o'clock hour. Still much more Kings content ahead. It's D'Lo and KC, brought to you by Sky River Casino here on Sacramento Sports Leader ESPN 1320.
good in there.
Bro, can you tell Brandon Aiyuk and the Niners to hurry up? What are we doing at this point?
I have no idea. This is such a waste of time.
Like, you're either going to take the deal or you're going to take the trade. Like, what are we doing?
I have no idea what's going on there. flying Brian. I like that. I like that. If the A's ended up staying in Sacramento and committing to Sac, would you realign your baseball alliance, Kenny? No, I don't think so. I mean, the Giants are too ingrained in my life. But it absolutely would be a situation where I'm rooting for the A's. I'm an A's fan. I want to see them do well. The only time I might not root for them is if they play the Giants. If they play anybody other than the Giants, it's go A's. It's go A's. That's the way it's going to be anyway for the time that they're here. For me.
I produced that Tinashe interview this morning. It's going to come out pretty dope. Yeah.
That's what's up. She was good. She was cool.
Yeah, she was really good. Yeah, we got a 5 and a 4 out of it. So a 5 minute and a 4 minute segment out of it. What's more likely, mermaids swimming at the bottom of the ocean or aliens? I'm going to go aliens.
Yeah, for sure.
As far as I'm concerned, aliens are real.
I think aliens are real too.
That's for sure.
Funny enough, that was actually a conversation we had yesterday with Tinashe.
There's no doubt.
You can hear that on KSFM tomorrow at 4:00.
You can't convince me that aliens are not real. That's how confident I am that aliens exist.
David Jackson, are you coming next Wednesday to the show? I got it. Quick. I was quick enough. I said, are you coming next week to the show?
Yeah. Play on,
I was
play
quick
on.
enough. Hey.
Play on.
Come on, man.
I can't even say come from behind victory.
You
but he
can't.
can
No,
say
you didn't
that.
know because you didn't. Sometimes you leave out the word victory. Dad, give the kid his ball back, jackass. Jesus, man. Okay. Friendly little reminder, KC and I, we outside.
Yeah, man.
The road to 1,000 episodes begins 705 K Street, downtown Sacramento. The roller rink, which is the ice rink.
Yeah.
But we're going to be out there, the roller rink, man, Flashback Friday style, 90s, 2000s. Complex is going to be mixing. KC has already promised to get on the skates.
I mean, I got to work, though. I don't know when I'm going to be able to get on the skates.
Oh, you backtracking already? Look
I mean,
at
I would
this
do it,
dude.
but I got to work.
Wow. Told the people on
Yeah, come
KSFM
on.
he was going to skate.
I want
And now
skate,
over
but
here on ESPN 13.
You did not say you
gotta-
wanted to say.
I
You
gotta
said you were going to skate.
I want to. I want to skate, but I got to work. When the boss going to let me skate? You're going to give me an hour? 9 o'clock hour?
What's Complex going to do? Kenny, stop skate. Stop having fun, Kenny. Wow. Already backtracking.
Hey, if I'm
Telling
not getting
the
in
show
trouble,
two different things.
if I'm not getting in trouble, I'll be out there. That's nothing. I've been waiting to skate all summer.
You have. That's the shoot.
Now
So
I'll
come
be-
through, hang out, man. We're gonna have a good time. 6 to 10 tomorrow night.
6 to 10 pull up on us. Now
Might stop at Chipotle on the way.
Oh,
Lazy, if you're coming out, like
that's
I'll buy you a
shoot.
burrito bowl.
Yeah, I'm definitely going to Chipotle. Since I'll be by myself, I can go.
Well, we'll go together.
Yeah.
I'm gonna need to eat.
You can catch me, in the streets, zooming on those electric scooter.
I saw that. I gotta.
Oh
I
man,
had,
what a coinky dink!
I had run upstairs and came down. There's a missed FaceTime call from Jazz. I was like, "Oh, okay." Call Jazz back, and there's Kenny riding down the mean streets of Elk Grove in his brand new electric scooter that we were talking about yesterday on the show.
Yeah. Well, it wasn't the little motorcycles like that you see with those kids going to school, but yeah, not mine.
So
So
the difference was explained to me a little bit. Like Surons, they go a certain speed, and then I think it's e-bikes. Those
e-bikes are the ones that
faster.
are on the streets, like that you can rent and stuff like that.
And those are the ones
but you can have them to buy as well.
You have to wear. I think those are the ones that you have, or maybe Surons are the ones that you have to wear helmets for. I think you got to wear helmets for both, but like I guess cops they get pretty heavy with the Surons.
Yeah, I didn't know.
I don't know. It was explained to me, and clearly I already forgot what was told to me. But all I know is every one of them rides by me. I figured out my timing. If I leave 10 minutes earlier than normal, we miss all those bikes.
That's usually it's crazy. That's how like schools go. Like the schools rush and everything is literally
all
like
at once,
7 to 10 minutes.
It's all at once.
That's all it is all the time.
I can miss both rushes at both schools and have a nice, peaceful walk without these biker gangs driving by me on their way to. I don't even know where these kids are going, to be honest with you, because they're not going in the direction of Whitney Heights. I don't have no idea where they're going, but they're going somewhere. Them parking lots at schools must just be nothing but these bikes.
Man, yeah, that's the move right now. That is absolutely the move.
You know what else they do in my neighborhood? They ride golf carts around.
That's rich.
Yeah, you live in one of those neighborhoods.
But it's like there's no golf. What are you doing?
That's just a rich thing. That's just getting around.
There's no golf course here.
Yeah, that's what you do when you're rich. Hello, you don't have a golf course, but you have a golf cart.
You don't got a golf cart?
No. What would I need a golf cart for?
You live in that kind of community.
Neighborhood. It happens.
It's like comes with HOA or something.
Yeah.
No, it doesn't.
We went to this Reese had a soccer game, and Mary, I think that's what it was. I think it was Marietta, where it's almost like how you talk about going to James's house. It's a gate, more than a gated community. It's like we're letting you into the city if we approve you. And everybody in that, I guess it's a city, but I thought it was more like a community. They all got golf carts. So we played a soccer game.
You get one? Like
I don't know how they get it. I don't know if maybe they get a deal when they buy the house or whatever, but we played a soccer game. Everybody drives to the soccer game in their golf cart. So they pull up to the golf cart. That's how they sit and watch the game at the golf cart.
Don't be losing to the golf cart kids, though.
And then they leave. They leave in their golf carts. They be tailgating in the golf cart. It's crazy. I was tripping out when I saw that. I think it is Marietta.
Okay, man. Dude, I heard this noise behind us on like Sunday. Like, what is that? Guy in his little golf cart. Hey, sir, what are you doing? There's no golf course around here.
I mean, that's how.
Whatever, man.
I don't live in. I live in a regular residential neighborhood. Ain't no golf carts going around here.
Yeah, people walk in my neighborhood
every day. Blue collar neighborhood. I don't see that.
All right, buddy.
How's the stadium going back there at your house?
Oh, get your jokes off.
4 years. That might be where the A's move. That might be where since apparently we don't have to worry
catch
about
A's versus Braves at the World Series at Damien's backyard.
Since we don't have to worry about a Republic Stadium. We
were looking for the whale for the Republic. I think we got Dame now.
You know what I found out? You talked about the other day, realizing how Elk Grove is so big or whatever the case may be. I don't know how to classify these things, but I think it's the largest non-Sacramento city in Sacramento County. They say they got like 180,000 residents or something like that.
What city is this?
Elk Grove.
Oh, okay.
Roseville, I think might be second. I think they got like 140,000. That's actually
well.
more than I
Roseville's
realized.
Placer County.
Oh, so maybe it's not Sacramento County, but you know what I mean. Like you've lived here, like the surrounding cities and stuff like that. Roseville's got
Elk Grove is
140,000.
massive. I told you how frustrated I was. I was going to have you pick something up for me or have someone drop something up. You two live in Elk Grove and I think live further apart than you and I do. That was the most insane thing I had ever looked up on the maps before. How you live in Elk Grove? Kenny lives in Elk Grove, and y'all live 30 minutes from each other.
Wow, man! Like I said, no freeways. That's the killer. But yeah, that made me look that up. I was like, how many people are in Elk Grove? It's like 180. I think it's 140.
Our
in
company is
Roseville.
currently fascinated with Elk Grove.
A lot of people out there. Folsom is only like 70,000.
That's why Casey's Tesla is getting wrapped in the KSFM
Well,
logo.
Casey's Tesla is not getting
WCAudioTint.com, West Coast Car Audio.
I'm definitely going to West Coast Car Audio, but it ain't going to be to put a 1025 wrap.
It's going to be putting the 1025 wrap and the D-Lo and Casey cartoon logo on the other side, and then the Icon Rock Clear on top.
They can put that on the scooter.
Oh, that ain't going to get
Wrap
nobody's
the scooter.
attention. That ain't going to get nobody's attention. WNBA returns tonight.
What comes first, the WNBA game or the end of this A's game? It's still going on.
Asia is going to have 20 points by the time this A's game ends.
I'm ready for the WNBA.
I don't even know if do the Aces play tonight.
Yeah, I think it's the.
I think
Aces.
that was the promo we saw. There's
Is it the Liberty and Aces?
There is.
Or no, Liberty and Sparks.
That's it. Yep,
Yeah.
it's Phoenix and Chicago, Washington and Minnesota, and New York and Los Angeles.
Do you know roughly how many games they got left in the season?
I could probably tell you. I don't
Can't
off
be
the top of
that
my head.
many. Like,
it's not.
the rest of August, then most of September. Playoffs probably start in September, I think.
It looks like so. New York is 21-4. They've played 25 games, and the season now is 40. Is that right? It used to be 36. I think it's 40. So 15 more games. It looks like there are some teams that played 23, some teams that played 25. It doesn't look like anyone's played more. Oh, the Fever have played 26 games. Of course, you get as many Caitlin Clark games on TV as you can. They've played 26. So, yeah, probably about 14, 15 left, depending on the team.
I can't wait to see how this season closes out, man.
It could get a little rocky.
What you mean?
The second half is usually really difficult in Olympic years, and you could see some weird you could see some ugly stuff.
Yeah,
some ugly basketball.
You get to see who was staying in shape, staying locked in, and who took a little too much vacation time. And
or who played 6 games in Paris and dealt with the travel and the media responsibilities and all of that different stuff.
They're actually they're coming back a little sooner than I thought they would. I thought maybe they'd start the following.
They got to
week.
get the season over.
Yeah,
they got to get this season over because the big bad monster is on the way.
Right,
the big bad TV monster is on the way.
I saw something, and the A's game is over at 2 p.m.
A's win. A's win.
I think this was a 9:30 a.m. start.
My goodness. Yesterday, it was 9:30 a.m. yesterday. I feel like the last 3 innings were about 2+ hours.
Dodgers lost. That's a good thing. But I just saw it in passing, so I don't know how serious it was, or if it was tongue in cheek. But somebody on Get Up,
Good Morning,
was suggesting that maybe, quite possibly, I'll let you you might get it, but who do you think they rumored to be the next Cowboys coach? I'll give you a hint.
Bill Belichick or Deion?
You'll get Deion Sanders. And you know what? That's not crazy. Because I thought about this. Because you just mentioned like the behemoths are coming.
Yeah.
I don't know why Deion would stay in college after Shador graduates. Maybe because he just loves coaching, But everything that I see, it's like we're a package deal. The Sanders family, like Shiloh, wherever Shador goes, Shiloh going, and he hasn't said it, but it feels like that's where I'll be. And we talked earlier about how much Jerry reportedly just loves Shador Sanders. That would be crazy.
Deion Sanders.
If Deion Sanders became the head coach of the Cowboys and Shador was there, that would be, we talk about Bronny and Bron. Do you think that would, I mean, it's football, so probably it would supersede that, right?
Yeah.
By like 5.
Well, especially because it's on the Cowboys.
By 5, by like 100.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That first game of the season, Shador starting at quarterback in Deion's opening game. Oh my goodness.
We'll I want to get back to that. Ramsey's waiting for us. 916-909-1320. What's up, Ramsey?
Just when you were talking about baseball, it made me think about this article that I saw this morning that Jesse Rogers, that covers the Chicago Cubs in Major League Baseball, wrote, potentially bringing in a new rule of having starting pitchers go at least 6 innings, potentially starting in 2025, unless they get blasted for 4 runs before 6 innings or injury caveats. Me personally, I think that's asinine. That's again taken away from the purity of Major League Baseball. For example, I'm not trying to bring it up or rub it in because it frustrated me. Robbie Ray last night got lit up in the first inning. Yeah, he gave up more than four runs, so it would apply. But if something like that happens, you should be able to take out your pitcher whenever you want to, rather than be dictated. Oh, he has to go 6. If he doesn't have it and he's 3 innings in, you should be able to take him out rather than being dictated that he has to go 6 innings.
I agree. I'm with you on that. I don't like that being a rule, right? That doesn't make a whole lot of sense. I feel like I understand, where that may come on, Katrina, don't do that. I understand where they could be coming from with that, because they might be trying to lean into like my displeasure of starting pitchers not like being starting pitchers and going 6-7 innings anymore. But I don't know if that's the way to go about it. I don't necessarily like that. But yeah, it's a problem. Maybe whoever wrote that recognizes the same thing that I do, or feels the same way that I do. That is a problem that, used to be able to have these starting pitchers that would, be marquee matchups in a series. You know what I mean? And now you don't know who's pitching from game to game. And when they do, they're out by the 4th inning, 5th inning. That's not the baseball I grew up on. Speaking of the baseball I grew up on, did you see that video that was circulating yesterday of Barry Bonds and Greg Maddux watching their at bat? That was pretty cool. That should have been more than a minute and a half. Give me 20 minutes.
Yeah, you could do that. Could be a series.
Yeah,
that's good stuff.
That was really good.
That's good stuff. Back to the Cowboy stuff. There was a question on, I don't know where it was. I might have been reading about it on Pro Football Talk. I don't even know if it was framed as a question, because Florio doesn't ask questions because he knows everything. He made it as a statement. I like Mike Florio. I read that website every day.
A little annoying, but he's good. He's good at what he does.
But he's good.
Yeah.
So, and I didn't know this until today. Apparently, the Cowboys and CD are like $2 million apart.
Oh, like that's kind of
from what I understand. So if I have this right, I think this is the Dallas Fort Worth News.
Mm-hmm.
Dallas is at 33 million, and CD and his people are at 35 million. That's obviously, I don't know why average annual value have become I don't know why that's become the thing over guarantees lately, but it is. It's the new hotness, and it's what you're seeing in all these discussions, especially with wide receivers. I guess this is a joke. Are you serious?
That's crazy.
And Mike asked the question, like, at this point, Jerry's just doing it because it gets him attention. He's going to ultimately give CeeDee Lamb what he wants, just like he did Zeke, just like he did Dak, and just like he did Emmitt Smith. He just loves all the attention. This is keeping the Cowboys, this is keeping their situation at the top of every NFL broadcast. We're getting closer and closer to the NFL season. The Cowboys, a now one of one $10 billion franchise.
That's
And
crazy, man.
he bought that for like $120 million.
Oh, man.
Insane. Absolutely insane. Then I started thinking about who can afford a sports franchise anymore? Like the pool was already extremely limited.
Yeah.
Now you're getting into valuations of $10+ billion. Who's like, yeah, I want one of those.
Well, man, now it feels like maybe there's like 50 people in America at least that could do it. But then you're gonna have to piece up with people. Like it's
billionaires unite.
Yeah. And those I don't know what they're called, not tech firms, but like it's gonna be agencies and companies. Like what's the oh, Jesse's not there, but what is it, the Fenway Group or something like that?
Yeah.
Stuff
Yeah.
like that. It's not Vivek Ranadive anymore.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? It's these groups and these businesses buy these teams. That's crazy.
A $2 million difference
That's
between
crazy,
CD
too.
and the Cowboys.
It's the same problem I have potentially with the Brandon Aiyuk thing. And I look at, honestly, that's where I look at the team. Like, just give them the $2 million. Like, or $2 million annually.
Or
like
make
whatever.
it look
Yeah.
like however it has to look.
Yeah, like if it's that type of difference, what are you guys doing? You guys have all the money. Like, what are you doing skimping on a couple of million? And like Florio said, like you mentioned, it could be, an attention thing. It could be that. It could be a situation where Jerry's like, hey, I know CD's gonna be here, by the third preseason game or by week 1,
Well,
stay in the news.
Interestingly, I kind of went down this rabbit hole because I was looking up Raiders stuff. Of course, the Raiders play the Cowboys. Raiders, Antonio Pierce playing everybody. You're playing Friday. I think the only one who not really sure is Devontae. I don't think Devontae wants to play, but his plan is to play everybody.
Yeah.
And the Cowboys, they're not playing anyone. So I don't know if that's their approach to the entire
That would
preseason.
Yeah, I was about to think that
But
would probably mean Dak ain't playing at all.
Dak's not playing.
But I'm saying not at all the whole preseason.
Oh,
I don't
yeah.
think he plays the third game.
Mm-hmm.
So because usually now with how things
Right.
the third game is that nobody.
Yeah, no
plays.
one's playing.
That would be interesting. That's like Sean McVay. You see, speaking of, Stafford got hurt.
I didn't see the severity of it.
Hamstring. No ruling yet, but they're
Okay.
not. It's not treated as no, everything will be fine.
Like he hurt his
It's
hamstring.
Like, yeah, it's like let's monitor this situation. He's not practicing.
You know what that means?
Here
It's Jimmy time, baby. It's Jimmy time.
Here goes
Come
Jimmy
on,
G.
man. Let
look,
the world see.
Look, and if Matthew Stafford isn't ready to go to start the season, week 3 in LA, Niners at Rams. Oh boy, Jimmy G.
Jimmy G against the 49ers.
Man, oh man, I hope that happens. I want to see that game. That was a light Jimmy. They'll pick him off like they did every practice. Jimmy was my boy too. I got that one wrong. I believed in Jimmy. I was like, nah, he's a good quarterback even without Kyle Shanahan.
Well, and then that's so I guess I got Kyle Shanahan wrong. Because not only did he make magic with the last pick of the NFL draft, he made Jimmy Garoppolo look like a competent quarterback. Something no one else has been able to do. No one.
Well,
he played a handful of games for Belichick.
Yeah.
I can't remember exactly how many. I know the Deflategate suspension, he played 2 and then got hurt.
Yeah.
But I don't know what else he did. I can't remember what else he did beside that.
I can't either.
Some people will tell you he went 14 and
well
2 or whatever it was.
Tom Brady felt that way. Tom Brady said, "Get him out of here. This guy's too
Tom
good."
Brady wanted him gone.
Or he just couldn't stand him. We never explore that.
Doesn't it matter? Doesn't matter.
Did you see the trailer for Aaron Hernandez?
I did.
Look kind of fire.
Well, we thought that about Clipped.
We did.
And Clipped was in fact
well,
not fire.
Well, look, and here's
let's also get this. This is not going to be funny.
Well, that's the whole thing. Like we were like, "Oh, Clipped is funny," and then like real life happened. I was like, "That's not funny."
This
is like even more. Real
but
life.
now looking back at it, Doc throwing oranges at a wall is funny until I get a clear explanation from the real Doc Rivers. I've got that's funny. Was that a coping mechanism for him or what was it? Like I need to know. And who told him? Like who told the producers of this? Yeah, Doc throws oranges at a wall.
The wife
or they just made it up. I don't think the dad did. The dad didn't cooperate with this. Because if they did, they wouldn't have made him look so goofy on the show.
To be fair, everybody looked goofy except for Chris Paul and Doc Rivers. Doc Rivers, like Lawrence Fishburne. Doc.
Well,
Rivers,
the problem with Lawrence is they sprayed this. Sometimes it was faint, and sometimes like someone a little heavy-handed sprayer
in the same scene.
You have to have hair follicles to use the spray. They just sprayed it all over Lawrence Fishburne's head. Like,
that's a shoot though. The only two people who didn't look goofy in there to me is Chris Paul and Doc Rivers. Everybody else was kind of comedic.
Yeah, the first two episodes where Blake is getting his hand held and walked around and all of these different things are happening. It's like, this is funny. And then the racism sets in and it's like, well,
and poor
all right.
Poor Elgin Baylor comes through.
Oh, but yeah, Elgin Baylor in the produce section. Like just the idea of Doc Rivers running into Elgin Baylor, by grabbing some tomatoes is spectacular.
And then they had Elgin, and this could have been true, but then they had Elgin talking like almost like Get Out type thing. Like he's in a trance and he's like, "You're the new coach, huh?" It's like, yo.
They were trying to sell the trauma of what he went through, and it was not working at all.
Yeah, so Aaron Hernandez, I mean, that have you seen like one of those docs on him and everything like that?
Yeah, I've seen.
That's crazy, man. That was
I didn't. Crazy. There was a series that I didn't watch yet, but yeah, I've seen some of the docs.
Hey, that was a wild boy, man. That was
the crazy. The Patriots getting like no flack for that.
Robert Kraft, even Bill
None.
Belichick,
it's not even a good. I don't remember what it was, but they just did one that Bill wouldn't be a part of, and they buried him on
Apple.
it.
The Apple.
Is that what it was?
I think it was on Apple.
Yeah, they apparently
the Amazon one.
Amazon.
Apparently, they buried Bill like through the whole thing and said he was the reason they had Aaron Hernandez. Bill didn't care about all that stuff he heard. He was like, just get me this kid. I want him.
I'm pretty sure that stuff in the doc was taken out of context. I think it was Julian Edelman or someone else said, like, yeah, that's not like how it went down or what all. Like they just took it out of context, like just painted it on Bill in that doc.
Mm. Yeah, again, I didn't watch it.
That one I might watch. I'm not watching.
To me, that feels like the worst one.
But,
well, that's the Brady one.
Yeah.
Right?
And the only reason I'm not watching that is because it's 10 episodes. If it was 4.
Well, I think the Amazon joint is a long doc too, isn't it? Yeah.
Guess what I'm not watching.
The Last Dance just ruined documentaries. It's like, no, let's make everything 7 hours.
Bro, we gave Derek Jeter 10 episodes.
Now I will say this: Derek Jeter one was all right. I don't think he needed that many episodes. But
I
watched it. I thought
I tried. I left.
That was pretty good.
Like, okay, I'm out. I think I had just got to where him and A-Rod was about to beef. Alex Rodriguez, and I was like, "Oh, here we go!" And I literally have never seen another episode.
You did it, Kenny.
No, very true.
I was watching Modern Family last night.
Well, can't go wrong there.
It was on for. I didn't see it, but it was on for the next 4 hours.
No, it checks out. That checks out. Will Z joins us next here on Sacramento Sports Leader ESPN 1320. By the way, did you see who we got booked for next week? When you opened StreamYard, did you see who we got booked for next week? Yeah, that's confirmed. So it's booked for Wednesday, but the problem is it's Wednesday morning, and I don't think it makes sense to air a taped segment that day. So we'll probably do it Thursday. But yeah, we got it. We could, but we have an audience that day, so it'd be kind of a waste. But it does make the show bigger if we do it. William,
What's up?
What's up, buddy?
Not too much. Keeping
Yeah.
secrets from us?
A little one, little. Well, I'm always hesitant about saying who we got booked on the show. This appears to be.
We've been burned before, Will.
Yeah,
Yeah, that makes sense.
Burned, but this appears to be like locked in 100%, and it's a good one. It is a really, really good one.
That's awesome.
That's top tier.
Yeah, that's
like legit. That's big time.
Yeah, it's a good one. It's a good one. And we're actually doing it Wednesday morning, the day of the 1000th show, but we have to record it. And so it'll probably air.
We booked the mermaid, guys.
Nice.
Well, Will's got a fancy hat clip too. I see it.
I had to copy Kenny, you know?
Mhm.
Mine's not quite as fancy though. It's actually a pipe cleaner, but I felt left out. So
There you go. I like it. I like it.
you know, not all of us have that Kenny money where we can go buy
I mean,
$200 hat
diamonds.
clips.
Just diamonds glistening.
Oh goodness.
Mm.
E-Biz, that one's
Excited for
different.
next week.
What's that?
I'm excited for next week. It's gonna be a lot of fun.
Me too. It's pretty damn stressful right now, but it'll be fun next week for sure.
I believe it.
Very anxious for that day to just get here and someone to tell me we have food and the stage is ready and all of that stuff, but we're not quite there yet.
Yeah. Man, Kenny's got multiple clips.
I mean, you know,
What's up, Kenny?
you're not
Still
plugged
getting
in.
hooked
You
up.
can't hear a thing.
Yeah.
It just doesn't.
Is this
care.
a new hat with new clips, or does he have like multiple hats with clips?
No, it's the same clips. You just change them out. So
Will got a clip.
Same.
You see, Will,
Yeah.
Will got that clips.
I see you, Will. I see you. You know what I mean? He got his blitz. You know what I mean? I see him stunting on him.
We're coming back,
Pipe
Will.
cleaner? Yep.
Head over to maptrition.com. Use the promo code DLO1320 for all your supplement needs. They got a gym in Roseville. They got a gym in Granite Bay as well. Map Training, a great place to get your fitness line on track. A variety of substances to choose from that are formulated by my man Greg here in the area. So again, go to maptrition.com. Use the promo code DLO1320. Well, you can get some of these all-day BCAAs for that cross-training stuff that you guys do over there in the Will Z household.
I need to get back into it. The garage became a mess, so it's been hard to work out in there. Just became a landing spot for everything once
happens.
the baby came.
Yep, that happens. It happens. Schedule came out today. I know you were looking forward to it the way that the rest of us were, but you dive into the numbers a little bit differently than the rest of us do. So what numbers popped out from this 82-game schedule that dropped today?
Yeah, I think the first thing that stood out to me and what I'll always look for first is the back-to-backs. Because when it comes to opponents and like trying to figure out wins and stuff, that's all a little arbitrary, I think, at this point of the season. But like back-to-backs, that's a number. It can't lie to us. So 16 back-to-backs for the Kings. That's one more than they had last year. The Warriors led the league last year at 17. And I don't know how many games every team has. I started to go through during lunch, like every team's schedule and write them down, but that was taking forever. And I'm waiting for a good list where I can just copy paste everything into an Excel spreadsheet and then run some formulas and numbers. but the NBA site is like you try and copy paste that over, and it is not convenient at all. I did see someone said the average number of back-to-backs was 14.9. So the Kings are above average. I think that's just the nature of them being on the West Coast. But looking at their back-to-backs, breaking it down, they've got 6 away, 5 home, 3 away home, and 2 home away. So 5 kind of different locations in terms of road and home. But if you look at them, a lot of them make sense logistically. Like there are games where the Kings will play the Warriors away. So they'll play at Golden State and then play someone at home. So you can tell that the NBA tried to make it make sense with the back-to-backs for the Kings. Another one where they're playing the Clippers in LA and then play back home. So there aren't too many that are terrible in terms of travel. The worst ones really are those first few at the beginning of the season where you're playing in Portland and then at home against the Jazz. And then you've got in Atlanta, in Toronto. And I think that's like a 4-game stretch. So within that first 6 games or so. Other than that, the back-to-backs, it's something that it's fun to talk about, but every team is going to have those schedule differences. And it's kind of a bummer just to see the Kings once again with that higher number. We'll see. I'm sure it'll come out with every team's, and I wouldn't be surprised if the Kings are like tied for the most or the most. But I think we're all used to that in Sacramento.
I started the show, talking about how, the schedule release shouldn't change how people view this team or what they think their record will be or how many games they can win or whatever the case may be. That's just how I feel about it. I mean, everybody's entitled to however they feel. Do you kind of like look at the schedule and maybe look at, this 6-game road trip or this number of back-to-backs and feel different about what their win total could be as opposed to how you felt, the day DeMar DeRozan signed, or, does it not really matter that much to you at all?
No, I'm with you, Kenny. Like it's every team is going to have hard parts of the schedule. It's just something that I think I get excited about it because it's something new to look at. We're at that point of the offseason where we're like craving something to do in terms of basketball. But in the end, I feel exactly the same today as I did about the roster and the team yesterday. Like they're going to play all the teams about the same. Maybe one slight caveat to that, and that's the Pelicans, where they only play New Orleans 3 times. And the way the span that they play them is really weird. They're all in February. 3 of 4 games are against the Pelicans. So you're getting them in like a week of the schedule, which compared to last year when they were all over the schedule and we saw them over and over and over again, it's going to be so different than last year.
Last year was kind of spread out throughout the season, ironically, because they had back-to-back early in the season. Then they didn't play them. I don't think they played them until the in-season tournament, which was like a month later, the NBA Cup. And then they played them. That was a Sunday, maybe a month and a half later. And then they played them right before the end of the season, and obviously in the play-in. So we got those ass beatings all throughout the year.
Yep. Man, yeah, a Sunday. I'm so impressed with I don't know how you remember stuff like that, Kenny.
Instead of just one week and a half stretch, it just spanned the entire season.
Got your ass whooped from October to April.
But it's something that James always talks about. Like, if you're looking at a team in 1 week of the season, one injury, even rotations, we saw the Kings change their rotation throughout the season. Like, teams go through different variations throughout an 82-game season. So depending on where the 2 teams are at, it could be a very plus matchup for the Kings if someone on the Pelicans gets hurt, or vice versa. It's just kind of weird when you have all of your games against one team in that short amount of time. And I hope that the Kings can get at least one. I feel like all the Sacramento fans will lose their minds if they go 0-3 against them again. But at the same time, I think that the Kings match up a lot better without Valanciunas on the Pelicans, just because of his ability to guard Sabonis one-on-one.
Do you have any feelings about the number of nationally televised games, at least as it stands now?
I don't. I think it makes sense. I mean, you have to make the playoffs in order to expect to at least maintain the amount of national TV games. For me, I know that I'm going to be able to watch them all, no matter what, and that's kind of all that matters to me. I don't think even if the Kings were on national TV more, that we would get the respect that other teams get. So I'm not really worried about the smaller number there. If they're good, they'll get flexed into more games. So just go out and prove it. And if not, just continue to be that underdog and take teams by surprise. I don't think that it'll have any outcome on the way that they play. Therefore, I don't really care about it that much.
I will say this. I agree with both of you guys. Like me personally, I'm not tripping on it at all. But I'll ask both of you guys this. Do you think that the lack of national TV exposure, even though it shouldn't, may play a role in how much somebody sees De'Aaron Fox if he's trying to be an all-NBA guy, or Domantas Sabonis? So because of that, that would be like the negative to
Absolutely.
them. I mean, it don't matter to us, but these guys are trying to get these accolades and potentially get this.
And these people who pretend like they watch the league don't.
Right. They're not really watching League Pass like that.
Mhm.
If it's on TNT, then they watch it. And then, like, even if they're not watching League Pass like that, if it's a Wednesday or a Thursday and there's a national game on and the Kings are playing locally, so to speak,
Right.
they're just gonna watch the national game.
Right.
They ain't gonna watch both games. So that's something that kind of sucks for them, for those guys, that the De'Aaron Foxes, the Domantas Sabonis's, Keegan, Malik, whatever the case may be. And hopefully people smarten up and are doing a little bit more homework this year.
Especially with the way this team is constructed. Like, if you're box score watching with this team, I don't think it'll paint the whole picture, because they are so well-rounded. I don't think that we'll have, like, De'Aaron isn't going to score 30 a night. I don't think. There's too many offensive weapons on this team that they're going to spread out the scoring throughout the games. So if you have everyone who's voting on the All-Star or any national voting, is going to be tough, because the perception of the stats is going to be very different from the reality if you're just kind of looking from afar. So, yeah, you convinced me, Kenny. I totally agree with you.
Well, to be fair, I agree with you guys. I just think that might hurt.
Yeah.
Yeah. No, we know that's a thing, but if the Kings had 82 nationally televised games, I don't know that it wouldn't still be a thing, to be honest with you.
What was what do you call Terrence Davis again? Terrence.
What was Terrence Davis's name?
I don't remember that one.
Oh man, and then what was Keegan's name? Keegan Bradley.
Keegan Bradley. It was definitely Keegan Bradley.
They call Trey Lyles what they called him, the music guy. Oh man.
I don't remember all of these. I do remember them getting them all wrong.
Terrence Harris.
Was it Terrence Harris? Is that who it was?
That's what someone said in the chat. Yeah.
And
Johnny
was
B.
that the night that he went nuts, that they called that man Terrence Harris?
He had a 30-piece on national TV.
Kevin Lyles.
Oh, God. Classic.
They had 82 games. They'd still be calling these people not their names.
Charles Barkley called him DeAndre Fox.
Yep. It's
He
bad.
called that man DeAndre Fox.
Oh,
now,
man.
to be fair to Charles, I know that he knows De'Aaron Fox's name and who De'Aaron Fox is, but that is such a Kings thing to mix up those guys' names.
DeAndre Fox.
Unbelievable. Unbelievable. A particular game you're looking forward to, Will?
Not really. I've been looking so big picture at the schedule that I haven't looked at specific games or matchups. I think the Thunder. I'm intrigued to see how the Thunder continue to grow, and the Kings kind of had their number last year. So I'm interested to see how the two of them match up. And I think the Timberwolves as well. I like that opening night game for them a lot, where it's right out the gate. You got the Timberwolves. So you got to be ready from day one, from the jump. And I think DeMar DeRozan just being on the team makes me feel better about so many things. Just he is so prepared always that I think that will kind of help a lot of the Kings' issues with the back-to-backs and the road games and everything that we saw the Kings struggle with being ready to play in the first quarters. Just him being there. So I'm interested to see, like, first quarter, game one, how do they look against a top contending team in the West?
Yeah, I can't wait for that game.
Yeah.
I really can't. I think that game and the energy that's going to be in the Golden One Center is going to be epic.
Mhm.
I think it's going to be epic. There are so many people. We would go down there. I think this was after the draft. Like we were doing some stuff downtown, and you talk to some of the store owners, and you just cross people. Whether at a concert or something like that, and they're like, "Yo, can't wait for this year, man! It's gonna be like everybody is so excited, and they can't wait for that game." And I love that. That's the first game of the season. You know what I mean? And that's where I think that energy is just going to be, it's going to be off the charts for that game. Off the charts.
And then the other one, now that I think about it more, that I'm interested in is the Celtics. So, like, how do you match up, similar to the Timberwolves, how do you match up against the elite teams in the NBA? Because they got destroyed 119 to 144 last year in the first matchup. And then it was close in the second, 100 to 101. But, like, can you beat those elite teams? And Boston, obviously, coming off the championship, I think will be the ultimate test of that. So we know, I think they proved last year that they could manageably beat teams that were worse than them, but I don't think they proved that they could consistently beat teams that were better than them. So that's kind of why that Timberwolves and Celtics matchup stand out to me. See,
well,
Russ
they also struggled to beat teams that stunk.
That's true. Too much.
That's
Maybe
one
I'm
of
just
those.
remembering wrong.
No, yeah, all of this happened within the context of last season. And one thing Kenny and I spent some time on earlier was the road and away splits. Because one thing we knew going into the schedule release is there were going to be 41 at the Golden One Center and 41 outside of the Golden One Center. And, Kenny has high expectations for this team. I think a lot of people have high expectations for this team. 50 plus wins with the acquisition of DeMar DeRozan, and those type of teams need to be good at home, and they need to be good on the road. But they need to be 50 plus wins. We're starting to talk about really good territory, and that's something that Sacramento hasn't really been at home. Certainly over the last 2 years, weren't bad or far from bad. But they weren't, especially given how loud that arena is, how much players are willing to talk about that arena. It didn't really translate in the win-loss category.
Yeah, and it's something they just have to be better at, where the Sacramento crowds are too good for it not to be an advantage for them. I don't know what it is about Golden One Center that other teams shoot the lights out of the ball. I don't know if it's just the Kings defense or if it's the sight lines, but there's something about it that they just haven't been able to get over and get into that super home court advantage. That, to me, that to take that next step from a good to a great team, that's an easy thing that you can do, where you're looking at making slight adjustments in multiple places. Back-to-backs, you have to be better than 6 and 9 on the second nights of back-to-backs, and you have to be better at home. So if they do just those two teams, that's an extra, 5-6 wins, just by kind of increasing those two categories. But yeah,
for sure. Well, I don't know if I think this is what you were talking about earlier, but somebody has the breakdown of all the back-to-back games.
Oh, nice.
The
Yeah.
numbers of them. There's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 other teams that have 16 back-to-backs.
Wow.
The Wizards, the Thunder, the Clippers, the Rockets, and the Cavs. The least amount is 13, and I'm not going to go through all the teams, but like Boston, the Lakers, Dallas, they have 13.
That's the least you said?
That's the least amount.
13.
So it seems like it kind of like the way it's mapped out. There's like 6 teams with 16. Looks to be like 10. There's like 12 teams with 15 back-to-backs, 3 or 4 with 14, and then like 4 or 5 with 13.
That's pretty even overall. Like, I can't be too mad about 16 when those are the circumstances. I think this is just the downside of living on the West Coast is the NBA is trying to maximize the Kings' travel, and that's just one of the things that comes with that.
Sorry, I just seem to have stumbled across the video of Nikola Jokic dancing
well,
on a table.
Yeah.
All right. Well, my man's having fun. He's dancing and everything. I want to unmute because it looks like he's dancing and not like us. So I just want to see if no, it's not. That's not what it is. I don't know, but he's having the time of his life.
That's all that matters.
If I did that at SR Prime, they'd tell me to get down. My man's having a blast. Enjoy Nikola Jokic while you can, because I don't think he's playing till 40.
Nah, I don't think so either.
I think my man's just going to be, and he's not doing a retirement tour either.
He's just,
Jokic, no, he's just going to disappear.
He's 100%. He's just going to text the Nuggets, hey, I think I'm not coming back.
Text the Nuggets.
I'm
not Woj, but just the employer.
He's just going to text the Nuggets like, I'm not coming back, guys. I'm going to stay with the horses. My man left Paris. My man got his gold medal, walked out of the arena, got on a jet, and went to his horses.
I'm out.
It's incredible.
I ain't mad. I'm telling y'all, I ain't mad at Nikola Jokic for that.
If I were a Nuggets fan, I'd be super excited to see that. Like, you want him enjoying his offseason and relaxing, and if that's how he does it, that's great.
Yeah, when you win 3 MVPs and a championship, you can pretty much do what you want.
You can for sure. I will say this though. I think this is. However he gets ready is however he gets ready. It's whatever. But if I was being cynical or like a bad fan or whatever, well, this is probably it. Like this, I hope, enjoy yourself, but I hope we're also doing everything we can to get one last run out of this whole thing, because this is probably it. And I need everybody locked in. That would be my first thought, because I don't have forever here with this Nuggets team. Like this is probably it. So let's make sure we're giving it our best chance. I have no reason to believe that Jokic isn't right and won't be ready to go, but that's what I'd be thinking about.
Yeah, he definitely will be. Will, we appreciate you, my friend, as always. Thank you so much. Will Z of SI. I'm sorry.
Yeah,
I'm sorry.
He's
Will Z, national media's Will Z of SI.com.
Thanks, guys. I appreciate it as always.
No problem, Will.
Have a good one, guys.
His hat clip.
Well, I mean,
I got sidetracked.
Get you one too.
Did you see for what?
Get you a hat and then get you
I'm not
one of the
getting a
Blitz.
hat. I look stupid in hats.
Nah, I disagree.
Bro, look how big my ears are. I look ridiculous.
Look how big my damn nose is.
That's a good reference right there. That's a good reference. Now do X-Pac in blackface.
Well, no.
Okay.
Do that. Is that on the network? That's not on the network no more, huh?
I think they removed it. I think when it moved to NBC said, no, not a good idea. We'll remove this. Now, I don't know if the Katie Vick episode is still there, but Katie Vick was the dead girlfriend of Kane that Triple H had sex with. Yeah.
That's wild.
Yeah. I don't know if NBC decided that was too much or not, but
Attitude Era, baby.
Why is Triple H always having these interactions with these women?
People really clamor for that era.
The attitude honestly sucks, other than The
awful.
Rock, Stone Cold, and like Triple H.
That's it.
Other than the Katie Vick stuff.
That's it.
Like, the best era is probably now or Ruthless Aggression.
Yeah, Hunter's kind of part of the Ruthless Aggression era. He's a part of the
Sean came back during that time too.
Yep.
Ruthless, I was gone. So I can't.
That was the emergence of like Cena, Brock Lesnar, Kurt Angle. That's where the brand split started. I think Edge became a star in that era.
I mean,
So there's Eddie Guerrero. There's good stuff there.
Unpopular maybe, but the birth of Raw era, I thought that was a good era of wrestling. With Razor, Diesel, Shawn.
No, that's an unpopular take right there. 93? Like no, you did. You named and now named TL Hopper.
No, we're not going to do
the
that.
Clown, Duke the Dumpster Drose, Isaac Yankum DDS. I believe they brought Tony Atlas back as
Atlas.
I believe they brought Tony Atlas back as like Mufasa or like some sort of Lion King gimmick. No, that's a great era of wrestling, Kenny. Sure.
Maybe. Well, you know me, I'm only watching the stars, but yeah, I mean those were the stars right there, though.
Got Kama, the Supreme Fighting Machine.
That was crazy. Ahmed Johnson had it. He was doing his thing for a little bit. We didn't know what he was saying, but he was doing his thing.
How have you not? Okay, this is a good call. We got Bastion Booger in that era. What are you talking about?
I thought the birth of, maybe it's just the birth of Raw, because I thought that was really
the
cool.
main event of the very first Raw was The Undertaker versus Damien Demento.
Well, I don't know why Damien Demento was there.
Well, this is the era of wrestling you're talking about.
But look what I'm saying. I'm saying Undertaker, Shawn, Diesel, Razor, Brett.
No, that's fine.
That's some heavy hitter.
And I'm saying TL Hopper, Isaac Yankum. I think King Kong Bundy might have been around somewhere.
He might have been. He might have been. So
Erwin R. Shyster.
The beginning of the Cena era, out of the Attitude Era. I just named those 5. They got 5 bigger stars in that time.
Well, the good news is you still have Shawn Michaels, a better Shawn Michaels.
Facts.
You have
I don't know about. Don't say that.
Shawn Michaels in the no way, but don't do this.
Lost
don't
my
do this.
smile, Shawn
Don't do
Michaels.
this. No,
that's the best Shawn Michaels. He was on that Raw at the Radio City Music.
What is your boy?
You weren't even
What are
around at
talking
this time. We had the
about?
greatest match of all time between him and Taker.
That's not even the same Shawn. Stop. That's not even the same Shawn. The Shawn in the Cena era is an entirely different Shawn Michaels.
Yeah, you're telling me that Shawn is better than the Heartbreak Kid?
Yes.
Put on banger
God,
match
are you
after banger
serious?
match.
I disagree.
Oh, sir. I'm sorry. Give me
I
Shawn
completely
Michaels
disagree.
versus Kurt Angle versus Shawn Michaels.
Literally
versus
every year.
Marty Jannetty.
I think he had him. Didn't he have with Chris Jericho that was good too?
Yeah. Y'all talk about these matches. And you know I ain't no match savant. That's not what I do. I'm talking about the character of the Heartbreak Kid against that Shawn Michaels.
Pull up
Heartbreak Kid way better. That's why we love Shawn Michaels. That's Shawn Michaels.
No, we love Shawn Michaels because of the DX Shawn Michaels. Pull up Shawn Michaels doing the promo in Canada in the suit.
2000 Shawn Michaels is the greatest super kick of all time. When he laid out Shelton Benjamin too.
This by far your worst take in history.
Yeah.
This is your worst
Go
take
fire up the
in
network,
history.
bro.
Completely disagree.
Oh, this is absurd.
Complete. And
are you working?
And doesn't
he's working?
And doesn't that include the ladder match? Don't I get the ladder match in there?
You get the ladder match in there.
Come on, man. Come on now.
Don't
do that.
This is ridiculous. No,
Don't
it's
do
ridiculous.
2000 Sean gave us that pop against when they were in Canada or whatever. He played Brett's music.
That's what I'm talking
There's
about.
moment after
the
moment.
promo in Canada.
And you're being real liberal with it. 2000 is low key still Attitude Era.
No, it wasn't 2000.
2000s.
Yeah, 2000s. Yeah.
Oh, let's get this, dude. Hey,
Casey,
as
come
Jesse
on.
would say, take a laugh.
Lost my smile, Sean is the best Sean.
Oh my God. What?
That's Sean.
This is
No, stop.
This is true.
That's Sean. No.
This didn't piss me off like when you called me a pop DJ, but this is an incredible take right here. You know what you did? You know why he's acting like this? He didn't get a good night's sleep. You need to get over to Matthews Mattress. Take advantage of their Labor Day sales event right now. Huge savings. Get that Beauty Rest Black. I've been telling you to do it. Get it with the adjustable head base. They've got all of this stuff on sale right now. You can get 60-month special financing with 0 interest, no money down, on approved credit with equal monthly payments. You could do all this now. I'm going to tell everybody, find the location nearest you over at MatthewsMattress.com. They got one in Elk Grove. You need to stop there on your way home because clearly you're not getting enough sleep.
Stop it.
We'll come back.
I can't believe you guys are saying this. That's
You're crazy, not us.
Bro,
you are alone on this.
Crazy.
It's ESPN 1320. Kenny lost his mind. Poor Reese, just walking around like this place is the shits.
My guy Reese has been battling these big ass doors too.
Oh yeah, that's hit them push-ups, kid.
Sean attitude era. Shawn Michaels only like a few years too, right?
Well, there is no attitude.
Well, not
era,
attitude, but
Shawn
like the one
Michaels.
he's talking about or whatever.
Yeah, because Shawn actually missed the entire attitude era because of the back injury.
That's a good point.
But you could argue he launched it with DX and the
So what was that,
ascension
probably
of
like
Stone
6
Cold.
months?
I
Maybe a
would
year.
run it. So I run it back to like the beginning of '97. Like I think you could also start in like late '96, but right around the Lost My Smile era, things started to get a smidge bit edgier. And then when Shawn turned heel in August and Austin was already doing his thing, that changed everything.
Help me with the timeline. Maybe I'm off. But the DX
Mhm.
and Shawn Michaels DX, that start with the Montreal Screwjob?
No.
What
No,
year
no,
was
no.
that?
The Montreal Screwjob was 97. It's all the same year. DX started in August of
He
97.
was already doing DX.
Yeah.
That's right.
So
I'm trying to think of when he
so
started.
that's how he
DX.
turned it. No, I could tell you. So at the SummerSlam 97, he was the referee. They were still doing the America Canada thing. And he swung a chair at Brett. Brett ducks. He hits the Undertaker. He has to count 1, 2, 3 because if he doesn't, he can't wrestle in the United States anymore. They start booing him. The next night on Raw, he turns heel. He cuts this promo about everybody's blaming me for this. And then in the main event, Triple H joins him. Like Triple H just kind of like walks out and has his back. And then at some point he starts talking about, I got an insurance policy. And that's when Rick Rude comes in. And then leading into, I think it was Survivor Series because he's talking to Brett in the ring. And he says, Brett, you call us degenerates. You know what? I'm a degenerate. Are you a degenerate? You know what we are? We're D-Generation X. And that's how he did. It was so cheesy. Like it was clearly like written, like, here, get the D-Generation X. And that's how they do it. So they were together for like 2 months, I think, before they had that DX name.
I'm thinking about this in my mind too right now. Don't be throwing shade at Yokozuna either.
Nah, Yoko's dope.
I think
that especially
I think Sid is underrated.
Well, but you could throw Sid. So give me 93 to what?
So I'm
to the
thinking,
start of the Attitude Era. So 93 to 97.
Yeah, we'll start before Austin.
So 93 to 96.
That sounds about right.
Okay.
So you're talking Brett, Owen, Shawn Michaels,
Yeah, that's
Diesel,
good stuff. There's some
Razor,
good stuff in there.
Yoko, Undertaker.
That's fine. Now let's be clear. You're also talking about Diesel versus Mabel at SummerSlam.
Come on. Look, I'm not a
You
matchmaker. I'm not a matchmaker. I'm just telling you the stars that were there.
Ahmed Johnson can't wrestle for shit. And how you don't have an Ahmed Johnson impersonation yet, I don't know.
Oh, I do have an Ahmed Johnson.
Well, come on.
Shawn Michaels, you come down here every week and you talk about how you gonna take care of me. What was doing right now?
Actually, that was spot on. That was even the verbiage, that was spot on right there. You already hung up.
Cool. Let's talk more about Kenny's take.
It got stronger during the commercial break.
It didn't. No, look, that era of wrestling wasn't good. There are good wrestlers.
That's what I'm thinking. The stars.
What you
The
have?
stars.
I can name 2 great matches in that era. Well,
See,
3.
That's your bag.
That's 3. You have Razor and Shawn twice at 10 and at SummerSlam 95, and then you have the 94 steel cage match with Brett and Owen.
I can't.
Phenomenal.
That's not my bag. I can't go to the great matches. I'm just talking about the stars.
Yeah, Legend Kayla, Randy Orton, and the Ruthless Aggressor.
So let's do this.
You can go 10.
Let's do this then.
Stars with that.
Shawn became a bigger star later.
Wrestling was bigger later too. And that's after the Attitude Era.
Razor and Diesel became bigger stars as Kevin Nash and Scott Hall.
Very true. But they were stars. Like, it was a big
They
deal
were known
because of the stars they were.
They
in
were
WWE.
known. They were far bigger stars in WCW.
Very true. Very true.
Owen, God bless him, great wrestler, like 10 out of 10. Yoko just got overweight, and he just couldn't. Yoko was phenomenal. He couldn't do anything after that. Who else? Brett. Brett ended in 97.
Yeah. Undertaker.
And you now
he's with us. He's with us, by the way. He's with us.
So you're saying the best time
Taker?
Well, I mean,
Taker.
I don't know. Taker had a lot of. He was great the whole
I
time.
feel like Taker got better after Kane in October because it opened up different elements to his character, and it kind of fluctuated where some of it was good, some of it was bad. But
to be fair, and you guys know I'm not like the biggest.
He
fan.
once feuded.
He was great the entire time.
You know that
Like,
in this era that you're talking about, the Undertaker. So in '97, you have the Undertaker versus Kane, his long lost brother who was burned in a building, and he came back for revenge. And they had an Inferno match and matches they had all of this. And Paul Bearer was sleeping with the Undertaker's mom and all of this stuff. In the era of wrestling that you're talking about, Undertaker feuded with Kama Mustafa because Kama stole the urn and melted it down into a chain.
Casey's a real big Giant Gonzalez guy.
Giant Gonzalez, he was that time. I didn't like Giant Gonzalez. But I mean, we have what was the SummerSlam? The SummerSlam with
Mabel,
the two Undertakers,
94.
And there was another one. There was a co-main event, right? What was the co-main event?
The cage match that I just referenced.
It was Owen and Brett.
Yeah, it was SummerSlam '94. That's when
was that the same one?
That's when Walter Payton was with Razor, and it was Razor, Shawn, Diesel in some sort of match. I can't remember if like X-Pac was in it or what. But
This ain't gonna help my case, but I'm just in the matter of fairness. I got to speak about it. Was this the same SummerSlam of Lex Luger and Tatanka?
Lex Luger and Tatanka.
Sold
I
out.
actually, I don't remember if that was
crazy.
SummerSlam or not.
Yo,
Yeah,
no.
dude. Yeah, you're talking about the Lex Express era.
Yeah, we won. We
Well,
won.
what are you doing right now?
We won.
Lex Luger on Raw?
Yes. He left in 95. He left when the first episode of Nitro aired, which I think was September of 95.
And once again, also to be fair, I was gone from wrestling during when Jesse got introduced to it. That's the era we're talking about. So you can have your Rey Mysterios and all that other stuff. That's fine.
Whoa,
Rey Mysterio can't compete with Giant Gonzalez.
Yeah, we didn't even name Ray either.
Saying you can have your Rey
you know
Mysterios.
I ain't going
Yeah.
to name Rey. Like, who said Rey Mysterio?
He held the strap, didn't he?
You're the well. He
That's
did.
what I'm saying. You
He
can have your
did.
Rey Mysterios. That's
He
good.
did.
It's cool.
But
See,
don't act
well,
like-
yeah, Ray's still good though. He's just not
Yeah,
top
Ray.
5. Like he's
Yeah.
better than Giant
Nah,
Gonzalez.
Like Ray, like
What the Giant Gonzalez did. And we had. I don't even know if I should bring it.
nah, say it.
I don't know if I should bring it up, man.
If it's bad, I'll
I'm gonna
dump it.
say it. I'm gonna just say it because it's just part of the story. We have Prime Sonny.
well, you had Sonny. How's that working out for you?
That's what I'm saying.
How's Prime Sonny
It's not
working out
Prime.
for you? And all Sonny did was introduce us to Sable, who in the Attitude Era took off. And we ain't even talk about Jackie yet. I've seen more of Jackie than I've seen of anybody.
We all did. The early Sable though. Sable was doing her thing before Attitude Era though.
She was, but
It got
Attitude Era
went to,
Sable.
yeah, it went to another level. It went to another level. I ain't gonna get it from
Attitude Era Sable just kept getting bigger and bigger. It was crazy. Every week.
It's so funny because like the Ruthless Aggression era was great, and then Lord Tensai shows up and it's just bad for about 7 years, and then we finally picked it up.
They really had the dude who played Albert come out and beat John Cena on the
Cena
first night,
immediately puts him over.
and no one bought it. Cena doesn't get enough recognition for the fact they asked him to put over Albert. He does it. They asked him to put over Sheamus
Oh,
like a month into the
Oh.
company. He does it.
Cena low-key owed him though after he took down the whole Nexus or whatever that one time, right?
Sheamus wasn't in Nexus.
No, when Cena took them down though. I
Oh
think.
yeah. Cena,
Super Cena.
Cena single-handedly destroyed like a 5-month build to a program.
He ended about 4 careers that night.
John, they went to John. I think it was Edge. I can't remember if it was Edge or Jericho, but they tell the story. They went, John, this is a bad idea. This is going to ruin, like, you're going to kill the faction off. And John just goes, no, it'll be fine. And he goes out there and beats all of them, comes to the back and goes, hey, I think you guys might have been right. Oh my God, I love wrestling.
Look, I'm looking right now. I mean, Jeff Jarrett don't
Bro,
get no love.
are you? No, he
You better
doesn't.
stop.
Are
No,
you
God.
serious?
So Jeff Jarrett ain't no good?
No, Jeff Jarrett is fine. You comparing Jeff Jarrett to who? Kurt Angle? Rey Mysterio?
Well,
Shawn Michaels? Don't do that.
Shawn
I don't even
Michaels
like
was
Rey
in-
Mysterio.
He was here.
Well,
he was with us.
My Shawn Michaels will is better than your Shawn Michaels.
Well, get the video game and we'll find out.
Bro, Jeff Jarrett
I'm not
is
getting a
ruthless
video
aggression
game.
Lance Storm, bro. We're not doing that.
Double J Jeff
I
Jarrett was
can't
pretty good.
believe you are still fighting for this point.
Jeff Jarrett's nasty.
We ain't
work,
even
by the
brought
way.
up like Batista
That's
or
facts.
Randy Orton or none of
Batista,
this.
Randy Orton. That's not the best Randy Orton, but it's cool.
Oh, now
It's cool.
now you want to fight
so,
over
so
who's-
that's the best Randy Orton?
No, it's
all
not.
I'm
But that's
saying.
what I'm
That's all
telling
I'm
you about
saying.
Shawn Michaels. That's
Well,
not the
now,
best
you
Shawn
guys are
Michaels.
wrong about that one.
You don't
The
trust me.
Heartbreak
That's
Kid.
fine. Call Ace. I know
The
you.
Heartbreak
Ace.
Kid.
Ace's word is the gospel. Call
Let's text
Ace.
him right now.
Tell him about this conversation we have.
I'm gonna
He
te-
might
I'm gonna just
disown you.
text him.
What's the best version
He
of
might
Randy
dis-
Orton, by the way?
The
Legend
Apex,
Killer.
yeah. Well,
Isn't
I
that
think
Ruthless Aggression?
I think the Apex Predator is.
Actually, he's right.
Yeah, that's like ruthless
No,
The
aggression.
legend killer was ruthless
To me,
aggression.
he was dope as the Legend Killer. When he was punting, that was the best Randy Orton.
I'm not
When
gonna
he
lie.
would when he would snap,
When he punted Stephanie, that was pretty crazy.
when he would like snap and like go into a different place, and then
No, that was
he would
that was probably
he would do that, and then
yeah.
like, oh my gosh, what did I do? Type.
Yeah.
that was-
Reese just threw in a vote for Legend Killer and Randy Orton too. So we're up.
Yeah, bro, you are losing so
this
bad
kid
right now. This is crazy.
What does this kid know?
This is crazy. All right. I don't even know.
I'm asking Ace right now. What's the best Shawn Michaels pre or post lost his smile? Or no, I'll say back injury.
Pre or post back injury? Okay. Oh, bro, he's gonna respond in 2 seconds. This is absurd. I can't believe you have fought this for like 13 straight minutes. Did you see this report from Variety about the Madden movie?
I saw it. Yeah, isn't it like Nicolas Cage or something?
Nicolas Cage is gonna play John Madden?
I don't know how that's gonna work. I don't know how that's gonna work.
All right, man. Like what? I mean, Nicolas Cage is a okay,
Talented actor, I guess.
I suppose. All right,
Nicolas
salute.
Cage.
I guess.
True or false? I'm not a big Nicolas Cage historian, but he's never done anything better than Face Off. I don't know. What's the one where they're the flying Elvises? What's that movie?
People love National Treasure. That's not
Yeah, they
my
do
thing,
love
but
National Treasure.
I feel like that's the one he gets associated with
That's
most.
good. Yeah.
Face Off is my favorite.
Is he in The Rock with Sean
He
Connery?
might be.
That's
Might
Nicolas Cage, right?
Yeah, he might be. Like I said, that's not really my bag. I don't.
Your
I-
friend that you went to school with loves Face Off. Like he could recite
it's a
the
good-
movie.
Well, I don't know if it's a good movie, but I've seen it often.
It's not good at all.
It's
The
maybe it's just
premise
funny.
of it is one of the stupidest things I've ever heard.
Hilarious.
And I heard that there's like a Face Off 2.
They could bring that back. Bring that back. I'm okay with that.
All right, dude.
I'm okay.
They threw in Con
I
Air.
mean-
Con Air's not a bad movie if you've seen
I
it.
heard Con Air was pretty good. I've seen
I've seen that a couple times. It's good.
He's a very unique actor, and seeing him play John Madden will be very
I
interesting.
want to see how this goes. down.
That will be very interesting. Yeah. Hey, your boys. In a game that is moving significantly quicker than the Oakland A's did, the Giants are up 6-0,
Yeah.
looking to get, correct me if I'm wrong, this is their first win against the
Yeah,
Braves.
trying not to get swept.
Well, I know it's and funny. If they close this out, I don't want to mess up your squad. Does this put them back at 500?
Yes. Well,
Because
no,
didn't they fall
this
below
would- this
500
would put
yesterday?
them, I believe. I'll check, but I thought they were 3 games up.
If only
I
we
think
could
they're
see the
at
standings.
500. This would put them a game.
Oh,
above.
okay. My bad. My mistake.
I think it's time to write those guys off.
The killer for them is they're not
No,
far
they're
back.
61 and 62 right now.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
Because they had
chasing-
lost. I think you're right. They had lost the last game of.
That's right. They lost against Detroit
Because they
last
lost
game.
4 in a row.
The Giants have been chasing their tail all season, I feel.
It's we talked about it
You
before.
gained a little bit of confidence.
Yeah,
for a
I
minute.
hope for something different, but they kind of are who they are. They're going to hover around 500 the entire season, and they're not going to fall. They're not terrible where they'll fall a bunch of games below, but they're not good enough to go a bunch of games above 500, and that's just who they'll be. One thing that always gets me though, that I always think about when I like, no, I'm going to write them off, is that stat that came out at the All-Star break, where they've got the easiest schedule, quote unquote, of all the teams left in Major League Baseball. And off the top of my head, I know that includes like 3 against the Marlins, 3 against the White Sox. So like we're getting to the point where you can start like counting games. Like there's not a lot of games left. And yeah, you play the Marlins, you play the White Sox, you play the A's. Everything else that is kind of difficult, but I don't think they have the easiest schedule left anymore. I'll put it to you that way.
I got you. Let's get Mitch in here before he hangs up on us again. 916-909-1320. What's happening, Mitch?
Sorry about my phone, Casey. By the way, a little late. Happy birthday, and congratulations on, was it 1,000 episodes, shows next Wednesday? I think I've been on a few.
Yeah, you've been on a couple. 977, I believe.
You got it down, boy. Big brother, you know when you don't pay taxes. That's all I know. So I do.
Yeah, just this is a radio show, so you don't have to tell us everything, Mitch. Maybe keep that to yourself.
I don't even try. I have no choice. Remember that you get your check after they take taxes. It's not the other way around. You know, they call you, you don't call them. That's the way it works. They call you, you don't call them.
What's going on, Mitch?
No, I think Jesse's happy.
I want to say I'm looking forward towards more of the college football. I think a lot of what was left of the Pac-12 and 3 other 4 conferences. I think sooner than you think they'll be winning their conferences. I know Texas, one went to SEC. And how do you like? Well, you know how I feel about Caleb Williams to take the Bears to playoffs. But there's an open in Minnesota. I think Sam Darnold is going to have a good year. And if you heard of Wally, Lou Garrett took over him, Wally Bibb. Wally Bibb. My mistake.
Well,
that's me, JJ.
Oh, so you think Sam Darnold is going to Wally Pip JJ McCarthy?
No,
he's gone, bro.
That's yeah.
I think that's what he was saying.
Yeah, that's not going to happen.
They lost. Do we have the
Sam
severity
Darnold's
on,
not.
Sam
Wally
Darnold stinks,
Pippin
bro.
Anyone?
Do we have the severity on Jordan Addison's injury? Did anybody see that?
I don't think we have a timetable yet, but
That's tough. That's tough, man. I don't think the Vikings are going to be very good.
they've had a horrible offseason.
Yeah.
No, they have. Well,
I'm with.
they're going to be in line for Shador.
And Deion will say no.
Then they'll
You're not
have
going
decisions.
there.
Yeah. Then they'll have to make a trade or something.
Not Deion, but
I so bad want to know like the 6 teams that Deion wants to go to.
he's-
The Cowboys are
they're
obviously
out
one
there.
of them.
I just gotta find it. He said it.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Or it's been reported or anything else like that. But
The Niners, the Cowboys, the Commanders, the Ravens, and the Falcons. Wait.
He played.
No.
He played for all those teams, right?
Yeah. That's the teams he played for, and he
played-
wants Shador and
Okay, I was
Travis
gonna-
Hunter to play for
I
them.
was going to say he
Yeah.
played for all of those teams.
sounds about right. We have an update from Aceberg Slim. 95 to 98 HBK is untouchable. Thank you.
Okay. Tell your boy, Aceberg Slim, 98 Shawn Michaels doesn't exist. Tell your boy,
298
Aceberg Slim, that Shawn got eliminated in January of 98. So
in 98.
Sean's got the Iron Man match,
and I want to be
at that time.
no, hold on. Let's just walk through this real quick. Hang on 1 second. 1 second. 95. So he eliminated the original ladder match and went with the ladder match remix at SummerSlam 95. You're also
so
throwing.
we can go 94 then.
We're also
say
throwing.
94?
Well, that's not what Aceberg said. Ace said 95. Let's go with what Ace said. So we're going, instead of his 2 iconic matches with The Undertaker, we're going to go with his iconic match against Vader.
It's the one where he kicks him in his face.
I'm
right?
sorry. How about his classics against the British Bulldog?
So once again, the criteria is different. I don't care nearly as much about matches as I do the character. That Shawn Michaels was a better character than
Shawn
Ruthless
Michaels descended from heaven while The Undertaker ascended from hell in their match against WrestleMania 25. But that character's better?
This Shawn Michaels also super kicked a kid too. Like that's pretty sweet.
He did.
He
super kicked the kid.
All I'm
way
saying
before
is
the Young Bucks did it.
criteria is better when you talk about the promo, like the post. And I don't mean to be like this. I kind of don't mean to be like this. I definitely don't mean to be like this because I support this 100%. But I'm not even gonna get into it. But you know the difference between that Shawn and this Shawn.
Yeah.
So his promos pre that were more. I think that was a better character. There was things that he wouldn't go towards after that.
But let's be clear, you're not including any of that either. You said pre-Lost My Smile, which was February of 97.
I'm talking about that era. I'm talking about that era. And you
he keeps expanding the
you had a
range,
good
and it's
point.
fine.
The back injury. The back injury
In
is like,
98.
that's the end.
So the true way to break this down,
I won't count Degeneration X.
is but you should.
That's Attitude Era.
But he wasn't in the Attitude Era is my point. If you go pre-back injury and post-back injury, post-back, it's not even comparable.
I once again, I can't argue that he had better matches or
Tell
anything
Ace
like
he's
that.
fired. I'm blocking Ace on every platform for that nonsense.
The character, the Heartbreak
Ridiculous.
Kid character, from the moment he put Jannetty
You know
through
who
that,
that
glass window.
Yeah, and then went
is
on
better.
to a long-standing feud against El Matador.
I don't care. The character's better.
The only thing he did in that era that was dope was when Sherry would hold the mirror and she'd go to kiss him and he'd push her down and she'd do that pose. Oh, that was great stuff. That was great stuff. Of course, you're also factoring in the era in 97 when he wore a thong on TV that had like a Santa Claus mustache on the back. Or a Santa Claus beard.
I don't co-sign the wardrobe, man. Come on now.
We can all agree bald Shawn Michaels sucks though.
Well, I don't know.
He might be the
NXT
GOAT.
Shawn Michaels
He
might be
the
the
GOAT.
I mean the one we showed up for that Saudi match the one time.
He might be the GOAT.
Oh, it was so bad.
He might be the best. But real quick though, those teams, you're right. I never even put that correlation. Those were all teams that Dion played for.
Yeah.
So yeah, but
It's crazy to
Oh,
think
the
he
Philadelphia
played-
Eagles are one of those teams too in there.
Okay, he didn't play for them.
Gotcha.
He didn't play for them. But I guess it's being familiar with what you know.
I'm really hyped with for college football.
Oh, me too.
I'm ready. I was a little down, obviously a lot down because Pac-12 is gone and all this other stuff. But around this time, this is when I start doing my research for who's good team, whatever the case may be, and I'm listening to my college football lives every day, the podcast and all this other stuff. And I think we're about 2.5 weeks away from week 0. I think it is.
Yep.
And I'm ready. I'm ready. I think
might not even be half. Might be 2 weeks, right?
Maybe so. I think
29.
So I'm going Saturday.
Oh, I thought Thursday. I thought it opened Thursday. That's my fault.
It might. I don't know.
It might be a game we don't want to watch.
Yeah. Well, they actually got a decent week 0 game. It's Florida. It's not in America.
That's also
the
one of
killer.
the dumbest. Oh, that's
It's
right.
Florida State versus Georgia Tech.
That's right.
In Dublin.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So
You guys excited at all? It's like USC in the Big Ten now. I know, like when the Pac-12 was over, it kind of sucked or whatever. But now that we're kind of past that,
yeah, that doesn't. It doesn't. I'm not phased one way or another. I'm not like looking forward to it, and I'm not. I'm probably more distressed by it than anything. But it doesn't bother me like it used to. But
Florida State and Georgia Tech is 9 days away.
9 days.
9 days
So
away.
Not this Saturday, the next Saturday.
Yeah, and there is a slate of games. None that you'll really be interested in. 2 weeks from tonight.
I think Sac State plays on that Thursday, don't they?
Well, I only have the top 25 pulled up. So
they should be there.
No. Well, they should be.
I don't know if we talked about the other day too, but sad Jim Harbaugh won't be able to be the honorary captain at Michigan's first game.
It's just he doesn't.
Damn Chargers commitments.
He doesn't want to be a distraction, and I understand that. I understand that.
Giants got the win. 4-game losing streak snapped.
The Giants are in the win column.
Hey, they're back at 500 now.
They're back at 500. I'm assuming I'll look real quick, but I think they're probably about 3 games back for that final playoff spot. 3 teams ahead of them, which is a killer.
Matt's going to join us in a minute. I said this on the handoff, so what Aaron Judge is doing, like we marvel, and rightfully so, at Shohei Ohtani. Aaron Judge, what he's done over the last handful of years it's incredible.
I've been kind of wondering this, like, how impressive is it because he's doing it clean? Dude's just a monster. Like there aren't many Aaron Judges out there.
So here's the thing. I saw this. I didn't bookmark it, but I just saw it. I was like, wow. So somebody else said, I think somebody tweeted out, like, what Aaron Judge is doing is one of the most impressive things in baseball, especially since he's clean, right? And they're right. They're not wrong. But then they did like the little pro baseball reference side by side in games played or seasons played to Albert Pujols. Not even close. Albert ahead in every category, and it's not even close.
But so was the line, this is the most impressive thing we've ever seen? Is that what he? Oh, okay.
And then including that he's clean.
That hyperbole is too much.
Albert
that hyperbole
clean
is too much.
from everything that I believe Albert was clean.
I just assume everyone does steroids.
Yeah.
I just take a completely different approach to this.
Hell, Bonds. I mean, when you talk about 300 home runs, I mean, Bonds got 300 home runs, I think. Obviously, it wasn't as fast as Aaron Judge because he's the fastest ever.
That's right.
But I want to say Bonds hit his 300th home run, maybe 94, 95. So it was back before anybody thought he was even thinking about steroids.
Yeah, the question is, how many more does he have? Like, he's 32.
That's
how many more home runs does he have?
Is tough. But we're in a different era. He can play for a while.
Like, sure. Like, I mean, he'll get to 4 easily.
I think he'll get to 5.
I think, and that's why I think I'll get to 5. I think when you start talking about, I think he'll get to 5. I think when you start getting to 6, that's where I think because that's 300 more home runs. And I know Barry hit 300 home runs plus
in like a year.
Well, stop with the hyperbole. It was like 2. I know he hit 300 plus after 32, and I'm positive Hank did it too. I don't know if anyone else did it. I don't think that they did, but like hitting 300 home runs after the age of that's like incredible.
Yeah.
I'll put him somewhere in the 500 range. I might even lean lower in the 500 range.
Yeah,
but what he's doing right now is incredible.
If I had to guess, I'd probably say like 550. That's where I think he'll make a push for it. Just with how the game is played nowadays. You got DH universally and all that, so he doesn't have to stay in the American League to do this. But I think he's gonna be up on that list when it's all said and done, though. Top 10 maybe.
Let's talk Kings. Let's talk schedule. Let's talk strength of schedule. Let's talk all the stuff Matt George has been tweeting about. Matt George of Locked On Kings and ABC 10 joins us next here on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320.
They would really bring Pritchard in just to shoot half-court shots.
And it worked every time.
Every time. Straight cash. What's up, dog? You got something you want to say?
Push, man. You got to push.
You got something you want to say? You got about a minute and a half. Yeah, because then we got a guest coming on. So go ahead, go over there. I'll give you got a minute and a half. What's on your mind, man? What's going on? Did you hear anything today that look in the camera. Look, see where you're at. Make sure you're in the camera. Make sure the mic. Oh, press that button.
Which one?
There you go. You're good. You're good. You're good. Anything going on here? Like, what's on your mind, sports wise, basketball wise, football, anything? What's going on? Your mom says don't swing in the chair and talk into the mic.
I don't know. Sports wise, I'm still kind of concerned for the 49ers.
Yeah, no, man. Aiyuk, huh?
Yeah.
Wow. I think they'll get something done, though. I think they'll get something done.
Hopefully.
But even if they don't have Aiyuk, which is it's an issue, they still got Debo, still got Kittle, still got McCaffrey. You think Brock Purdy is the real deal, or you think he's just like good because of the people around him?
I think he can still, if he had to go to, let's just say, somewhere random, I still think
he ain't going nowhere.
I know, just hypothetically speaking, if he were to go somewhere random, I think he could help whatever team out that is. I think he's that good of a QB.
Okay. Now I'll ask you about some basketball right now. So,
yeah.
You saw the Celtics win a championship. You think they're the favorite to win it again next year, or do you think Dallas is the real deal? You think Dallas gonna come back? You think OKC and SGA? You think they're the real deal too?
Yeah, I think they're the real deal. But now, because of all these trades going on, I think that the Celtics have kind of lost a likely chance of winning it again.
Oh, well, you hear that, Jesse? The guy said they're not the favorites.
Yeah, I'm cutting his mic.
So there's that. What do you think about DeMar DeRozan and the Kings? You think that's a big time move? Like, it'll get them in the playoffs, locked in the playoffs?
I think it'll get them in the playoffs. I don't think it's going to get them to like Western Conference Finals.
Yeah, they get Western Conference Finals. You think they can win a round in the playoffs?
Yeah. If they did, I don't know who it'd be against. Because let's see.
Well, let me ask you this while you're thinking, because you got probably about 20 seconds left. Your Warriors got Steph is back, but you got Buddy Hield, you got DeAnthony Melton, you got Kyle Anderson, you lost Klay Thompson. Do you think they make the playoffs this year?
From what I've seen, according to like Bleacher Report,
well, it's a good source.
Apparently, Jonathan Kuminga has been in the gym and he's looking like a freakish athlete right now. So happy like that.
Can I get you a Buddy Hield jersey for Christmas?
It depends on how he does so far.
Okay, all right, that's a good idea. Wait and see approach. That's a good idea.
All right, man.
All right. Well,
tell everybody bye.
Bye, guys.
Your mom's in here. Tell your mom bye.
Bye, Mom.
We're just gonna hit them later, strangers.
Your sister's probably watching.
All right, we're coming back.
Okay.
All right, we are back. Little Warriors talk there during the commercial break. Warriors insider Reese Caraway offered him a Buddy Hield jersey. He said, "Not so fast, pal."
Catch a Reese from 4 to 6 on 1320.
Well, I know what station it beat. As we welcome in our good buddy Matt George from the Locked On Kings podcast and Sports ABC 10. Matthew, was it? By the way, the stage for the 1000th episode is going well. There's speakers and lights all over the place.
They're working.
This is going to be a WrestleMania level extravaganza.
Oh man, like the Titantron?
Just with no food, apparently, or at this point, no alcohol either.
Bro, we just dumped the vending machine.
Yeah, we got nothing. We have nothing.
Did I not make the list of guests that's allowed in the building for that episode? Because no one said nothing to me. I've only been a part of like 600 episodes. No one said nothing.
So let me. There's a story behind that.
Oh, okay. Here's a story. Put Reese back on.
We would love. We would love for you to be here for the 1000th episode.
You would you?
No, no, I'm dead serious. We would love for you to be here. I just want you to understand. No, we need you for episode 1001 too.
Oh.
Yeah, what happened?
Because the 1000th episode is a Wednesday.
Oh.
And well, Thursday's going to be hard enough after how dope Wednesday's going to be. So You absolutely can be here for the 1,000th episode as long as you promise to be here for 1,001 too.
You need me to carry the hungover episode after the party.
Well,
That's what
I
you
wasn't
need.
going to put it that way, but you're very good at reading between the lines.
Think about it this way, Matt. It's the Monday after WrestleMania. It's
Come
the
on.
Raw after WrestleMania. It's very important.
What?
All right, Matt.
You're already doing a freaking live show that I can't go to on the Monday Night Football opener that I have to miss because I'm probably going to be in Santa Clara. So
baby.
The two biggest games or shows of the year I can't come to.
No, I'm sorry. The poor guy has to go to the season opener.
Have you driven to Santa Clara and back in the day? It sucks.
Yeah, that ain't easy. That sucks.
But I'm excited to be there.
Yeah, it's going to be awesome. I'm excited for the season to
but
get here.
Damn, they need to do some good things. They need to get me excited here.
I'll just be watching the 1,000th episode from my couch, apparently.
No, Matt, we'd love to have you.
It's okay.
It's going to be a Matt George doubleheader. It needs to be Wednesday and Thursday.
If Matt George wants to be like the Kings and have a back-to-back, come through. It's nothing.
Kings got 16 of them. We're asking you to have one.
Can we talk a little bit about how the schedule release day exposes everybody's inability to freaking count? Because the amount of people that have been saying it's 15 back-to-backs is 50. No, it's 16. And it made me second guess myself like 3 or 4 times. And I know what it was. Everybody didn't see the December 21st and 22nd back-to-back. It's a Saturday, Sunday. So on the calendar, they're not right next to each other. So it's Lakers and Pacers, Saturday and Sunday in Sacramento. It's going to be a hell of a back-to-back.
That is a hell of a back-to-back.
Right before Christmas. Those are the 2 games right before Christmas.
That 3-game stretch is crazy. It's Lakers, Pacers, Thursday, Saturday, Sunday.
3-0.
Is the first Laker game at home?
Yep.
Oh, because that's a stretch of what, like 5 at home around the holiday season?
Yeah. Those 3 that we talked about, and then the day after is at home against Detroit.
That's the third time in 30 games that you're playing the Lakers.
That reminds me. What are the dates for that again? You said 20 and 21st?
The 21st and 22nd, Saturday and Sunday in December, the last 2 games before Christmas. This is the doubleheader that everybody's missing.
I'm dumping my plans. I really wanted to go to New York this holiday season. And I had mapped it. I didn't book anything. I had mapped it out in my head. We'll see what the skiing schedule look like. And I laid the days out. And those are all of the days. Lakers, Pacers. So I'm not going to New York to see the Christmas tree.
Well, what about New Year's?
Yeah, right. I'd rather no. Absolutely not.
I need Dame to go to the New Year's Day celebration or New Year's Eve celebration just so a camera can catch him looking absolutely miserable.
There's nothing I would possibly hate more than being around those many people. That is just
how much you got to pay to go? Like, or how much would someone have to pay you to go?
A lot.
And you have to do the full experience too, which means you have to get out there early as hell to have a spot all night long.
A ton.
That's awful.
Like we're entering
million.
No, like if I'm being dead serious, we're entering like 5-figure territory.
Oh, that's it. $10,000 ain't get you out there all day.
Look, we're not even having a conversation if it's under $10,000.
Wow, I thought the price would be higher. I'm not gonna lie to you.
That sounds awful. And it's for me, it's not the people. Like that's whatever.
Oh, it's the people.
It looks like it's freezing. It looks what they say in New York, brick out there.
It does look cold.
It looks so cold every year.
Was the back-to-back thing what stood out to you the most about the schedule? Like what caught your attention, or what stood out to you? Is I know you've been diving into it quite a bit since it dropped this afternoon.
Yeah, I think my biggest takeaway from this is everybody looks at the schedule and immediately wants to try and find something to be mad at. Like I think it's a pretty balanced schedule. Like I also went into the expectation like, yo, this schedule is going to be hard. No matter what, the schedule is going to be hard because that's the state of the NBA. Like almost every single team in this league is very good, and especially in the Western Conference. Like this schedule is going to be hard. Doesn't matter how long your homestands are, how long your road trips are, back-to-backs. Doesn't matter. Like 1, I expect it to be hard, and 2, I don't care about excuses. So I guess I looked at this whole schedule with just the open mind of I expect it to be challenging, and then you realize that it's actually pretty balanced. Like the Kings are pretty middle of the pack. If you're talking about strength of schedule analytics, which I know some people roll their eyes, but it incorporates travel, it incorporates rest days, incorporates everything. Strength of schedule analytics. Kings have like the 11th hardest, which okay, it's bottom half of the league in terms of or top half of the league, I guess, in difficulty. But they have the same amount of rest advantage days as they have rest disadvantage, so it's right down the middle. 2 6-game road trips, 1 7-game homestand. They also have a stretch where, like people have talked about, they don't leave California for basically a month. Like there's not a lot in this schedule that I really look at to be mad at. It's like, okay, go time. Like we understand where these games are. You understand that there are going to be some stretches like that first 6-game road trip where you have to get your work done ahead of time to be able to handle the ups and downs of that 6-game road trip. And I'm talking about the one in January where it's Denver, New York, Brooklyn, Philly, OKC, Minnesota. I mean, that's just a brutal 6-game trip. None of those games are on back-to-backs, by the way. You have a rest day, at least one rest day in between each game. So that part's good. But you need to handle your business in December where a vast majority of your games are at home, and even early January where a majority of your games are at home, and give yourself as much of a cushion as possible to where you can go into that road trip, and 3-3 should always be the goal. But if you drop a game here or there, you're in an okay spot, because that has the type of road trip to where if the Kings are in 6th place and it's a like 5 teams are within a game and a half of each other, that's the kind of road trip that can sink you down the standings. And now we're talking about trade deadline time.
Is there anything on the schedule that you're like looking forward to, a player that you wanted to see, a team that you wanted to see, maybe a matchup? Like you look at it like, oh, this is going to be a good matchup with the Kings and Grizzlies. I don't know. Is there anybody on there that you wanted to see?
Yeah, I'm kind of interested in some obscure ones, like Jordy's return to Sacramento with the Brooklyn Nets in November 24th. It's a Sunday game. I'm excited just to see Jordy and him come back and what he can do with that team. DeMar DeRozan's return to Chicago, which is early January 12th, which is also a Sunday. That's a 12:30 game. So those are some more obscure ones that I'm interested in. I don't like the fact that the Kings and Lakers play each other 4 times in the first 32 games. I think that's absurd. I think that's ridiculous. Just like the Kings played the Warriors 3 times in the first, 15 or 20 games last season. NBA needs to do a better job of stretching these out and balancing these out a little bit. And then, I mean, you look at all the national TV games and they make sense. The first one is a little confusing. And by the way, I don't include NBA TV as national TV, even though it counts as the total number. But like the first national TV game that the Kings have is, I think, what is it, Houston on TNT, if I'm not mistaken. Like that was an interesting choice for the first one, but the rest of them make sense. I mean, Denver on ESPN, Golden State on TNT, Golden State on ESPN, Clippers on ESPN at the Intuit Dome. So I think the NBA got a lot of the national TV matchups with the Sacramento Kings right.
Are you, well, one thing that we talked about earlier was game 1. That feels like a great opening game for Sacramento. Be tested against a good team that you fought with quite a bit last year. That, like you, is going into this season with some expectations. And of course, the Minnesota Timberwolves. I love that as game 1 for the Sacramento Kings. I love that even more as game 1 for the Sacramento Kings at the Golden One Center.
I'm with you. To me, that puts to the test something that I think is a key to Sacramento's success this season, period, which is you just got to be better at home. And you have to you have to get to a point at home where it doesn't matter who's coming in. Minnesota, Boston, you're expected to win. Like that's the level that the Sacramento Kings need to get to. Now, it doesn't mean they're a betting favorite every single night, but the Kings should take their floor in Sacramento against any competition, and every fan in that building should be like, yeah, we got this tonight. And I think there's, over the last 2 seasons, even with how good this team has been, you could tell there was some hesitancy or some nerves or just some, whether it was an inability to maintain leads or just getting torched from the perimeter defensively or dropping games to Detroit or something like that. Like, for some reason, home court has not been as much of an advantage as it should be, considering the crowd and the atmosphere, which, by the way, the NBA wants to showcase for the 2nd straight year. The vast majority of the national TV games that the Kings have are in Sacramento. The NBA wants to showcase Sacramento because the crowd is always insane. The noise is always great. The beam is fun. Like, the NBA wants Sacramento to be shared with the world because of the atmosphere, because Sacramento represents so much of what makes the NBA great in this market. And the Kings need to do a good job on that stage, but even on a Wednesday night game that's not on national TV against Toronto, like on November 6th, like those are the nights that the Kings just have to handle their business. And I'll be honest with you too, a couple matchups that are a little nerve-wracking to me that the Kings have to kind of help us get over. You got Black Friday against the Trailblazers in Portland. You got the day after Christmas against the Detroit Pistons in Sacramento. If those don't sound like trap game holiday hangover messes, I don't know what does, because you lost to Portland. You got destroyed by Portland in Portland last season, the day after Christmas. And we all know what Detroit did to Sacramento in Sacramento while I was in Vegas for the Super Bowl coverage. So the Kings, regardless of who they're playing, they need to play the same way. And that Minnesota game, I think, is a perfect example of, you're going to have the energy. It's going to be fun. It's going to be exciting. You're also taking on one of the top teams, not just in the West, but in the league, period. But you're at home. Handle your business.
Yeah, I agree with both of you guys, man. Talking about being a better home team than they've been, quite frankly, the last 2 seasons. And I think it's all there for them. You mentioned it earlier, Damien. The crowd isn't the issue. Like, the atmosphere isn't the issue. It's always rocking in the Golden One Center. It was a mental thing, and I think it's something that they'll get over this year. And this is where you get a situation where, these guys can win 52, 53 games, because they've been good on the road the last 2 years. That's something that stayed the same. I think 3 games over 500 last year. They might have been 6 or 7 the year before. You keep up that type of consistency on the road, where you're about a 500 team or slightly above that. But instead of being 5 or 7 games over 500 at home, you balloon up to 10, 11 games over 500 at home, like you should be, like most other teams do in playoff contention in the Western Conference. Now you're looking at a team that's won 53 games, 54 games, or something like that, and you have some momentum at home to build on into a possible playoff series, as the 3 or 4 seed or something like that. So I think it's a huge deal. You guys hit the nail right on the head with that. It's a huge deal to take care of home court, because if you can do that, it seems like it'll open up so many more things and so many more possibilities and opportunities for this team to be, a top flight team in this league.
And the same way we look at these long road trips, the 2 6-game road trips that they have towards the end of the season, they also, right before that final 6-game road trip, they have that huge 7-game homestand, end of March, from March 17th through the 27th. Memphis, Cleveland, Chicago, Milwaukee, Boston, OKC, Portland. Now, many of those games are not easy. You're not expected to win a lot of those games. Boston, OKC coming into town, you're probably not expected to win that. Milwaukee too. But there's a stretch of 7 games at home in the final stretch of the season where, if you need to make up ground in a race, or you need to extend a lead in a race or secure a spot, that's hopefully where you do it. Or if you're in a position of, hey, we're right there, we're just trying to secure our spot, everybody else around us is battling, hey, let's just handle your business here. Put yourself into, like, the cliche that Mike Brown always talks about is control what you can control, right? Control your own destiny, right? That is a stretch right there where you can put yourself in a position on your home court, no excuses, regardless of the situation. You can secure what you need to secure, and then you go on that final 6-game road trip, which is very gettable, because you have Orlando and Indy, 2 good teams, but then Washington, Charlotte, Cleveland, and Detroit, all at the end of the season. Those are great opportunities for you to extend a lead or make up some ground.
Now, wait a damn minute. Cleveland is not one of those teams. Why does everybody hate Cleveland?
I'm not hating on Cleveland. I said that I meant the Detroit, Washington, and Charlotte. Those are those 3 games that you should be getting, regardless of the circumstances.
But you said Cleveland too.
Well, because I said the whole road trip.
You did say the whole road trip. I just think people look at Cleveland funny. And one thing I hadn't looked at, Matt, till you pointed this out. I knew it was 6 of 9 to end the season. And you talk about making up ground or extending or whatever if you're in a race. People feel a certain type of way about Denver. And, obviously we'll be 79 games into the season at this point, 80 games into the season at this point. We'll know what Denver is, but if people's thoughts on them are accurate, maybe they've fallen back a little bit. Maybe the Kings have moved up a little bit. That Denver game could wind up being a really big game. You got the Clippers after that. I know everyone thinks the Clippers suck. I don't know what the Clippers are. I'm not writing them completely off. I just don't think they're a championship contender anymore. That could wind up being a really important game. Then you got Phoenix to close the season at 12:30 on Sunday. And I have Phoenix right around where they were last year, which is a 50-win team. We expect the Kings to win 50 games. That's another game that could wind up being really important down the stretch. Or in that case, the last game of the season.
And it could be the difference in like talking about positions. Maybe you're jockeying with one of those teams for a 3, 4, or 5 spot that's separated by a game or 2 games. But in reality, the Kings should be coming home from that final 6-game road trip with their playoff spot secured. Like that's the goal. Come home from that road trip. You got 3 more at home. At that point, if you're playing hard still, you're playing to maybe jump up 1 spot or not drop a spot. But at that point, we are a guaranteed top 6 seed. Because if not, if you're battling on those final 3 games to avoid the play-in, I think something went wrong.
I agree with you on that one. I'm just asking everybody this. Do you look at the schedule and feel any different about like what you thought this team's win total might be before that? Like, did you think they were at 51 before the schedule came out? Then you saw the sequence of games and all this other stuff. It's like, that 6-game road game, that's a little tough, man. Maybe I'll put them down to 49 or something like that.
Not even a little bit, because I think that opens up the door to focusing on what's not important. And to me, what's important is that the Sacramento Kings play their consistent brand of basketball. There are going to be bad losses over the course of the season. It's going to happen. It happens to every team. There's also going to be maybe a win or 2 that you should not have had. Although I would argue that the Kings didn't have too many of those wins they shouldn't have had last season. In fact, they had way more games that they should have had that they just straight dropped or fumbled away. So again, they could play the same team 82 times. For me, it's handle your business, right? And it's everything to do with the Sacramento Kings, and also goes into my expectation of what I thought the schedule was going to be before it dropped, which is it's going to be difficult. Like there's just no path in the West of least resistance. It doesn't exist. Like the West is just the West, and you have to handle your business wherever you're playing, whenever you're playing, and be aware that every single game has implications. There aren't gone are the days in the Western Conference of throwaway games. Those days are over. Like any game can cost you. So you need to play with the sense of urgency throughout the season, including in January and early February before you get to the All-Star break. Like fight. That's all I care about. And 50 is still, I heard you guys having a conversation earlier, and someone in the chatty house was talking about like, why are you so focused on win total? Why are you so focused on win total? Because if you reach a certain threshold of win total, you put yourself in the position that you need to be in. And that everybody kind of universally agrees, including members of the Sacramento Kings organization and your head coach, Mike Brown. They agree that 50 win total is that threshold. If you win 50 games and you are not a top 6 seed, at that point, you just need to turn to the history books and go, this is the greatest conference in the history of all time, and we just got to deal with it. And at that point, you're just like bowing down to the league and the game of basketball as a whole. But that's very unlikely. Win 50 games, no matter how you do it, whether it's at home, on the road, good teams, bad teams, doesn't matter. Win 50 games and you're in. And at that point, then we can start talking playoff series and matchups and how ready this team is to compete for a title. We can get there. But before that, I don't care who you're playing, get to that 50 win mark.
Do you have any feelings about the number of nationally televised games?
I think it's fair. Like the number didn't surprise me. I expected it to be less than last season. Because remember, the Kings last season were coming off of not just making the playoffs for the first time and the beam phenomenon and everything. They're coming off of one of the most popular playoff series in NBA history. Like that was one of the most watched first round playoff series ever. So it didn't surprise me at all. Okay, Kings Warriors, every time they play, I put that on national TV because 1, it was entertaining, and 2, the basketball was just really good. So I expected that. I know the Kings towards the end of the season were flexed out of a couple games. I'm fine with that too. I honestly 6, 3 on ESPN, 3 on TNT. That was actually more than I was expecting, to be honest with you. I was expecting a large crop of NBA TV games and maybe an ESPN game and a TNT game here or there. But again, I think what the amount of home games that are national TV games for the Kings speaks to what the NBA wants to showcase. They want to showcase Sacramento. They want to showcase the environment and the fun team that plays here. It's interesting to me that the first national TV game isn't till January though. Like you have a bunch of NBA on TNT or NBA TV games, but the first national TV game is not till January 12th. Or excuse me, January, where is it? 16th.
Is it 16th?
Yeah, January 16th.
And it's against the Rockets.
Yep, TNT.
Yeah, I agree with you, Matt. I thought it was fair. You know what I'm saying? I thought that number was good. Like you said, you can get flexed in the games later in the season if you're a good team. I was a little surprised they didn't go with, since they had them on that Thursday, that they didn't go with Kings Timberwolves on TNT. They went with Nuggets Thunder, I think it was.
Oh, the in-season tournament, yeah.
Yeah. Well, no, I'm to start the season.
Oh,
well, not opening night, the first Thursday, the Kings' first game of the season. I thought maybe they might get that one for TNT, but me and Damien have talked about it a number of different times. The national TV thing, it is what it is. You know what I mean? Like we're kind of past that a little bit. If they're able to get on there because they're a good team, we'll embrace that. We'll enjoy it. But as far as the initial scheduling of the season before anything happens and worrying about if somebody's putting them on national TV or not, that's something that, we're kind of over.
D'Lo, I'll take back something that I said earlier too, because I said people look to the schedule to try and find something to be mad at. And I'm going to preemptively be mad at something that I just feel is going to happen because it's Sacramento. I hate that week in December where we don't know who the Sacramento Kings are playing, whether it's they advance in the tournament or not. Because damn it, if they get 2 playoff teams again, while other teams get Detroit and Charlotte for their extra games, that's going to piss me off. Like the fact that you had to play the Phoenix Suns 5 times last season, play the Pelicans 5 times, then 6 because of the play-in tournament. Like we got to clean that up and balance that out to where if teams are playing 2 games, one is against a playoff team in your conference and one is maybe against an Eastern Conference opponent that's weaker. You got to balance that out better because that's an extremely significant advantage to some of the other teams who get kind of weaker competition in those flexed games.
Was there a formula behind that?
I have no idea.
I think there was, but the whole who played at home and who played on the road, there wasn't.
Oh, okay.
It was like, and we were like kind of, frustrated by it because I think Phoenix didn't make the in-season tournament like the
Kings did, yeah.
Full play or the bracket play. Kings did, but yet the Kings, for whatever reason, had to go to Phoenix for that game. And we're like, wait a minute, it's not fair. That don't add up. So, yeah.
Also, I'm glad we're not seeing the New Orleans Pelicans until February. Get out.
I'd rather see them early. Get that over with.
Nope. I don't need to see
either that. Either break the streak or just get the 7th straight loss. It's just going to be hovering over like, okay, can they beat the Pelicans?
Boy, that could be a rough 5 days.
They didn't beat the Rockets either last year, did they?
They did not.
It just wasn't 6 times. Yeah. It was 0-3.
Boy, those 2 games early in Houston, though, when De'Aaron was out and they got just decimated in both games, those were rough. But man, that hopefully it's a good 6-day stretch. But you play New Orleans 3 times in 6 days in February, including back-to-back days in New Orleans. So, can we make that fun, please?
Do you think that, I don't know if we've asked you this or not, but are you anticipating a maybe rough start to the season? Maybe not necessarily in like wins and losses, but the team not being in sync because they're trying to figure out how everything's going to play out with DeMar DeRozan and adding him into the offense and all this other stuff. Do you anticipate that?
See, I won't panic with a rough start considering 2 seasons ago it was 0-4 and last season it wasn't great either. As long as they stay healthy, I'm not overly concerned. But I always look at, for a team that's in the position of the Sacramento Kings, where they are not a guaranteed playoff team and not a team that's worried about or that's expected to go deep into May and June, right? I think jumping on the early part of the season is essential. Like that you got to pick up some games there while other teams are ramping up. Like playing the Lakers the second game of the season, I think that's probably the Lakers home opener if I'm not mistaken. So they're going to be amped up, they're going to be excited, but that game is gettable. Trying to get Minnesota early, if you can do that, that's gettable. And then you have some of these other games on the road where you play two times, you play Utah twice in the first couple weeks of the season, if I'm not mistaken. You gotta get those. You play Toronto twice in November, early November in the same basically week. You got to get those. So I think jumping off to an early start is essential for putting yourself in a position to maintain the ebbs and flows or survive the waves of the season that are coming, especially the fact that your two longest road trips are in the second half of the year. Like take care of business early.
Actually, sorry, Matt, it's not the Lakers home opener. They're a Tuesday team. They're an opening night team, and they host Minnesota.
Even better. Oh, even better. And it's not even Minnesota's first game either. Even better. Well, hopefully the Lakers lose, so Minnesota's not pissed off on Thursday. That would be nice.
Well, they're going to go 0-2.
Shut them down, baby.
Hey, we the Kings, man.
Shut them down,
baby.
baby.
I don't care if they mad or not.
Can we talk about
here
whether he's starting or not? Can we talk about the Malik Monk revenge game narrative for that game? Because I want to see Malik Monk go off on Naz Reid for winning Sixth Man of the Year when he didn't get it. Because Malik says he doesn't care anymore. He 100% cares.
Yeah, I think when you point out that you don't care, you do. And that's fine. That's all right to care. It's all right to be frustrated.
I don't really read the newspapers or watch any of that stuff.
Yes, you do. You read all of it. You read all of it.
I didn't even think about that. That's a good one. I just think that game, Golden One Center, it is going to be electric.
We call it a movie.
In that building, man. It's going to go crazy, man. To start the season, DeMar DeRozan there. There's so much excitement, Matt. I know people all around town stop you every time they see you and talk about how excited they are for DeRozan. And man, what do you think we're going to do? Like, it's going to be a crescendo up into that first game, and Golden One Center is going to be electric, man.
Well, I appreciate, KCU, thinking that all of us get your kind of treatment every time you go out with people stopping you and talking to you and asking for pictures and stuff
George
like
is on
that.
TV. They see your face every day. They don't see my face.
What station am I on, Casey?
You're on ABC 10.
Yeah, thank you. Third time's a charm. I appreciate that. But no, I mean, the excitement is absolutely there too. And it's fitting that the first game for DeRozan as a Sacramento King needs to be in Sacramento. Like, he already got kind of a taste of the love that he received with the ovation when he came out after agreeing to the deal in the California Classic, but with 17,000, probably 18,000 with standing room only in that building welcoming him, and the first bucket he hits, it's going to be pretty special there. I mean, the Kings have one of the best, and this is obvious bias, but I think it's true. Like, the Kings have one of the best home court advantages, just period, because every single time they take the floor, they know that the place is going to be electric. And I think opponents know that too. Like, I don't know about you guys. I just get the sense that opponents love playing in Sacramento. Ant has even said it himself. Ant loves playing in Sacramento. Now, that might also be because for some reason teams come into Sacramento and the basket grows by like 30 feet and they can hit everything that they put up for no reason. And everybody has a career high and it's stupid. But I think like there's always a genuine excitement for opposing teams and of course for the Sacramento Kings to play in front of that Golden One Center crowd, because it's an environment that's completely unique to Sacramento that once again, the national TV audience or NBA wants to show off to its national TV audience.
Well, the schedule's out and now we're done for like 2 months. There's literally nothing left.
That's the worst
part.
part.
We were holding on to this. The schedule and Christmas and TV and back-to-backs and strength of schedule. Oh, it's over.
Yep, that's the worst part.
October, pal.
You see the schedule and you're like, all these games, this is great. And then you look at October 24th and then you look at the date as August 15th and you realize that life sucks.
And what do we have? I just had it in front of me like a minute ago. October 5th is the first preseason game.
The 9th, Golden State.
The 9th, I'm sorry. So we'll likely get camp at the very end of September, very beginning of October.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's still
and
that's a minute away.
You know, I'm gonna try and help us get there too. I mean, we're gonna probably start if anybody
break down the schedule week by week.
We could do that. We could do it. Our week predictions for that.
Coming up on Locked On Kings, we'll break down the third week of December.
Okay, can you not call out my content, please? I'm
No,
working hard on that
help.
third week of December.
I'm trying to help.
The I don't know if a lot of people are even gone, but for those who are, we're gonna start seeing people coming back into the city soon. Huh?
Yeah. Yep.
To kind of get things going and have the pre-training camp stuff. So it's right around the corner. It's right around the corner. It'll be here before you
You're
guys
the same
know.
guy who says the weekend starts on
Today.
Well, today. Today at like 5:50, you can say that. You be saying it at 3.
Man, people right now listening to D-Lo and KC, they're like, man, it's pretty much done. I'll be here tomorrow physically. Mentally, I won't be.
Well, that's our whole Odyssey.
No, they're just not here physically.
That's our company motto. Our company motto is like, we won't be there physically or mentally.
Yeah, Miss Mac makes a good point too. The 10-pound of muscle watch. Who's that going to be?
Oh, that's a good call, Mrs. Mac 10. Oh, who is a candidate?
Keon.
No, because we've seen Keon. We saw him just 2 months. It has to be someone we haven't seen in a minute.
It'll be Keegan.
Keegan might be 6. Like, they're not going to go outrageous and go 10. Because I think he got the 10 marker last year, didn't he? He might get
Was it
6.
him or De'Aaron?
No, it wasn't De'Aaron.
They're not Fox.
De'Aaron was years ago, thank God. Yeah, the 10 pounds of muscle.
It has to be someone we haven't seen. So it can't be Trey because we saw him for Team Canada. So it can't be Trey. It has to just be someone obscure.
Yeah, I'm with you.
It
I don't
can't
think
even be DeMar. We saw DeMar this past weekend.
What if Carter comes back?
Yeah, Devin Carter.
Rehabbing. Tim. Well, no,
Lamb.
because it's his shoulder, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, there's no way. There's no way.
What
10
if-
pounds of leg muscle.
What if Kevin Herter just walked in on media day just yoked?
Like
Just
Debo.
looking like Mike Bibby. Well, he's
Ain't
never
nobody
shooting.
taking this starting job from me.
I'll fight you for it.
My job, punk.
Yeah, I think you're actually right. I think it's Keegan, but I think they'll be conservative and go 6 pounds of muscle.
We actually saw a video of Keegan. The Kings posted it a couple days ago. Looked the same to me, but maybe I was wrong.
I wonder what Keegan's evolution is going to be, because De'Aaron's evolution is crazy. When you go back and you see like De'Aaron, like a baby, like a child. There was a child leading the Sacramento Kings, like Reese out there leading the Kings. And the things Keegan got here, he's a little bit older, but like, what's his metamorphosis going to be?
I'm convinced Keegan's going to look the exact same the moment he retires. He's going to just his photo from his final year in the league, which is hopefully 15 years from now, with his when they retire his jersey in Sacramento. Like, the picture is going to be the exact same, and then we're going to go, is that Chris or is that Keegan? Which one is that one?
I wonder. I wonder.
see that.
I wonder how his game is going to evolve. Like, is he always going to be this, 3-point shooter, kind of spread the floor,
Gonna dunk on people and start yelling.
something like? Is it going to turn into like, oh, now he can cross you over, pull up mid range? Like, I wonder if he has that. I wonder if he's going to be able to grow his game in that respect. If he doesn't, I don't think it's like a bad thing. Like, he'll be fine. Like, he's a good ball player, but I want to see if his game changes at all.
On the NBA on TNT or ESPN games, when they do the wired segments where they mic up different players, they need to mic up Keegan for a game and just play a reel of him not saying a word, or just see if he says anything. I would love to hear what Keegan Murray says in a game and what his game voice sounds like on the floor.
That would be amazing. I love the idea of that bit. A mic'd up Keegan Murray, and every time they go to the reel, it's just
Doesn't
silent.
say anything. It says nothing.
All you hear is the mic hitting his jersey. You hear nothing else. Oh, Matt. That's a great idea.
Lean into it. If that's what he is, show us that. Miking up Keegan. It's just like at the start of last season. You remember the home opener, because at the home opener, they always have a player come out and talk to the fans and say, hey, thanks for supporting us. Let's have a great season, blah, blah, blah. The Kings had Keegan do it during the home opener against Golden State. And 100% that was a completely intentional FU Keegan. And he still somehow got away with not having to do the rookie dance thing, because remember, he had COVID. So I still think he's paying for that. So
hey guys, thanks for coming out. We're going to work hard this year. We're going to win a lot of games.
That's not bad.
Go Kings.
That's not a bad Keegan. Yeah,
Go
that's
Kings.
not bad. That's not bad. Before we go, big as Leo's season continues. Hey, big happy birthday to our man Kyle Matson.
Hey,
Kyle
Kyle
Matson of the
Matson,
Insiders.
yes, sir.
Happy 45th, buddy.
He's taken a couple of days. Well, he's taking a couple of days off, but celebrating his birthday today. Hopefully he's not listening or doing anything radio or 49ers related, which there's almost no possibility that that's true. He's working on something, but happy birthday to our man Kyle Matson of the Insiders. And big thanks to our man Matt George.
Yes, indeed.
ABC 10. Make sure you subscribe to the Locked On Kings podcast. We joke that, well, there's not much left to look forward to now until we get to the late days of September, early days of October. That's not going to stop Matt George from pushing out the content.
It might.
Sure you subscribe.
It's a grind.
The Locked On Kings podcast. We will head over to 102.5 now and see you back here tomorrow beginning at 10 a.m. with the Insiders on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320.
Vamos Aces. They don't play today.
Get that commercial. Thank you. Good stuff, Matt.
Thanks, guys. Now to go back to literally nothing.
They have
there you go.
I'm watching this Little League World Series game, and this kid hits a 2-run double in the 5th inning, or maybe the 4th inning, to put his team up, put Cuba up, and he hits the double, 2-run score, and he just gets to second base and starts crying. I'm like, oh man, this is great. This is great stuff.
Kenny about to cry.
This is great stuff.
So Matt,
Green's kid?
before we go, Shawn Michaels before the back injury or Shawn Michaels after the back injury?
After.
Okay. Wow.
What's the criteria?
I'm about it for a long time.
What's the criteria? It's like,
No,
yeah,
I'm biased because I'm on the younger side.
how about to say he's like 7? What would you expect?
So I know like DX HBK and from that HBK on is the HBK that I know. So like HBK's 2 matches with Taker at Mania, like that's the epitome of HBK to me.
Did you ever see the original Heartbreak Kid where he'd come out with the mirror with Sensational Sherry?
Yes, I've gone back and seen, and he has one of my favorite moments in wrestling ever, which epitomizes him as a wrestler and his character. When he's walking as a heel, he's walking down to the ring and just gets soda and popcorn poured all over him, and just like to be.
I think that's Survivor Series, isn't it?
That's aura.
Top.
Like that's aura, to know that like a crowd is going to be literally dumping crap on you, and you use that as part of your character. I think is like maybe peak HBK in that sense too. But
so the answer is pre-back injury.
No, but I'm
character was better. Well, see, we have 2 different criteria. You guys say the matches. I'm talking about the character. He was a better character before the back.
See, I liked comedic relief HBK. I thought comedy HBK was great, and that's what he was after the back injury. Was a lot more comedic. That's
We've solved nothing other than Kenny's crazy.
You guys
see you guys tomorrow.
Oh.